everybody's doing well out there. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Hopefully, the portfolios are up and you guys are making some money out there because it is brutal. If you haven't been watching the markets past few days, just been down, down, down. And Bitcoin is now below 70,000. It's at 69.3 right now. So looks like another red day for the markets. But I hope you guys are up. Snapchat is what I'm trading today. I was able to free up a little bit of cash a few days ago and actually traded Snapchat yesterday and back into it today under $6. So we've got about 15 more minutes before the market opens. Good luck to all of you. And we'll see what happens, but hopefully the market turns green when the bell opens. Hey, Snapchat is my stock pick for today and the rest of this week. I try to come out with different stock picks every single week. This week has just been nothing but down, down, down. So I haven't really had a lot of stock picks for you guys, but I did upload a video this morning. That's why I'm late. I would be even early this morning because I woke up super early this morning. I was ready, but let me go ahead and get it out the way. Not financial advice, for entertainment purposes only, you guys. I am not a rocket scientist. I do this for fun. I just talk about stocks that I like. Most of the time it's stocks that other people don't like. Right now, the whole market is down. So don't feel bad if you're losing money. If you're in a position and you're losing right now, a lot of people are down. All right. Ethereum's down. Solana's down. Bitcoin's down. All of my stocks are down and I'm in Snapchat. I bought Snapchat this morning before the bell and it looks like it's going to keep going down. I mean, I don't know, man. It's like everything's following Bitcoin right now. So we keep going down or we move further away from that because gold and silver is still at all-time highs. So like, why are we following Bitcoin? I think it's an advantage. I think if you're buying Bitcoin right now, if you're buying crypto right now, I think that you're going to be happy in a month or two whenever it does go back up though. So not financial advice, not a financial advisor, you guys, for entertainment purposes only. Let's have some fun this morning. Let's watch this market and hopefully we make a little bit of money because we do have one more trading day. So let me know what you guys are trading down there in the comments, even if you're watching this afterwards, and join the team, you guys. Join the family. We're building a community of investors over here, and we're small right now, but we're mighty. I like the little family that we have. We've got a few people that come into the live. We got a few people that comment on the videos. So join the family. We got plenty of room for everybody, and we don't hate on anybody. We don't hate on any stocks, you know. The more we bounce ideas off of each other, the more we share opinions and ideas with each other, I think the smarter we'll be, the stronger we'll be, and we're stronger with and more numbers. All right. So the more of us there are. So we're stronger in numbers, you guys. So let's build this little investment community and talk about some stocks because it's free. It doesn't cost anything. And I don't have anything to sell you. I don't have anything to give you but my opinion. So jump on board, like, comment, subscribe. I'm going to flip this camera around, show you the screen. It's not looking good, but maybe we can get a reversal. Let me know what you guys are trading though. And it's a rainy, gloomy day here. Of course, you know, it's like it was rainy yesterday. It's another rainy, gloomy day. BNAI is up again. Peloton's down. Just
immediately here. But this is going to give you the best return.
Another red day for the market.
Instead of just holding on to Bitcoin for
S&P 500 is down. Nasdaq's down. Bitcoin's down. Russell's down. Actually, gold is down.
Then that's where you go. But yeah, I mean, until the pain stops, this name's going to keep on getting multiples of Bitcoin downside because of that risk. And it's not just simply holding a coin that's worth nothing. It's holding a lot of coins that are apparently worth nothing. So let's just wait to see where that bottom is. I haven't sold any of my Bitcoins. My account's been obviously obliterated.
But here we go. It's 9:21, and we're down.
Probably less than 2% or something in crypto. I was a big.
Hopefully we can turn this boat around.
I'm trying to play some of those. Like I have some of those coins that has the word S in front of them that haven't been doing that well. We talked about Ripple and Cardano and Solana and all that, but the hit coins. That's right. But generally speaking, MSTR is going to be a good area to look if you do believe there's a rebound coming in crypto. This is that XXRP. I remember talking about this just a couple days ago, and it was $11. And I remember looking at that break right in there of 950. I was like, if we ever
welcome in, you guys. How y'all doing?
Lost half. So this is part of the problem with the derivative market in crypto is that they're very, very levered.
Oh, rainy day here.
When something goes down, it just goes down, 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 down. There goes XXRP. Hey, look, it's all fun and games when it's going up, right? I mean, you can get just as much, sort of delta on it when it's going to the upside. But for right now, XRP, Solana, all these ETFs, the BMNR, they're all getting waxed. So wait and be patient. Maybe you'll see a whale come in and start buying that up. I don't know what's going to trigger buys in Bitcoin, and I don't think any of us are smart enough to see that. So just maybe watch the 50-period moving average and give it a shot.
Unless it's one of those the only times where it's so obvious that a temporary bottom is coming in, typically it's when you log in on the weekend and there's one of those just crazy Saturday or Sunday crashes, and then but those tend to only happen on the week. I don't think we've seen that even happen intraday. I don't think once since the ETFs have come around. It's always on the weekend, and you more or less just have to be watching it in that moment, otherwise it's completely useless. But you can look at. I think every weekend from now
that might indicate a temporary.
It could indicate a temporary bottom.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to get in on temporary bottoms. I think you want to let it.
Well, if
slow down,
if you're trying to nibble in, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah. Like I said, if you're closing your eyes and opening them up in 5 years, I think you'll be.
Or you're waiting till 50. It's just me. It's okay, let's wait till the next level, or maybe look for one of those indicators.
Yeah.
Well, another thing that someone just
welcome in, you guys.
Well, the next
hope you guys are doing well.
Bottom break too, or
good luck in the markets. Got a few minutes before the bell hits.
Pretty quick here for ARM. We tried to hold briefly here in the pre-market as a daily chart, so a huge gap. We're down here right now. For ARM, we were mentioning early on, if you joined us at 8 o'clock this morning, QCOM and ARM both struggling here this morning for the same reason.
Exactly. RAM cost too much money. They missed their licensing revenue expectations, but we'll get to why in a second. Q3 licensing revenue did rise 25% year over year, now bringing in about more than $500 million, but that fell short of the 520 expected by analysts, and investors also reacted quite negatively to the only modestly better than expected guidance. Let's talk about that guidance in a second here. Quarterly revenue did come in at $1.24 billion, largely driven by AI-related demand, especially around data centers. Despite the AI momentum, though, the licensing miss is dominating sentiment here, which is quite negative. Smartphones, another very important area for them, and it remains the
KELYB is the leading stock in the market, and I'll pull it up for you guys. KELYB.
For smartphone makers to scale back production and any slowdown as well in Chinese handset production.
It's up 500%.
Look further. ARM continues to push its AI data centers, Brendo, but really
$68.
The smartphone licensing, and neither was good. Failed to hold $100 here, guys. We're back downside right now for ARM.
It's back and forth. Like last night when I was going over this, I said, okay, well, ARM is a flat bottom break, and it was through 101 on the daily chart. It's maybe 101.80 or whatever it works out to. It's immaterial now.
But let me know what you guys are trading. I'll pull it up.
I know they're trying to talk about AI. If they haven't been producing, And it is still all the handsets. Qualcomm's weakness certainly plays into that as they have concerns with rising costs about demand. So I think you have the same issues here. ARM is in my opinion, ARM has shown you that it's under 90, has been very good, certainly around the 80 area. So there is some room till you get to some better levels. And those will not be prices at which it is reasonable valuation, just to get that out of the way. It's still going to be an expensive stock at those prices. But today, this 100 to prior low level, like if we come in and do
Our NAS is up 35%. AIM, I think they're talking about AIM. AIM's up 62%, $1.72. AIM.
Another topping tail turn.
BNAI is up 26.
It's not going to be SSR.
Could be finding a bottom here at 28 maybe.
Potential to get there eventually.
Yeah, quickly here, NASDAQ is now out, and there's Google with a small little buy, not helping the stock, but just giving you guys a quick little idea. And NVIDIA's with a small little buy. These are very, like when you're talking sub 200,000, like it's 200,000 shares done 6 million. So
HEMS is up 11%.
HEMS has been talked about today, obviously, as that's got a nice move up 10%. That has a buy underneath it as well. IBIT, we just mentioned Bitcoin, they have a buy. So there's, definitely more B's than S's here. And some of the names that are sells are small. Big Bear AI, getting into my price right now. Coupang as well. These are actually that's still $50. No, there's Coupang right there, $18. So as you go, this is what's going on right there. There's Snapchat with a small sell, and that's broken now through $6. We said that could have been a trade early, and now that's broken down to the downside. Yeah, I do recognize that AMD is at 202 right now, so we're just gonna wait. Like this is not. The market has not been a short or a long immediately. You have to let these things sort of breathe, right? I mean, yesterday we had AMD short. I'm going to go over Qualcomm in just 1 second. Yesterday we had AMD short here at 415 and actually, or 215 and actually wound up losing on that trade. So this is the move. Here's the move back, and then there's the flush the rest of the day. And AMD still turned out to be huge, but we did get stopped out right there. So, you've got to be patient a little bit with some of these plays. All right, one more name, Qualcomm. And then we'll have this market open up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're trying to get back higher here, but quick reversal here, back downside right now. 4 coupon might be on the imbalances here. Overall, same story.
Yep, EPS 350, Brendo topping expectations of 341 on revenue of 12.25 billion. That's moderately ahead of expectations.
Whoa, Open Door just popped.
Investors focus, I should say, on weaker forward guidance. Speaking of that guidance, adjusted EPS for the next quarter, 245 to 265 on revenue of 10.2 to 11. The street was looking for 289 and 11.11 billion. So that's a miss there. And management wanted to emphasize very specifically, the guidance shortfall is supply driven.
Keep going up.
Demand driven. They can't get enough chips. They can't get enough RAM specifically. The global memory shortage, a problem.
Remember, guys, data numbers coming up this morning at 10 a.m. Otherwise, should be an interesting one. Good luck.
Yeah, they'll save us. Google right now down
490. Let's go.
Getting a lot lower right now.
$5, baby.
Well,
that's what we need.
It's low today. It's 311. So yeah, still getting a little lower here. With only a minute left, just quickly, I'm going to be looking for longs on
snap back to 595.
Where that base is going to be.
Snapchat.
Silver. I've now
big sell off.
Silver short. Shout out to everybody in the chat there. That's waiting for some of these trades, but 70, I'm going to wait.
Pressure's on, baby.
Silver, that's going to be a play for me.
Here we go.
That's going to be a disaster.
Strap in.
QQs as well.
Buckle up.
You can get a short near the 200.
930.
And again, we're going to wait. We're not going to jump right into all of these. So AMD Silver, TQs, Google is on your boys' radar here today. Good luck to everybody.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't mention was Intel at 47.5, but it looks like Amazon was the name that actually went the worst of it in that little bit of I'm guessing imbalance, although I didn't see one on Amazon, but right at about 928 when the imbalances came out, got a $4 drop in Amazon that reports tonight they're going to be, well, what are you supposed to do? Google got hit.
Amazon.
That's going to be good. So 48.5 is the level, I should say, on this name. But we got the opening bell. It's Thursday.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's crypto crash.
All right, here we go.
Right about now, although the good news is right now for IBIT is if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. That doesn't mean I'm not still looking for the short in and around that $40 level on IBIT. Right away off of the bat, the NASDAQ is trying to head lower. I can already see NVIDIA starting to lose the bid. The chip name.
Boom. Open door back to $5.
Just yet. So trying to be
let's go.
We're not doing too much yet. Looking sort of down the list in here. Nothing's going too crazy.
Let's go.
Here, that was one of the reference names. That actually caught a bit of a bid off the open.
Snapchat selling off. 588, 583.
Exactly was the level that we wanted on AMD. It was
Snapchat
there for a minute.
cheap
right?
here, 583. Wish I could buy some more shares.
Holding. So let's just wait. Like I said, we're only a minute in right now, and this name has already traveled $3.
Here we go.
Google is getting absolutely clapped.
931
right now, as expected. So just get ready for Amazon tomorrow, whatever levels you have for them, go lower. Here we go, man. 306, 307. You're really bleeding on Alphabet, now down 8%. As the same story hits once again. Like, wow, how stupid are we, man? This is like the same pattern. Trading is just
Snapchat now 567, 565.
So yeah,
big sell off, man.
Easy, but
they beat earnings.
Not, as we always have our mental sort of
shorts are in, there, pressure's on.
That was an easy one, and then there goes silver as well. That's starting to tick down.
Big sell off, Snapchat.
And didn't really get to any levels that I was overly concerned with here on silver. So 68 and change right now hitting for SLV on the downside. But yeah, just waiting for Google to sort of have that capitulated bottom. I'm not, obviously the volume continues to be high. I mean, we just opened up. There goes AMD now breaking down through 199. AMD is now
down 5% now for Snapchat, $5.60.
Didn't take it because it was too early. So, like I said, man, we've seen this pattern before, and there it goes.
That's what it did yesterday, and it bounced. Just not this bad, but I think it'll bounce.
Absolutely worse before the open.
Yeah, it's getting absolutely crushed there.
Open door, let's go. 503, 504.
For 228 to 222, 221.
Take me home.
So there's the bottom in Google, 307.
307.
Yeah, it's at 310 now.
Jeez, it's got to be a big candle.
In most of the market,
he's got to be some big candles.
Intel came into VWAP, so I'll take it at VWAP to try it. 48.5, I still think is the better price, but it's usually been at VWAP that I've liked it. Just watch out here because it's a wick bottom on the NASDAQ, meaning we broke the low and are now back above it. So I don't want to be holding this past this local high, which is it's actually 47.88, believe it or not. Eric Lindros.
Sorry.
I don't know anybody else. Well, just a few others with that number.
Yeah, there's really
no. The first one that came to mind was Lindros, which shows you that I'm older. But yeah, so I'm at 77. That top is
Snapchat.
Break 90. I'm jumping out of this. IBIT's doing nothing. So
what'd I say?
Trade, but it didn't get to be one. So unfortunately,
576.
I think it one take profit.
Next is 580. Next is 590. Next is back to $6. This is ridiculous.
That's an actual support and resistance level, which I'm going to draw here. So the next time I look, I don't have
big sell off, 3% still.
Hit my save button. Thank you to P8. And then I've got my level right there. And as I was saying, whether you're looking at silver or ZLS, ZSL, it did come back, but it didn't dip anywhere near the volume weighted average price. So there was a dip. It just
Let's go.
much of one before we ran highs.
Open selling off, snap selling off, 570.
But yeah, everyone's happy that I was up here at 180. Now it's at 160 again, the level that I had most recently bought it at. And there goes Google, man. And it just happened too early. I mean, we said that we would be looking for a base to build. There was no real base building on Google. It just kind of flushed and then ripped. Now you're getting 4 or 5 straight. And I said the bottom was 307 there. Looks like that was going to be a good call, but that's sort of afterthoughts. I wish we would have sat there and took that. I mean, but there it goes. So now we got to wait. I don't want to go short on Google, so we'll wait. Now it's at 314, 315. Huge move back, man. This was down 8% at one point, so put 3% back in your pocket right there immediately on Google. All right, the other name that I'm looking for longs on Google, right? So AMD, still don't mind a short. We can wait to see if it does come back up here now into 202. Not just looking at the levels. You are in the 100 period right now. The 200 period on the 1 minute chart. So that, could be something pretty interesting. But maybe the market now has finally found itself a base, and we get back upside. Like those Google reports were fine. It just hadn't looked fine early on, and as we don't reward that. I'm still looking for some trades here. Like AMD, I feel like needs to get a little bit, like needs to almost break that and then fake it back down in, because if this market does rally, AMD has a huge opportunity to get right back to the upside. So here we go, a name that we know has been strong in the past. Maybe we look to get long on this one on a dip buy, and there goes Apple down to 275 again. So this could be something. Bitcoin ripping up again, like 70,500. We had seen a 68 or 69 low there, and that's coming back in. And but yeah, maybe Apple down here at pre-market lows, if we do think this market is able to bounce.
573. Let's go, Snapchat.
Let's move up for the market right now. Yeah, man, there goes Google. This is why we say not short in this one, but maybe it gets to a level that's good.
Shorts are out today.
It's low already.
Yeah, and the market doing not too bad. I mean, not that great, but we're back in the green on at least the opening candle on the 15-minute. ARM blows right through 101. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me, but ARM actually has a chance to go green today. I didn't think that one made any sense, but it's above the 100, so there's no chance that I'm going to be fighting that. It's just not going to happen. Bitcoin, as you said, comes right into that 40 level. Now it just needs to break the trend. So there's your top at 40, just above the 70,000 level. On iBit,
BNAI is selling off.
On iBit, just to let you go, about 70. I think it's 70,700 will be that top. But once we close underneath it again, then I will take a shot at this.
Just like everything, but I mean,
which I suppose is normal. At the open has not been the jam on this stock. It's been 10, 15 minutes in, sometimes even 30 minutes in before you get any distinct action. But it is trying to break these lows as we speak. Let's go to Adair for the first time at the desk.
I hear on Hims and Hers, HIMS, some very interesting commentary, I'll put it that way, from CEO of Novo Nordisk, Mazgar Mike Dustar, saying that anyone who takes the new Hims compounded GLP-1 pill would be, quote, wasting $49 because it's not going to be absorbed properly. So we do have Mazgar Mike Dustar, CEO of Novo Nordisk, coming pretty hard after Hims and Hers new compounded pill. A little bit of a drop here at HIMS, though, as mentioned, still up nicely here with that pop that we had. Back to you.
We're gonna give this a 273, like 274 break here on Apple. So I do have my first position. It's just going to be a small long. We're not, like I said, like in this falling market, we took a couple fills there at 275, and just not going to layer into anything early. And it's still early, even though it's 9:38. Like this market, as we've seen already, like look what I was saying about Google. I hope some of you guys at least took something from the opinion on the long, because like there it goes. This is actually trading opposite of what the early indications were. I mean, this was downside there. So, we put on our hat a little bit there and talk about the long. Unfortunately, unable to get it. But here it comes right up there to 320 into your 200 period moving average again. So that would be a looker there. Still trying to get, okay, here. Now with Apple trying to go, again, a good position for me. We'll offer it. It's now in the money, 50 cents, but you got to get filled first, and there it is. So we take a fill right there at 40.
Bitcoin back to 70K. Let's go.
From here, but so far so good there. 1 for 1 on Apple, but we needed to get a little higher before we get super excited about this. So I'm waiting in. Let's put another offer.
Like I said, man, I think
I can hit, then great. But right now we're just out of 5% of it, and let's just wait.
I think it's an incredible time to be scooping up Bitcoin.
Here on the TQs to start the day, we are down almost 1%, so we're getting back half of that. And there goes Google again, man, through 320. So congratulations on the Google long right there. But you had to sit there and take the pain maybe for the first couple minutes. But there it goes. Google was dumped for the first 2 minutes, and now it's on a rip. So probably really great news for Broadcom as well. So there you go, man. The correction is now in. And here we go, man. It's a big one right now. Let's
what's up, Ryan?
As the market's finally going here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, and that's causing silver to also bounce as well.
You guys want to like the live? I appreciate it. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. Helps me out. Smash that thumbs up.
Or this low, then I want to take that reversal for sure. You are seeing that strength come in. One name that we did.
Rainy. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a rainy, gloomy, cloudy day here, man. It was rainy yesterday. Another rainy day here. But let me know what you guys are trading, and I'll pull it up here if you want me to. If you want it on the big screen.
80 at the bottom. I'm looking for a bounce off this zone. If we don't get all the way down there, then simply a turn.
Hopefully we can get a bounce in the market. Bitcoin back to 70.
I want to jump into the long there. So right now it's going to be silver.
Man, if it could get back to 71. Thank you so much for the likes, y'all. You guys are rock stars.
2-cent downside. The market.
Q4 Bitcoin bottoms.
I want to show a 3-minute instead of the 15-minute, which I have on the actual futures.
You think Bitcoin's gonna keep going lower? Man, I hope not.
We do go another, call it like 0.5% to get into.
I hope this is the bottom.
That would be a spot to look for a fade on anything you think might be a little bit weak. Right now, I'm looking for that.
KELYB. I think people are about to get hurt in this thing.
So as I go over to ZSL, want to see it bounce, and then look for the first chance at a reversion on this bad boy. Strength coming into the market.
The stock is up 500%.
Checked out Tesla and those other names. We can go into some of the other names.
It's up 600% now. It's going 81. It's popping right now.
I'm happy that it's moving. I just can't figure out what the catalyst is for Netflix today. But I'm happy.
Trump said that he's going to back off from getting involved with the Paramount.
Watch out if you're in this 8250 up 600.
Something and one wants it.
Oh my gosh.
So it's very. He made it like it was actually a pretty neutral comment. Is what I'm trying to say. He's involved with up to the Justice Department.
660%.
But that being said,
680% now. 84.
I thought they dropping.
$85.
I don't know. I felt like that was
No. Yeah, that works up. I think it's through the rear view right now.
no.
Okay, so we lost. Apple went down and took down 370, 274. So we actually got out of that. I just want to show you like what mission Google's on right now, all the way up to 324 right now for Google. So yeah, I didn't have my orders down there at 300, but maybe we should have over there. We'll see if it gets another opportunity.
36,000
for me.
I don't think it's going that low.
If it gets into the 69.50.
87.38 now, up 700%. KELYB. Wow.
It's going to go or not, but we'll stay a little bit out. Oops, that's still silver. We bought some. There it is. So we bought a little bit more here on Apple on the way down. We didn't stop out of it all, but we did stop out once it did break 274. And just trying to
AIM selling off AIM.
Potentially a violent move early in the market, and I think that's what we got. I'm still looking to maybe short potentially the Qs.
91.78 now.
There it is. And then we'll get a piece out at 90 if we can do that, as we're now back into the money, $1 on this name, but we're still red on Apple right now. It needs to break through 275 to get that money back. But wow, that Google is just a straight shot to the upside big time there on Google. So that's a really great sign that the market is at least rewarding some good numbers finally for once. And there goes Meta also.
Open door back to $5. $5.04. 504. 505. Let's go. It's now up 1%.
As they're just right up to the 21 period.
BBAI popping as well.
In the money as we're all the way back.
We might actually go green today. Let's go.
It broke through 275 and then came right back down in through those levels again. So
good morning, you guys. Thanks for being here. You could be anywhere, but you're in here chilling with us. Let me know what you guys are trading. I'll pull it up. Take a look at it. Smash that thumbs up if you can. It's free 99. Don't cost you a thing. Just
we lost. It
takes you like 2 seconds.
For ZSL.
Hope you guys are doing well, man.
First time I've actually said it.
For real, I hope you guys are up, man, because this market's brutal.
To hold the line here and break above my little bit of support, and I got back into. I'll show you IBIT wicked the 40 level. So if I'm looking first at 40, we wicked 40 short underneath. I got 89s right now. Wanted the price closer to 40, so I'm waiting for it to put in a better shoulder up here. Right at that $40 level.
Here we go. Man, we don't need much for us to just turn green here. BNAI continuing to sell off, though. I don't know. I think it could bounce here. $27.30, $27 range. Looks good.
At least for now.
But man, if we go green, I'd be surprised. I'm so close. We're so close.
It's obviously now in a bit of a downward trend. So I can look at this and say, okay, once we break that trend line, maybe even bounce off of support, we're going to jump into this. But for now, just got to wait it out and be a little bit patient, as it is screaming in the wrong direction. So we'll have to jump out in front of it.
Okay. Yeah, missing that top tick there on Apple right there. Sends it all the way down.
All right.
So we're able to get some good outs there.
The stock's probably going to sell off. I mean, I'd be careful if you guys are in it. Not financial advice, of course, but
lose again, and you're basically giving it back. So not really ready.
Be careful with that, man. Up 800%. BNAI selling off down here. 26.76 now for BNAI.
We're going to look to average it in. I just missed.
Could be bouncing here.
And just missed it. So I pushed it down to 69.85. And that was it. Actually, we were at 69.85. What am I talking about? We wind up missing that top take. So if it does come back upside, that's something that we're going to be doing for SLV. And then take our last sort of take there at 100, at 70, and then watch out from there. But there goes Apple again. So basically 0 for 2 there. You know, it was okay. We were able to get out of some, but we wound up losing on half. On this first one was about, we lost on like 75% of it. And then we lost on half on this one, as there goes Apple right back down to the downside. So yeah, we'll short silver here, but it was a long Apple that's not working. That came right back in. So
is it a good time to buy Bitcoin?
On a weak market today,
I mean,
a strong market. So interesting take here for Apple. And then let's go back over on AMD, because with this market,
I think it's as low as it's gonna get
and this is, it's getting close
for a while.
Almost getting close to thinking about the short here.
When it bounces, it's gonna bounce hard.
But who knows? Still up that 1% here today. Averaged it into SLV, and we're just short here at 65. So you know, no real plays yet for this. Just going to give it a little bit of a breath here. Give it a beat and see what happens. 69.50, we'll bid that. Then maybe we get a little lower after that. But here we go, man. Silver coming right in. We'll take a bid at 52s there and take a little bit of profit finally on something. And there it is. And now we'll wait to see what the rest of the story is here with SLV.
Intel woke up and showed violence.
Oh, good.
At 50 again.
I still like Solana. I've liked Solana this whole time because it's kind of hung out around $90. It really hasn't dropped that much. Yesterday, Solana was at like
there for a reason. 51 is a local high, and
like $89, $88 is as low as it's gotten, I think.
High or anything like that, but the local high at 51.
Solana only got down to $88. Like
for them in particular.
Now it's at $90.
This is one of those it is what it is kind of moments. Like, it doesn't have to have an explanation.
That's what I kind of wish I had money for, because then I could stake it.
Before, and we've asked what's wrong, what's going on with Intel, and there hasn't been anything, so I think it's just the same.
Oh, you're at BNAI semi-long, high 30s.
Going long on SLV.
I absolutely think BNAI could pop back to 30 here. Yeah, I think that it's gonna find a bottom here. I think, but this market's brutal,
Over to HIMS, which is still up double digits. It's back above VWAPs for all you.
I think I think it's gonna pop back to at least 20. Yeah, at least $30 here.
The upside, it's trying to hold that now after dropping.
There it goes, 27.32.
All right, big win alert there for silver.
27.32. Here we go.
Patience is the name of the game. So now we're 40 cents in. We just take a 32 fill right here, and now we're out of we have about 60% still left. So whether or not it wins or not, from here, I'm not sure, but we're going to cover into VWAP with the 70s. Sorry, 69 flat there. VWAP. So I'm already bidding that. I'm bidding 69.17s. So if that can hit, then that's great. And then we'll look down here for 68, and then maybe a fallout. And remember, like, our stop, where our stop is. So we're trying to get out of about half on 1-to-1. So let's get out another piece here at 41s. Boom. We just take that one. And now we'll wait to see if silver, what it wants to do, because our stop on this one is $70.25. So it's about 50 cents or so. So we'll get out of half now, put that money in our pocket, and have no idea where we're going to go. We're at 69.17 right here, but this is the big one so far there today. So
there you go, 27.64.
Silver, and look back and say, oh boy, we did it again.
Bro, I wish this would just go over here.
Actually did quite well on silver, but there it is right there on Apple. What can we do, man? We tried the long, it just kept breaking, and there it goes back up to the upside.
Big green candles for BNAI, 27.80. Close to $28 here. Smash that thumbs up, you guys. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. Like the live, subscribe to the channel. We hang out, talk about stocks, beating up stocks, give you guys stock picks every single week. So if you like if you like talking about stocks, then subscribe to the channel. It's free.
With a huge move higher there. So far, so good.
Silver.
So far, so good. Randy's giving us eyeballs. I'm like,
oh wow. Yeah, I don't know anything about silver, man.
I'll take one if you're going.
But BNAI Back to $28 here.
I was getting the old one out of the way to make some room for it.
28.40, 28.50.
IBIT, so another lower high off the 40 level. We're still holding 70,000. So taking some out in front of VWAP.
Hey, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that.
Bitcoin for now holding 70,000.
28.85. So $29 coming up. Choo 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 for BNAI.
Significant support. Now I'm playing this that if we lose 70K and
There it is.
you're gonna head to the low. But for now, we're just shorting in front of that.
All right, here we go, Eric. $30 coming up.
Your life. SMCI is still not really doing the turn. It's down at the level I want, but it's a wide
28.75. There's 20.
If it loses this without showing a bid, then I wait for literally $1 down. So I just might have to be patient with SMCI. It's down 6% and not going anywhere.
It's a big green candle here. Big green candles for BNAI.
I'm actually trying right now. It's not doing the best job in the world, but it's back above the volume weighted average price. So there is some recovery.
A little bit of sell-off.
We help out the market. And yeah, that ZSL, it didn't, just to quickly show you, there was the trend line.
Maybe not.
It couldn't confirm breaking the trend line. It ended up closing back underneath the trend line, so no entry yet on that name. As a first thing, I thought we were going to Adara. So
oh, really? So, oh, dang. Yeah, you did get in at a high price then.
I looked up and I'm like, yeah, we're taking a bit of a turn here. NVIDIA
this market's rough, man. I hear you. I'm down right now on Snapchat. I bought in Snapchat, but
man, that's too bad because
it's just I didn't think it'd go down 7%.
71 or 70.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal in this market.
We got some out and then got it out again. So we now I'm into the long.
So 29 BNAI. I should have just bought this.
69 area. So let's see if we do have a fallback in here.
It is what it is, man. Tomorrow will be Friday, and maybe we can get crypto bounce over the weekend.
Lighter because we do know that these moves can happen. So if it does fall back into this area, I think we got to try to scoop and see if we wind up holding VWAP there for silver, just to see if this could be. Oh man, I'm still a little bit perplexed with that Apple because that was such a banger, and so was Google, man. I mean, those of you that say you're a strong believer in this, thank you for that. I mean, that would have been a monster play there and a monster play there on Apple as well. But for AMD, I was looking for the
open doors back to $5 though, so that makes me happy. I mean, if open can just stay green,
kind of something that's like giving me a little bit of pause for concern.
I'll be happy.
But here's like a 5-minute chart for AMD, and you can see it's just trying to now.
But I doubt it.
Itself out. 204 has been the high, but this is not looking horrible for a short. But it's not looking bad. Long either. So it's now it's 9:53, so we are getting on a little bit here in the day. So yeah, maybe there is something about
silver
timing of these trades. And okay, so here comes silver, so that's good.
I couldn't buy anything if I wanted to, but I hear you.
With this little bit of a move down, so it looked like silver wanted to.
I went all in on Snapchat today.
Holding this VWAP area, so I'm going to try to give it to that. And I know it might be maybe it's too long of a hold down for many of you, but I'm going to try to see if silver wants to hold that bid.
Yeah, even this one. Even BNAI selling out. Like it's a struggle. It is a struggle.
It is starting to drift a little bit lower. So we went from short silver.
Getting some big green candles here for open door this morning, though. I mean,
getting in and out this quick.
Stair stepping up here. Hopefully this is a reversal.
A couple beats and see if we did get back into that 69.30 area, which is where VWAP is.
Yeah, speaking of VWAP, I'm hoping Intel gets to VWAP, but
I don't know why real estate stocks are following Bitcoin, but everything out there in the market has been following Bitcoin and the crypto sell-off. So
specific story, and you're not going to. You're absolutely.
Let me know what you guys are trading. I'll pull it up here on the screen.
The trend break. There's a huge top. It might already.
What's up, Barbershop?
I'm not going to chase it. Just a quick update. Yeah, I'm not chasing that. Just a quick update. IBIT's broken through 70,000. Bitcoin has broken through 70,000. IBIT's broken through VWAP. I'm just looking for the low of the day here. Once we hit the low of the day, short the next available pop is going to be the play. And now this is starting to look a little bit better. So we're looking for the century.
But Snapchat beat earnings. I put a video out this morning.
breaking the trend line. Once
I'm in it. I mean, I love it here. I wish I could average down even more, but I just don't have a lot of funds freed up. $5.46. It's a joke. They beat earnings. Yeah, there's less people on the app, but you know what? There's less people probably on every single app. TikTok's having trouble. You know, a lot of apps are having trouble. AI is apparently taking traffic away from Reddit and a lot of places. So if you're not educated about it, then you probably think that this is the end of the world, you know, watching this market just sell off and follow Bitcoin. Snapchat selling off here under $6, hasn't been here since 2018. So it's a joke, you know. $5.40 is an incredible price here for Snapchat. That's why I went all in on it this morning, because this market is so hard to make a dollar. All right, I'm gonna buy something of value, a company that's making money. Yeah, they got less people on the app. Who cares? But they beat earnings. They're profitable. All right. So
Okay, good. I know. I saw Fabian.
I swung it for profit yesterday. It was a great day trade for me. Now it's becoming a long-term hold because it's back under $6 again and dropping. So this is great. Wish I had more money. If this market continues, you know, let them sell the market off. Let them continue to crash the market just because Bitcoin's fallen. I mean, whatever. I'll continue to buy names that I trust, and you know, you'll buy whatever you like. Everybody's going to keep buying what they want, whether it's Bitcoin or not. Everything should not be following Bitcoin. So it's a big reason why Snapchat is selling off, and a lot of other things.
What is the talk on the R2 anyways? Are we looking at Q3?
Even BBAI is struggling here, selling off after the market opens because everybody's thinking about profits right now and running for the hills. BBAI, I'm in that one as well. There's no word on. I don't think that there's any bad news. It's just everything is following. You know, the market's down,
Like what I was saying,
and the shorts are in. That's my opinion. It's selling off just like everything else. But I'm right there. I'm right there with you guys in BBAI, and they're just dropping the price as much as they can every day.
Absolutely.
They're taking advantage of the market.
Rivian shows up, which I'm expecting they will.
Yeah.
We'll get
So I think it's just getting shorted more and more every day, and eventually it's going to have a bounce back, and it's going to be pretty volatile. Back to $6, back to $7.
Did not show up.
All right, there's your $30 on BNAI. BNAI back to $29.85. Eric. There it is, big green candles, buddy.
Yeah, no, for sure. Maybe some lucid happening as well. Okay, thank you, Randy.
Big green candles for BNAI.
As we go, but okay, here we go, man. Silver goes right into our level there of $69, and it almost broke. So we're pretty lucky that it didn't. So let's get something out here on the upside and just throw
Snapchat continuing to sell off.
75. So that would have been bad. We'll take out some 50s right there, as you can see.
What's PayPal doing?
Lose some of that pressure now, and that way, if and when
$39.94. So
right there. So
I mean, that's still not that bad. $40. It's 41 yesterday.
Not a great loss. For sure.
Like, eventually it has to. Eventually, it's got to bounce back up. Like, the sell-off can't continue.
It's Joel's time. Let's see what happens to this market.
$40 is wild.
Jolt, will it not? I don't know, but we're going to be getting those Jolt numbers at 10 a.m. Again, we were supposed to get these on Tuesday, but due to the very brief government shutdown, those were delayed to today. Jolt shop openings for the month of December forecast 7.25 million, previous 7.146 million. So we are expecting an uptick here. Jolt shop quits also on watch, so this metric is a lot less closely watched by the market, but Jolt shop quits here, previous 3.161 million, forecast 3.15 million. And we should be getting that right now. It is 10 a.m. Just trying to refresh to see if I have this number coming through. And when I do, I will let you know. Let me check here. I'm seeing anything here on X. Not yet. Your Jolt Stop quits again. Our Jolt Stop opening.
Good morning, you guys. Smash that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel.
Here is the Nasdaq, though, as you can
Let's talk about stocks that we like.
Just pushing lower, 6.54 million I saw. So that's going to be lower than expected for job openings. Gold job opening 6.542 million versus the forecast of 7.25 million. So lower than the forecast, well lower than the previous year for those job openings. We have to talk here about Google, Geo, OGL, one of the many earnings names on watch today, including Qualcomm, ARM, etc. Now, Geo, OGL struggling here not because of the earnings themselves, because they did deliver a solid beat, though I believe YouTube ad revenue did have a year-over-year decline, or sorry, slightly missed estimates, but up year-over-year. But with GeoGL as well, you have the CapEx. They're guiding CapEx well above estimates. Then we have Coinbase, COIN, along with the likes of MSTR and any other crypto.
BNAI back to 29.15.
Lower as we have Bitcoin as of this morning, breaking at least temporarily that 70,000 level for the first time in quite a while. So again, with crypto below that key 70,000 level, these stocks are going to be on watch. But we also have MSTR and CleanSpark, as well as to a lesser extent IREN, all of these names sort of in that crypto space that will be reporting earnings after the bell tonight. Back to you.
All right, thanks.
Everything is not IRE with IREN, unfortunately.
Oh no.
No.
I saw they got hit yesterday.
No, but everything got hit. I mean, what? Like, even if you're making transitions, like a hot's still gonna, like, they're still gonna get affected in the crypto crash, pullback, or whatever we're calling it.
Crash.
I feel like, I don't know, like, I was putting my note together and I was like, should I put crypto crash when I put crypto? Because everyone tags that. I don't think it's a crash. I think if we got to 50, it'd be a crash.
You don't think it's a crash?
Because in Bitcoin terms, isn't even that.
Oh,
that being
10,000's going to make a difference between a crash and a dip?
Took the support level out, but there was no bounce.
Are you blind?
IBIT. What did happen is ZSL. It's hilarious. I say it right, and I still even second guess myself.
Man, some people are just out of touch.
Gonna play into the high, so the trend is.
Can you tell he has money?
And then gonna hold a third for this high break and hold more, but this top corresponds.
I bet he
with
really
actual
trades.
resistance level on the daily. If it was out into the ether like yesterday, you could hold it further because you had the highs way up. But today, the high is a bit of a double top, so I do want to be a little more aggressive in getting it out. On that realm, I want to go over back to what was super strong. And
I like Solana. I think Solana has handled this whole crash very well. I think Solana's handled it
still win, but if you chased it a dollar,
maybe the best. It's at $87 right now.
That's not starting to come
This
back.
is as cheap as it's gotten. Like yesterday, it was at
is still green on
88, I think, right? So
but if I can,
it might go to 87, but
then I'm going to go ahead and do that.
it really hasn't gone that far. Yeah, down 36%. But if you look at everything else is worse. I think Solana has handled it the best.
Find a trend line break on all, I'll try that short.
If I had money, that's what I'd be buying and staking.
The name where all the concern is about handset growth, and Qualcomm made us feel not very great.
Is it a good learning experience?
And ARM is going to be green on this.
Probably, because like you got to take losses in the market to learn, right? Like
I'm still waiting for.
I don't think you really truly learn until you
But I'm waiting for
lose money.
which just made a move.
Then you're like you're more cautious.
I'm waiting at 80s. So here we go.
Because most people give up when it comes to trading.
With this name on the Nasdaq, and
Most people get frustrated and give up.
Because all we written down here,
right? 80% probably stop trading because they're
short. We should actually look at that.
Whatever.
TQQ short, but they just didn't get to our levels, so we didn't really do anything there with that. But there goes the Nasdaq. Try to double bottom. We're long at 48.06 right now. We just missed a lower bid there. I was waiting at 80s. So maybe we can wait at 90s for a little bit, but let's see if maybe that bottom is triggered in now.
Hey,
I
quit.
don't know, but for the market, we'll give it, like I said, give it a minute. Looking to see if we take out that low first and then see how low we can go from there. But there's crypto now at day's low, just broke through 69,000 again. And IBIT's probably, actually, I was thinking, yeah, so that's T2s. Okay, there's IBIT. Yeah, so it's lower than it was there in the pre-market. I wasn't sure if we had broken below 69 in the pre-market, but there's 69.
Yeah, it probably is, Eric.
Was the low, that's broke.
Yeah,
down to $39.
It's definitely a high percentage.
To wind up holding or not, right there. Yeah,
It's not easy. It's a solo sport, you know. That's why, like,
did go up to
I tell you guys every day, like, hey, let's come together. Let's not hate on each other. Let's bounce ideas off of each other. Let's build this investment community together, you know, and talk about what's going on, what we see, because it's different for all of us, right? And I think success is good. It looks different to all of us, right? And no matter what, we're gonna like different stocks. So
kind of sucks, and obviously I missed
it doesn't cost anything to help each other out and
if you write down 202, the top is 202.
give each other our thoughts. Yeah, it's free. So
yeah, about that. There goes A and B just hitting the skid.
welcome in, welcome in. I can't tell what your name is. Mudan.
Again, man. Hopefully someone's following this because I'm not. Good trade there on A and B.
BNAI back to 30. Let's go.
They got to find on something better than hold on for dear life, because the life is out of Bitcoin. It's 69 is now gone. It's not looking good. Thank you for the super chat, Longus. I don't know if we went over.
Yeah, it needs some more green candles. Let's go.
There is in the future of those classes. What she can see is all of the breaking news, everything that you need to know throughout the day. That's why she's the best at it, and she'll remember everything that happened pretty much ever in the market. I won't put a limit on it, but shout out
There we go, 29.50.
Keeping the ear to the ground. It's also giving us the reason why Intel was going in.
Yeah, well, that was there was none, but that was a good one. But I do want to say thank you for that super chat.
Bitcoin below 69,000 now, 68. Man.
Yes, sir, and thank you very much. But as we get close to this ZSL top, I'm going to get another leg. The plan is to be out of 2/3 going into this high and then see if we can break out through the top. The other thing that this meme version always is about is
it ain't easy out here, you guys.
Line up as well, which now I've got.
Don't get frustrated. You got to walk away from the market, walk away, you know, but it is brutal. $29 for BNAI.
Might not be as big a move as it was yesterday, but you take what the market gives you for sure.
Right, guys. PDSB Biotechnology,
selling off.
PDSB on the Nasdaq is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with its initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than, of course, ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please go learn more at pdsbiotech.com. I want to thank them again.
I'm good, bro.
For their continued sponsorship. Yeah. NASDAQ looking to go lower. Well, obviously, we're in that one.
Lower. We go lower.
You can find a bottom at some point. NVIDIA might be bottoming. I mean, we've seen
it's like the government could step in and
around this level. It's trying to hold. I'm not sure it will hold at all. But here goes NVIDIA right now. Back.
I guess they'll just keep letting it crash.
The downside. Sorry. I'm just damn it on AMD. But yeah, Tesla. Okay. I guess that 400 was something, man. I mean, there's your 200 period moving average. You're now down $10 on this play as Tesla now breaking through 390. And I mean, I said yesterday, maybe we'll see Tesla 400 today. And yeah, did we see it? Yeah, we did. And now it's real low now. You're going back to November levels already for Tesla. And then forget about November. You got to go all the way back and even into here. January of 03 are some of these levels that we're talking about. And that would be right around here, 377, which of course is now your 200 period moving average. So watch out for that to be a play there. So interesting things going on right now in the market. And we do have an update here from Miss A.
Yeah, so like you guys know, I mean, yesterday we had a very eventful hearing here with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent before a House panel. That was in front of the Senate panel. And this panel features such heavy hitters as Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senator John Kennedy. So this will, if you enjoy congressional hearings, this is definitely going to be one to watch. But in all seriousness, I will be keeping an eye on this in case anything market moving is said. And for what it's worth, yesterday, he actually did move Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac by suggesting that they could be out of conservatorship at some point. So
see what I'm saying?
This could be market moving. I will be watching regardless. And
like, why can't we have good news for the housing market?
Thank you very much, Adara. As always, we might be making a bit of a turn here in silver. It's trying to catch a bit of a bid, and it is a higher low. So if you're looking at silver, it would be a higher low from the open. So we're going to take another couple of legs out. If we do double tap this
Big green
high,
candles for
because
Snapchat here.
in which case I
Top
would jump
right
that
corner
in.
of the screen.
The other thing that's going on is Bitcoin is trying to hold the bid.
It's down
The
9%.
first time it's actually looked like there's a bid coming in here for BTC. It happens to be its 68.6, literally a meaningless level that I can find. So it could be a little bit random, but there hasn't been a bounce to jump in. And forget about VWAP at this point. If there's even a bounce to the pre-market lows, that would just be good enough at this point to jump inside. I don't even understand how the market.
Unreal, man. They're about to cross the average daily trading volume,
This is so bizarre to me.
and it's not even
To me, it doesn't
10:30.
make sense. If we continue lower, this has to be the next trade for me. Is ARM catching up and doing what everything else is doing? It's already at yesterday's top. This breaks trend. I'm going short ARM.
And Solana down to 86.50, $86.
But it's still a valuation concern, and there's still concern with the growth in handsets. The fact that people will be buying this one up to hold it green if the market puts in another big bad day to the downside doesn't make any sense. So just needed to break the trend line. Now I'm jumping short.
There's another break right there on Palantir. I mean, we looked at that early on and we didn't trade it. We looked at it in the pre-market and I was like, oh my God, if this loses 134.50 is probably a problem right there. But yeah, we just, so we tried to go long again on the futures. Thankfully, it did get upside a little bit. We were able to take a little piece out there, but then it breaks and just goes lower. So we can just wait now because the shorts definitely not, well, the shorts are in, but these longs has been a hard thing to find. So
Yeah, the shorts are in, bro. You're one of them.
I don't want to say ever find a base. This is a daily chart. You're coming in right now. Remember, these are levered, so yeah, it's kind of sometimes it's hard because they reprice and all that kind of stuff. But 46.50 or so might be some spot there if we're going to wind up being patient. I'm still looking over at Apple because I still think that in buying an extreme dip in Apple is going to be the right play. It's too bad because we were at 273 flat and we get to 273.50. I still think this is going to be a play at some point today, Apple long. It's just a matter of, I guess now trying to wait for it.
Oh, really? Apple? You're going to long Apple? Wow, incredible.
This is the base that we're talking about. I mean, we looked at
That's risky, bro.
Before we marked down 316, but if we could find a base at Google, that would be something. So maybe there is a little bit of
Google,
right here.
that's your play.
Google. But if the market's going to bleed, then I don't know if going long is the right call here on GOGL, but maybe you're just trying to. You're at GWAP. So
I bet that guy's great at parties.
To me right now, just trying to figure out if it loses it or not. Maybe a loss right now, and we just get lower.
SoFi at 20.
Yeah, it's probably at 1850 right now.
1933.
Yeah.
So hello 20 SoFi. Bye bye 20 SoFi. Hello January 2025 highs. We're $1 away. See, life comes at you fast. Well, you know, 1 minute you're breaking the 200 period moving average, and 3 days later you're talking about 25% and looking for a bounce zone on SoFi. If it gets anywhere near that, it'll be 10% down today. I'm going to not look at that chart and try to find a bottom until it's underneath $19 because it needs to get there. So still looking for ARM. I can tell you, silver's still headed downside, so we're now at the high again, but this time you get down to, actually went down to 20% because it just feels like we're not getting the strength on ZSL. And if I zoom out,
Big red candle, Snapchat.
So if we break out, I'll just hold what
Continuing
I have.
to sell off.
We dip by into VWAP as well, if that's to be the case. And ARM.
That's what happens when you beat earnings.
To break this trend.
You drop 10%. Makes sense.
Using the open, I'm using the first initial dip
Makes
in VWAP,
sense.
and it's holding the trend here. So if we break, we'll jump short in ARM, which is also holding its top in yesterday's trade. I mean, you can just show anything on your quote board right now, and it's not looking good. SMCI down 11% from the open. Forget about overnight. From the open,
Doesn't matter what you do in this market. It's just straight down because, you know, Bitcoin.
4, ETH 4, Coinbase 4, IBIT 3, NEO 4. Well, NEO was up. Getting smoked. PayPal's down another 3%. So
OPAD, man, down. Gosh, 88 cents now for OPAD. Just brutal.
Well, They're saying temporary.
Well, it's you know what though.
They're shorting everything. Shorts are out, just having a ball.
Okay. Yeah. That's sort of.
Let them short the
silly
market.
a little bit there. Okay. So we'll fail on.
Let them crash it.
Put in a short and take a little bit of profit there. We're short right now at 20s. It's now at 80, so it's 40 cents in the money here on this Google trade short. It's
Wild.
so I do want to get out. So there we go. I'll take another 80. I'm bidding right now on Google. I'm bidding how low are we going here? I was bidding in the 50s, but see, there's like the gather rate back up. So we took a couple fills there, live there for that 40 cents.
It's definitely a crash. Nah, man.
If it does continue to sort of mature,
I'm not going that far.
We can wait, but I mean, is the market? I see everybody in the chat like, hey, the Nasdaq's going to go down 2, 3, 4% today. Like, I don't know, maybe that is the case, and if that does happen, then it does have to be on a little bit of a back here of Google. So we'll wait. Okay, so here we go. So we've started in the averaging now into this position.
Let them sell the market off.
So we try to go short, and no, right now says Google, the short is not the trade that you're looking for. But that's okay. We are now short right now at 18s. It's pretty violent, man. We were just at 317 and change. So as this thing comes back in here, we'll see
big green candle for snap.
Put another bid again at 317 and see if we're able to, capture a little bit of a bigger move here on Google. So using a little bit less shares and just trying to play a little bit of momentum. But there's the build up back in the NASDAQ. So here we go, man. 68.5 for Bitcoin. NASDAQ potentially bottomed at 24.5 there. We'll have to give it just a couple minutes just to see if that is the case. And the TQs, we got stopped out there. So thankfully, that was a stop out because that went down another $1 right there. So let's just give it a little bit of a shot here and see if the Google short will work out. But the NASDAQ trying to battle just a little bit.
You're shorting Google?
The NDAQ. So,
that's what I'm talking about.
Not the greatest, man. We got to have people in the chat saying, like, check back in a couple months and see where these levels are because for right now, it is a little bit of a bleed. There, we did get some out there at 318 for Google, and then it just rips back up another $1. So just be careful with your share sizing on this one. It is very violent. The market goes back up.
You're the only one shorting it, big dog.
Lighter and then cover it so let's see what winds up happening here with Google. Looks like you're talking.
Come on, man.
It was just there was a spike in just about everything. Bitcoin with a nice spike. I might actually get a second crack at Intel in a second based on that bounce. But we're going to lose. We're right into the high. We're going to
out of everything that you could short, so he picks Google.
Well, it actually has to tick underneath
Genius.
here. And then once that happens, I will jump out of that position, move on to the next, which potentially, it's not going to be ARM because ARM just broke the high of the day again. So obviously that's still pretty strong. But Intel missed the reversion. Now the 48.5 level is going to come into play, or VWAP. Just want us to press a little bit further. It's at $48. It's still a percentage point till we get up to that 48.5 zone, and don't want to be chasing it too far away from said zone. We might get a second reprieve or first reprieve in this particular name. I also wanted to jump over, if we could, to something that we haven't talked about a lot. I think, well, you have Apple has a wedge pattern going on, which you don't always feel like Apple kind of does this oftentimes, like where you get like a little bit of a slow rising tide going on after the open. Well, it's got one of those now with VWAP. And if Apple starts breaking out, I feel as if this market's got a much better shot if one of the mags can get leading here. So
no, it's just the Apple thing
blasting up
there.
And I'm going to get run over trying to
my
short
guy
Intel, which is near the lows.
Apple does its own thing.
$2 here.
How do they not know how to, like,
and 48.60
every day, bro? It's not like
that is where I want to be in this order in. And apparently ZSL did not take out, but it came within 1 cent of hitting the trailing stop.
Watch the market every day.
Yeah. All right. So we're still sitting in this Google. What else do you guys want us to look at here? So it's now 10:20. We do have the opportunity to look at the broader market, and then we'll check out the stock visualizer and have a quick little look to see what you guys want to do. But yeah, today, most days we could say, wow, it's really red over here, but it's green over here. Today, not so much, man. I mean, consumer durables would be where we're looking for some strength today. We had a good report from Pepsi, Coke. I mean, I gave you the example of Procter & Gamble earlier, and I says, like, just buy higher, and there goes Procter up another 1% there today. Hershey as well, as, AI is not going to really affect whether or not you're jonesing for a chocolate bar or not. So Hershey right there up 6.5% as that's still going northbound. Amazon, get ready for a potential disaster report tonight. I think the report might be fine, but I'm not sure on the reaction. Eli Lilly had a great day yesterday, almost took out highs there yesterday. It got up to 1108 or something like that. Now down about $80 from there, down to 1037. The market's really falling out. I mean, Tesla 390, 391 coming into play there now. There's JP Morgan strength yesterday, not today, down 3%. So you can't hide in the banks today. There's almost nowhere to hide. I mean, I bought some XLE yesterday, or added to my XLE position. But other than that, man, I mean, everything right now looking to get a little lower. Adara, what you got over there?
I have small caps also of Rio Tinto news. RIO did chop around a little bit here in this catalyst. I've seen reports suggesting that Rio Tinto and Glencore have apparently decided against pursuing their merger. So I guess some M&A update there for RIO. I want to start with these small caps, and I'll kick off here with CISS. This is C3Is. This is a name that has rallied in the past. If you trade small caps, you might have traded.
Oh, I forgot they changed their name.
They don't have a catalyst from today, but they do have one from
CSM.
just disclosed yesterday that Imperial Petroleum has a beneficial ownership stake of 9.9 million shares in CISS. So ownership stake there for CISS on watch. No news on JTAI, but much like CISS, this is one that has rallied in the past. We do have about a 24% short float, I believe. So decent short float there for JTAI with a $10 million market cap. Now, a much larger market cap here for HIMS. But I do want to talk about this story here because it's an interesting one. This morning around, as you can see here, 8:30 a.m., the stock spikes as the company announces they're extending their weight loss specialty to prescribe compounded semaglutide, so weight loss pills. Then CEO of Novo Nordisk, Mike Dustar, comes out and says that anyone who's spending that $49 is going to be wasting their money because they're not going to be able to absorb the compounded pill. So HIMS, the back and forth there with Novo Nordisk once again. The stock holding support right now, but certainly below its reaction high. Again, HIMS, JTAI, and CISS. It's a old small cap roundtable here for these repeat runners today. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Back. And Bitcoin just tried to bounce the first green candle on IBIT since the open, and we just took the lows again. So you're continuing to crush 67.7. Yeah, 67.
Oh, wow.
ETH just broke through 2,000. We're at 19.8. We're at 1979. That's a good year, by the way.
Yep.
But we're not anymore. We're at 1976, and we're going back in time right quick. Soon we're going to be looking at November 5th, 1955, and things will look even nastier on BTC. Yikes. It is not looking good in crypto land. Still looking for that arm trade. I think we probably got fortunate with silver. It didn't end up breaking down the trend line, so we're headed back toward the high. We'll take one more out. If it breaks the top, and then I'll wait for three. I would expect to see if we break this high, boom, then you're through yesterday's top. So far, so good. Really only made the 3 trades and working out so far. Just not ARM yet. That's the one I gotta wait for. But good morning, so really can't complain about the morning.
Yeah, same, man. $2.50 now in the money on Google as we continue to actually pump a lot lower right now on Google. So this is a big trade, man. We were waiting for this one to hit there. We were trying to figure out some signs to go short there. We saw that we were holding kind of VWAP. It did break higher there into 3. I mean, we were going to give it to 320, the 50-period moving average. So, again, like we were short at 318.50. Well, now we're short at 318.90s, but we were short. Our average price is 318.50. So it's like $1.50 or so worth of risk into this trade. And now you're down in the money, $3. Let's cover a little bit more right there. So we'll take a 316.16. Shout out to, where's your 316 music over there, my guy? So there we go. Joe's going to hit to Austin in 1 second. There it is. So 316. So now we're going to the downside, man. We've pretty much made back half of our losses already today. We did go long. It's too bad because we were short. All we were talking about was short silver. Wound up losing on the long. And then the TQs. Again, the only thing we written down was short today. And what do we wind up doing is going long there at the day's low. Like just looking at the market with rose-colored glasses on. That is for sure. But maybe we might have another real good one. I'm taking another bid here at 316. We already hit the music, so maybe there is something here. Last thing I want is Stone Cold to come out and start defending this stock. So if we can get another bid here around 316, we should do that, as it does look like it is the bottom take there. So we're, like I said, we're
Doge down 10%.
This stock now on that fill, and Hopefully lower, but potentially not. So looking still for that out around 320. We do know it's pretty violent, but nothing wrong with thinking about stopping out a little bit more if we do retake VWAP or maybe even this 25 period at 318.20. So we have a couple minutes to make that decision, but the market, I'm going to get it at 5% more here at 30s if we can get it. So there it is. We'll take a little bit out there as we get a little nervous as there's a backside trade to this, because Google has actually been strong. Like, obviously we get that flush that we said was going to happen, and that's where I was like, duh, we've seen this before. And then there's the move up because it was a great report and everyone loves Google. And now it's trying to flush with the market, but now the market's like, nah, maybe we are at a bottom. So let's just give it, like I said, just another couple beats here, and think about putting a stop order in and around 318 just to get stopped out of a little bit more. But that's what my sort of plan of action is here for Google. We were able to ride it down to the downside. So again, make money on the short on a short day. That makes a lot of sense, right? So so far so good there. We'll wait for 318.50 to maybe stop out of a little bit more.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a spike. I think Apple might have given us the shot at that spike for sure, but ARM is now finally breaking the trend line, so it hasn't confirmed it yet. Once you actually close underneath, that's the entry point. I always want to see. It was the same thing with ZSL. Like, it tried the first time, and if you just punched in initially, you were kind of too early. Intel's not going to get to 48.5. It's resisting the 48 level. See the wicks? There's the lower high. So 48.25 looks like the lower high to work off of. So we play stop and just look for a different entry point. As once you go from red to green on a break like this. Like, look at that topping tail candle on Intel. That doesn't give me good feels. I feel like even if we just get back down into these lows at 47 even, that can be good enough. So I'm going to look to try to teeter in at this 48 level on Intel. ARM still, it's trying, but it's not going yet. And silver is still trending into the downside, so that's working out. But man, just to answer Cyber Friend, if you're wondering when MSTR's earnings are, they are after the bell tonight, but they don't matter because MicroStrategy's earnings are not that relevant. They're down 12% because Bitcoin is getting smashed. It's at 67,000. And there was a conversation in the chat that apparently, I haven't seen this to be true, but they took their average price down off the company website on BTC, which would be a weird thing to do because if you've already publicized it, taking it down later is kind of irrelevant. No, but the earnings don't necessarily matter tonight for them. And as a matter of fact, MicroStrategy, I don't think we ever see them move more than 1% or 2% on the earnings release. Because unless Bitcoin's moving in the moment, it's not going anywhere.
I'm not too worried. Like I said, I'm not too worried about those prices. But I mean, I do. People in the chat saying when's Apocalypse Now going to be happening on Bitcoin? I mean, down to see. That's a great. Oh yeah, that's right. You got to throw the deal. My mic is being worked
again.
It's here's Fabian.
Yeah, Fabian's working.
Fabian, say hi. How's it going? And
he's switching the packs out.
Energizer, because those batteries.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. Is Energizer even better than Duracell? Why does Energizer just has a better commercial? It doesn't make them better because they happen to have the cooler commercial. I'm just saying. Kirkland's just but that's
I use. We sometimes get the Amazon ones for cheap because my kids.
Yeah, that's
right now. There's not that much.
Isn't that Kirkland's
actual batteries? What's up, man?
Thank y'all for the likes.
So it has. I'm looking here at the MSTR website. We can all look together at this. I'm not seeing the average price. I'm seeing Bitcoin's current price. As of right now, I'm not seeing the average price.
Green candle for Open Door. Let's go.
I haven't looked at this part of their website, but you see BTC price, but not there. That's
above the VWAP, above the 50-day EMA.
Average trading volume. I am not seeing their average Bitcoin price as of right now. So if you go with more information, I'm
Bitcoin, man.
Their price. So this is a pretty interesting look, guys.
It's not a good. To me, that's just not a good look, man. Why? I get it. It's not looking good, but you can't be one way on the way up and then just be. Well, I guess it's been on the way down for a while, so it's been up there the entire time. Well, it's just kind of a weird thing to do. It's not a big deal. Look, at the end of the day, it's still going down. Price action doesn't change because of the price. Like I said, I was going to move where we entered into Intel to try and grab 48, and I had to stop at a quarter. But there's a kind of trend going on here, so I'll move the stop as we glide down to respect this trend line on the 3 minute. So that's going to be the plan of action. I actually tried to add to it on the way down here, trying to pick up some 93s as well as we continue to slide. Yeah, not looking very good. And if you look over at Bitcoin, there was a moment always like this. You know, sometimes you trade something to the range as planned. It's like, oh, that's good. And it goes right to the resistance
494.
And there's other times it just follows through. So obviously the Bitcoin has followed through. But this is now getting parabolic to the downside. And we did the half job of looking out where you might want to find support. On the daily, you'd make the argument that it's about here, and just showing you guys IBIT, it's about right here where you find something on the daily. But when you zoom out and look at better technicals,
Just selling off.
you know, better is the wrong word. Whatever. When you zoom out and look at more important technicals, you're gonna not like what you see. So it's nasty, and it could get nastier. And we did some work earlier. If you're tuning in earlier, the last time I did this kind of a trend break, it was a 50% pullback from the higher from here, which is the lower high. The lower high is at 97. 50% from there takes you underneath that 50,000 mark into the 48, 49s. So that's what the technicals look like on Bitcoin. Suffice to say, they're not very good, but it's always a good idea to go back to it.
Oh, thank you. I want to mention here, Scott Bassett talking about AI. I just pulled up Google, but you could pull up any of these stocks. And nothing major here, but he's saying that there is a risk with AI because of state and non-state actors with regards to financial security. So interesting look there. Again, Scott Bassett is discussing AI a bit here. Nothing super market moving again from this as of yet, though. Again, yesterday with the Fannie Mae Freddie Mac move, these could be potentially stocks to watch out for because, as I mentioned during yesterday's hearing, he did signal that once again that they're looking to basically take these public at some point. Back to you.
I'm watching Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, so I hear myself.
I've been taking them public for a long time. How long have you been hearing that rumor? At least a couple
Months.
It's. I feel like it's longer than months, but
the earliest I remember it was September 11th. I want to say of 2025. It was the day after Kazanzadian became Open Door CEO. That's the first time I remember hearing it substantially.
Yeah, well, that's a while ago.
I mean, it takes time.
I did see a bunch of people mentioning Open Door in the chat. However, I didn't really see it pop up on. I haven't seen it. See how it zooms out when I don't have it full screen. I didn't see it pop up on the visualizer, everybody. So for those that were typing Open Door, I'm going to suggest that maybe you weren't doing $ open like I'm about to do right now, and then you'll see someone drop in. Hey, feed, there's Open Door. Number one on the list. And by the way, if you're wondering what this is, it's our stock visualizer, where everybody in the chat has a chance to have their say as to what we should be looking at and talking about. Now, all of these have been covered with the exception of SUUN, which I don't know, so apologies for not covering SUUN, but you got to be in the chat first. Jump in, hit the subscribe. It's a subs-only chat, and then type $ and whatever symbol it might be. And for Bitcoin, I would just do BTC. Obviously, you could do IBIT, but BTC is what most people tend to do. That way you kind of get it all encompassing to be able to cover that. So AMD, HIMS, BTC. HIMS actually up 5% still, believe it or not. So not doing too bad for them. Netflix up 1.4% as well. Good for them. There's two names that are green on this entire list, and it is HIMS and Netflix.
Oh boy, right now I'm debating like going long on the future. So please, someone, don't let me do that because it has not been good. The only trade that I've been able to put on it's a big trade. This will be P&L. We'll lose more on silver, but this will take over everything else for me. So Google, it's crazy to lose long on silver when all we thought about was short, but we got carried away. So we're just starting to cover a little bit more here on Google, but also trying to hold in case there is that epic flush. So if you take away some of these, not some of them, all of these little markers that I have on here, you'll see that we are very, very close right now to a level break. You know, if we break right into here right now, I don't know where it's going to go again. I mean, we had broke early on Google right there, and then we started breaking higher, and it just was elevating dollars at a time. So I'm right now bidding 315.50. Hopefully, you see, it just like keeps on bouncing off here. Maybe this is not all right. You know what? Let me get out of 2% again. See, even just these little 2% is making a difference to me. So it's fine to do that, but because we only have 35% left of this whole trade. So again, at about 10%, I'm like, why don't we just talk about current position? So about 10% of current position out a little bit right now at 316 because it doesn't look like it wants to go much. down from here. If it does, I think it'll be collapsed.
Solana under $84
Where
now.
are my stocks? Good question, Sean. 318.50. Actually, I got to change that now. It was at 318.80. Let's go to 318.50.
Yeah, it's pretty bad if
here.
Solana's
That's
dropping like this,
That's
because
VWAP there at 317.
it's been kind of hanging in there.
25 to 200 period moving average. So let's just do this together. 318.50. 85. Oops. 318.51. We'll do that, and we don't have very many shares left, so we'll just go 50% out of what we have left and say ho hum. We knew better because we had seen this bottom numerous times. And you know what? I'm going to put these back on just for.
I think the short interest increased on Open
I have the
Door.
low of the day on Apple. All right, but the problem is, it's not a problem. It's a problem because we lost on it. We didn't wind up losing that much, but just to show you, like, you know, we're in the right stock. You know, we just don't have the right spot for it. So that's okay. Able to sort of recoup that.
I think there's more insiders buying Open Door.
Because this, holy shit.
More shorts.
I mean, oh my gosh. This move right here to the downside right now, this is like, we had written this down. SLV 71 short, like we should have that. We should have the $10 winner, right? The TQs, we wound up losing on it. We went long, but it's a short. And then there's the Google. Like, what a surprise. We write down 316 long, and that's the price that it can't break right now. So, I mean, again, like the chart reading and everything has really been spot on. You just have to be able to execute properly against those levels. So there's 316 holding. Like we predict, this was a call that we made at like 7:30 right now. So let's see if it now wants to break. The futures are thinking about a low take there, but maybe we do bounce a little bit more. So I'm convincing myself again. Let me get out of another piece right now at 316 again, and now we'll wait and we'll see if it does fall in. Debating taking a QQQ long at these levels. So maybe 47 or so for that, man. But Bitcoin right now, I think you're about right there, Lyndon Meyer.
If we don't catch a bit on Bitcoin.
I'm going to put this in the chat there for you, Lyndon Meyer. I just basically read this real quick. I didn't read the full thing. Bitcoin is dictating the market. If it continues to tank, the market will go along. Yes, unless Bitcoin changes trend, then you can go long. Yeah, so, I mean, a trend change on Bitcoin can happen pretty quickly right there. So even right now on IBIT, it is starting to tick upside a little bit. But, you know, the trend, for me, trend changes happen like at the 200 period on a 1 minute chart. So you got to get back up at least another $1.50 or so from there. And if you're waiting for that move, then your shorts are going to get wrecked by the time you wait for that. So I would say maybe it's not time to push long yet on Bitcoin, Lyndon, but I think you are definitely right. The momentum right here is pretty nasty, man. I mean, $40 was, I guess, a great level, but this is breaking a VWAP and we haven't even returned to it yet. So I think you're dead on that one, man. Keep your powder dry, man. Like I lit my powder on fire here at $22 on SoFi. Now it's down to 19. So, things getting worse before they're getting better, it seems like, especially in a lot of these bigger names, like bigger names that have bigger moves. And what I'm looking for is the growth names. Sorry. That's what I'm looking for.
Growth names, I think, is more companies not making money, you're getting destroyed.
Yep.
Companies that are overpriced,
Just missed
traditionally, like on a PE basis.
Yeah.
Thank you, Salvador. Darn or Dan, you can say Dan. You could say Ish too. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I've already said all
The
that.
fact that both Sean and Neil break down their trades in real time and explain their reasoning while in the trade is priceless. Thank you for tuning in, Salvador. Thank you for the kind words as well. But I think that's what it's all about. There's also one thing that I always will preach. If you ever make a keystroke error, don't just try to make it work for you. Just get out. Because I went to get out of Intel and I accidentally punched long. Now, it hasn't been good to be long in the market, so just instantly get out. Now, if I hold it to the low of the day, it actually would have bounced. But then I have to hold it to the low of the day. And so if it's not part of your plan of action, then just don't even sweat it. I've seen traders where it's like, oh, shoot, they keystroke error, and they're like, well, I'll just kind of try to make it work. Don't do that. You had no reason to be into the trade, then don't hold it. Because I'll look at it here. Like, this is where I went to try to cover some and ended up actually reversing position accidentally. I immediately just got out flat. Just immediately get out flat. It's going to end up bouncing off the lows. Sure, it would have been a bottom, but I don't know that. It actually travels a bit further to the downside. Now, for Intel, for myself, I was saying earlier, instead of taking it off 48.5, I was going to take it off this trend line. Looks a little different going into this trend line than when it was clearly down. Now we've bounced off the low. This is not an automatic short here at all, not even close to it. So I'm not going to jump in and reload this short, but we are going to go over to Adara because it's 1040. That should mean sector watch. Yes?
I think so. Stable. Out signal.
My computer's having some type of senior moment where everything just froze. What I did want to mention as well here, GDRX is going to be in watches. Axio reports that President Trump's going to be announcing a launch of the Trump RX website on Thursday night. He is set to make an announcement at 7 p.m. This reportedly could be said announcement. So again, GDRX on watch. Once I have my computer in a state where I can show and look at things, I will keep you posted.
All right, so we'll get through those computer problems. And this is another name, Robinhood. Talk about that. That's
Yeah, Robinhood got destroyed
like
too.
7% today. Like, I can't believe I'm using the word another, but it's been really like absolutely destroyed. That one was epic, man. You gapped through it all the way to 9.
He's right about that.
And so nasty movement over there for Robinhood and Bitcoin. They're following each other again. So yeah, there's a few IPOs appearing in my ear today. Not a good day to IPO.
Yeah, brother. Everything's following Bitcoin, my man.
What the something $10.
It's called Cantor Equity Partners. I don't know anything about it. It's CEPS. It's not very big. It's only $100 million. It's $100 million open at this. So I don't. Is this a stack? Yeah, it's gotta be a stack because it's exactly $10. So this feels like a bad day for a stack, but it's indicating it's going to open above $10. But here, like, it indicated open $10. Again, I haven't even looked at this one today.
$4.95 on open door.
Stacks. Remember the other day I was telling you there's a stack every single day? There's 2 of them today. Cantor Equity Partners and Hennessy Capital Investment. I think it's like the 4th and 5th stack.
$4.96.
I don't do Hennessy anymore. Not after. I don't really do. The Yak was, everybody's got that one drink that they don't do anymore. It's the Yak for me. But
75 for now.
it was I had a very good evening after my last exam at university. Let's just put it that way. It was a lot of fun.
9.7.
Oh wow, ARM, really? Okay.
Need to get back to $5.
ARM. It's up 5%. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, trading earning names day of is crazy.
Exactly, because it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to make sense. It's now up at $110, up 5 points. What's Qualcomm doing while all this is happening in ARM?
We talked about that.
Yeah, still down 8%. But it's bouncing, so Qualcomm's moving as well. I'm still in this ZSL. It's not really. Like it's breaking the high, but it's not falling down either. So I'm kind of in wait mode. Like the scalp trade is completed to the high. Either we break the top. I don't see an entry point. There's no dip buy sitting out there. So I'm just kind of waiting for it to break out the high and see if it can go any further. So maybe silver is going to go. But IBIT's starting to make a bit of a turn as Bitcoin. Well, we said if Bitcoin breaks trend, that could be the signal. This could be the first green on the 15-minute. That could definitely be the start of a little bit of a something for this market. Only down 1 1/3%. I know it feels worse than the NASDAQ, but only down 1 1/3. When you look at all these crypto names getting smashed and some of these growth names getting smashed, it does feel like a more than 2% down day sometimes in momentum wise.
Oh yeah. All right, so we'll get stopped out at half of it, which is fine, man. It's been a good trade for us here today on Google. But I mean, no surprise again. Like once again, we write down 316 right there for Google long. And all it does is just hold 316 for about a half hour and then rip to 319. So a good trade there. I hope you guys are taking in some of those levels on that kind of a play right now. And we were looking at it. I mean, we were literally down here saying, I'm thinking that we should be going long. We didn't do it. So, the spidey senses are still working quite nicely. And we've been having an absolutely great month. So we'll just keep on that. I mean, it's only the 5th day right now. We should have been short silver. We wrote down short silver 71. So why I'm buying 70s, I don't know. But that's a nice move down for silver and still going lower, as I see Neil has. Obviously, he's been having it for a while. So there it goes, breaking lower right now on SLV. This could have been like an absolute month maker for sure down there. All right, Apple. I saw Apple, like I know we have that low there on Apple, but I'm almost thinking that this is the same kind of a trade that we just saw on Google in and around this 275. It does wash down into 275.25s there. So if that happens again, let's try to take that along and then see if Apple wants to do a Google basically and hold it. I still am going to go a little more short on that name if it does on Google. If it does get to that 320 area, I don't mind looking at that. So that'll be the next sort of level for me there. Would be to look at a Google short up near 320, just because that's technically sort of where we've been bouncing off of on the high side. So we do know that that's going to be a break short. This would be break like 315.50, but for right now, it's not definitely not giving me short vibes there on Google. But we got to wait just a minute before it gets there back up to the upside. Yeah, so everything's pretty bad right now. I think you might want to fade out on any IBIT pump up right now, just in case there is a move here for Bitcoin back to the upside. But we just tried to get to the 50 period and then whoops the daisies one more time. So that's starting to fall back in there for IBIT now. So that looks like it wants to break. The next trade for me is looking like it's going to be this Apple down here at 275.25. So it's coming back in. Let's try a little bit in the 30s. There we go. We now have it. Then we can see about getting lows now, and then we'll just go from there, man. Here comes Google. Here comes Apple straight into our 275 area. If it breaks down below, then we can get out. We'll give this a heartbeat, but the market falling back in. Let's see if Apple does its dance one more time here. We're on this name. We're long right now at 13s.
And ARM is finally breaking this trend line. It's actually happening. We get the confirmation. The problem here is it tempted to before and didn't close underneath. So I do have to give it that sort of patented entry of closing under trend. There's plenty of room to the downside if we're going to continue to go lower. Finally broke out the lows on silver and the highs on ZSL. So patience ends up working out. I just took the first push up. I took a leg out because now we're kind of up into the ether. There's no levels. Really, there's no levels that are big unless you got to go way back. And come on, start filling. There we go. Now it's filling. So once we get past, now it just fills in too far. So once we get past the 95 zone, you've got a gap to about 3 to 303 on ZSL. So we're into that gap. So I've taken the last leg out, and then we wait for us to press through 3. So this one just sort of continues to work. And hymns, my goodness. What goes up must come down. Yeah, it is almost red. Even the stock that was like if there was a single parabolic runner this morning, it was basically him. Unless there's something I missed, and I know we didn't go over that SUUN stock, but I looked at the thing. It's down 6%, so it doesn't count either. So him's giving up all of its gains, and then this was the one. I don't know this name, but it was. A bunch of people were putting this one into our stock visualizer, SUUN. Well, I can't imagine why. Why are there 44 people that were putting this name into our visualizer today? Unless they were short. Congratulations if you happen to be short this, or basically anything at this moment.
Is tanking, people saying right now.
I thought Intel might get to VWAP on that last little push, but it has held-ish that trend line. Like this trend from here, from the first initial bounce, it is sort of holding on if I draw a steeper trend line. I might try it again off the 48 level, but it's still
rough day in the markets. Let me know what you guys are trading. How you feeling? How you doing? Hope you guys are up. Good luck out there. I'm gonna grab another cup of coffee and I'll be back. Man, just continuing to sell off.
Look out below. You want inventory. If Intel loses 47, game over, man. Like aliens, almost like aliens too, but it's just aliens.
Aliens.
Gotta hold the line.
It's alien, and then aliens.
Okay. Oh, alien and aliens. Okay.
Bill Paxton. Interesting. He was one of my favorite characters in that movie. Like he keeps it real. Like he's that dude who he's a Marine, but he's not actually acting like he's a Marine in that movie. Straight up is. He acts how a normal person would act in that situation, which is absolutely scared-ishless. Like, he's not even remotely brave. He just tells it exactly like it is. Like, this situation is messed up and we are all going to die. Like any reasonable human being would say, regardless of their training. I don't give a damn what weapons you have.
Oh boy, yeah, man. I don't want to. That would be interesting if we ever saw something like that come in our lifetime.
I'm faster than the guy next to me. In that moment, like I'll save my family, but outside of that, I'm running. And plus two, just nukes. What's the point of having a big old ship with nukes on it? You don't have to risk anything. It's like imagine you could make a trade, risking essentially nothing with the same upside, or you could risk 100% of your capital for the same upside. That's what they were doing in that film. And every time people make a risk decision like that in real life, it just bugs the crap out of me. It makes no sense. Just take the low risk option.
I'm trying to take some low risk options here on trading, and right now, just relatively.
Got some sun. SUNN or SUUN.
Sort of said like, oh man, we missed that bottom on the Qs, and now it's coming back.
It's down
so
6%.
Let's try it there. See if we can get some actionable trades now. We'll go light early and see what happens late. All right, so here's. I just took some more out here at 316, whatever these prices are basically right now. 316.30s, 40s. We took another bid there because we've seen it hold. Apple does not. Apple was fine. We went in and out of Apple there. I don't know if you guys were able to see. In, out on the drop down, and now of course it starts ripping back to the upside. So we're just going to be careful with it. That's fine because we do have the Qs, which might not matter. I mean, Apple's been strong here at 275. I think if we're going to play the long, maybe it's just better to be patient. It's 1050 actually. I didn't even realize this. How late is? I was going to say like maybe we need to wait until it gets later in the day, but it's actually already pretty late right now. So we do have the trade on the Qs. We're looking to get a little longer if we do come into there. But
11 o'clock is late.
The money talks. Let's go figure out what's going on here with lunch. Yesterday's lunch, I already talked about it. The chicken was for me was well under, and there wasn't too much taste on the jerk, but that's okay. Today we're saved.
An hour into the trading session is late to them.
Today,
I don't get what like some of the shit they say.
The Qs, so that's nice. Let's see if it can hold itself back up to the upside there on the TQQs. But what's for lunch today, Sharif? You may be impressed. I don't know. It's beef bolognese. So we've had that numerous times. There's seasoned veg, chef's choice salad. Pretty simple lunch here today. I think it'll be okay. Of course, by the time you get back from the gym, it's cold. I'll reheat it, throw it on the salad, have a little, I don't know, pasta with side salad there. Should be okay. It doesn't say Caesar. It says chef's choice salad. So,
I'm the only one that doesn't like Caesar salad around here. So
yeah. So
everyone else is happy with salad.
We'll see where it comes in. I just saw what yesterday's or tomorrow's is. So,
well, I have a bad feeling about.
Well, I'm not going to give. I'm not going to give it.
No,
because if I start throwing up, then everybody will know what it is.
No, I have a bad feeling. I already have a bad feeling about tomorrow because I feel like it's.
Yeah, always on Fridays.
If we haven't had a certain something, then you know it's coming. We haven't had it this week, you know we're going to have it. And if you haven't been watching every single day, you have no idea what we're talking about, but tune in tomorrow and you'll be able to find out. I'm back into Intel, so bunch you in the chat. No, I really wish 1320 Wolf said it was that crispy, crunchy chicken. Like, they did fried chicken again, I'd be very happy. The biscuits were pretty solid too when they did that. If we get back to these again, I'd be happy. But I'm back into Intel and the short side of the trade. The only thing that would give me some pause here is look at IBIT. Look at Bitcoin bounce. Like, this is definitely broken trend. But let's see what happens when you get to VWAP Bitcoin. So I don't know.
Yeah, Bitcoin.
Like, I'm not giving any extra room over into that Intel trade because Bitcoin is finally making a push back into the long weighted average price. And the other name that I'm watching all of a sudden is BMNR, which is down more, which I'm always reminded. And technically not looking very good for BMNR. Obviously, ETH is still, I shouldn't have said obviously ETH is still under 2,000, but I just checked, it's still under 2,000. And as long as that's true, if there's no trade on Bitcoin, I think ETH holding under 20,000 gives you a BMNR trade. I don't know why.
BMNR moment.
Say it slowly so I don't bubble that one. Okay, there's a different IPO. I got it wrong. There is something that isn't a SPAC I just heard in my ear. Shoot, I missed it. FPS, Forgent Power Solutions. Okay, so this is an actual IPO, not a SPAC. Forgent. Okay. Forgent Power Solutions. Must be on the New York, not the NASDAQ. Currently indicating a 27.50 open. Here, I'll just do it. 27.50 tap. Looks like it was priced at $27. No plans on trading this. Why? Because I've never heard of it. I don't know if Origin Power Solutions, I'm guessing not a lot of people have, but it is a very big size. $1.5 billion for FPS. That's a good size. So the volume might be pretty solid on that and liquidity, but right now it's indicating 50 cents higher than the actual issue price. That's not exactly exciting. Like, I want to see height over,
Because that one's 38. What was the last one? York Systems?
YSS.
Yeah, so that one came with some pretty good hype as well. And it didn't, to your point, it didn't get going.
I'm not touching this one
until later. So
there might be trades on it after the open, but not the opening print.
Right.
I'm not feeling it. That's better.
Okay, let's go over. We only have 5 minutes. Oh, before we go here, I just want to say what's up to Danny's boy with the super chat here. He says, cue the theme from Jaws on tomorrow's lunch. You have to wait to see. You may be on to something right there. Awesome right there. We stay tuned for tomorrow's lunch, and we'll get that tomorrow. But today, beef plays. All right, it's a Daryl, Brett. See that?
Sorry for the delay there. Guys, the computer is working with me, so we're going to quickly go through Sector Watch and Money Talks. We'll start here with Sector Watch. This is right across the board. There's not a lot of green to speak of. I will point out consumer non-durables relative strength, as Sean mentioned earlier. Health tech relative strength as well, despite an 8% drop in Eli Lilly, so we're pretty much giving up its entire move up on earnings. Then you've got communications also strong here, along with some of these distribution plays. Take a look at the US dollar. DXY here on watch. We did get some economic data today that we weren't initially scheduled to get today. Dual stop openings moved from Tuesday to today because of the shutdown, but these dual stop openings coming in well below estimate, 6.542 million versus forecast of 7.25 million. The previous print of 7.146 million. Now, tomorrow morning, we're no longer going to be getting that NFP. That's been moved to later in the month, just again because of the shutdown. But tomorrow, we are going to be getting University of Michigan consumer sentiment. And guys, we are expecting here sentiment 55, lower than the previous print of 56.4. Either way, this dollar keeps pushing higher past that prior level of support at the end of the year. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, the dollar is a problem here for sure. Yes, we have to thank you and their comment. All right, so Google going lower. I mean, we're taking more bids here at 316. That's it for me. I don't have any more bids until 316 flat, and then I have a 312. So that's how much I think this is potentially breaking lower on Google, especially if this market gives it up. And we're going to take one swing here on the TQs today at this level. We took it already here. We're going to try it right down into there. We're going to see if we can hold 47.10 or so, Randy, for the TQQs, and we'll see if it can get going now as the NASDAQ. And we'll leave you guys only 2 more minutes. Randy, it's beef bolognese today. Yeah. All right, so $1.70, sorry, 1.7% down on the NASDAQ. And today, remember I was telling you, like, the bleed is real all over the place. So now you're down 1.45 on the basket of 500 stocks on the S&P 500. So these are the top 100 NASDAQ stocks, down 1.7%, being led by, of course, everything in chipland. And the ES not getting help today by financials as they're getting clubbed back down there to the downside. So it's a nice little downside play for JP Morgan. Was down to 308 when I last looked, now 307. So its lows 306. I mean, when do you see JP Morgan down 3%? You don't see that down too often, down 3%. So yeah, things not getting better before they're getting worse around here. And then even Uber, I thought was catching a bid. Now it looks like it is. So Uber is the one name that at least is somewhat green here. There's other names, but like
there's a few.
There's a few other names, but here we go again. TQ's trying to get going upside down.
Yeah, we're starting to head a little bit of a bounce, but I just want to show this trade is going to finally break. On the 15-minute, ZSL is testing the trend, but on over here, it is breaking through. So once we lose 84, I'm going to jump out of that trade for good. There's no update on that IPO, that FPS. I feel like I'm going to try to find out a bit more about them because it is a large size, but it's still the same thing, $27.50. If it opens up and it's interesting, I'm sure the boys will cover it on the midday. If you're just guessing at when this thing might open, typically anything with any decent size on an IPO hasn't opened up until you're eating your lunch. So after between 12 and 1:30, again, I'm not terribly excited about it. Intel, I think small range into the low of the day is going to be a bit of a plan of action. And what cannot seem to stop is ARM. ARM is again through the highs. Yeah, this is something, there's something about this that just doesn't feel right. I've stared it down, I've seen it, and then I'm like, okay, here we go. We're gonna break down here, and it doesn't. It just immediately catches the bid. It's at the high of the day up 5%. Bit of a surprise into a weak market that at one point when we were doing the aftermarket show, there is no question ARM was the most disappointing name out there. There's no question about it. It was worse than Qualcomm. And all of a sudden, this is now one of the strongest names in the market. So the buy the dip is alive, at least in one place. So it's 11 o'clock, guys. We're going to have our beef bolognese. And
we've got a big winner here on the futures. So let's just go back to the futures quickly. Big win there off the low. Here we go, man. We'll turn this one hopefully green. And we do get our Google bid at 316 as well. So that came right in there one more time to 316. So yeah, man, trade carefully. It's the midday madness. It's 11:01 right now. You guys owe us 1 minute. All right. Thanks for the great show. We'll see you guys very, very soon.
Peace.
They show this is your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And blood is in the streets. It's all over my monitors. There's red everywhere. Good morning, guys. Let's say hello to everybody. Thank you, Katina Manny. Passing me a napkin to clean up the blood. Shout out to Jesse. We got Jacques. We got Emiliam. All right, it's going moving too fast. Mr. Leahy, Brinklawn. We got Wendy's Tendies. I love that one. I do like the Tendies. Zamora, Boomstick. Not broomstick, Joey. Boomstick. New RTR player. Shout out to Omar Coop something. Bitter Brick Brendan, I should say. John Tantrum. Shout out to Nerd Affiliated. Roger. We got Jack of Art. We got RJ Trades. And Mike P. We got Greg Moore. Who else, man? If you're new, throw your name in the chat. Greg. RJ NKO. The jumpiest monkey. Grandmother's Garden, Sit and Spin. We got James Cook. Shout out to Amori Moret. All right, sorry, I'm butchering some of these. Robert Lewis. We got Eddie Chow. Shout out to Paul Goodson and Eclectic Passions. Cheers, love. Eddie the Dealer. We got Garrett Morris Drummer. Shout out to my man there. Who else? Let's see. Let's go down a little bit here. FX Options. We got Stone Broke since yesterday. I think I read that one out yesterday, and it made me laugh. PC Hoon joining us as well. Joseph Options?
Yeah.
Did you clean up the blood on your side of the street there?
Yeah,
or like,
I'm gonna go clean up here, man. We're locked in, ready to rock and roll. Somebody in the other chat was like, "Hey, you gotta check in. Is Joey Options okay?"
He's fine, bro.
Yeah. He's obviously being sarcastic and stuff. Joey Smooth, why not? I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Yeah, a lot of bleeding here going on today, and I think it's going to continue for a little bit longer, man. A couple more months of this. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Get ready for this. I appreciate that, Jack of Art. All right, guys, let's get right into what we are trading. Frank Trades, thank you. And that is going to be Silk. Damn, this thing, I didn't even look at that for quite some time. Down 14%.
Bleeding.
In SLV. Oh, man, what would you rather be in at the top of Bitcoin or at the top on silver? I don't know, some tough stuff there, guys. All right, but long from 6.767 all the way up to 70s 007. Shout out to James Bond. So nice to meet you. In all seriousness,
might have found a bottom there. 147.
Like, hey, just
bought a few shares there. 147. SUN.
This morning was to just take a move back to
MSTR still tanking.
And then maybe a little bit more.
Money.
Enough to take advantage of that. Right now, I have no read on this market. Right now, I don't know if we're going to take an additional.
Dang. Well, I hope you're doing good other than that, Mike. Good to see you, brother.
Sit on our hands. But as for the 1 minute time frame, guys, I seen this right out of the gate. I'm like, this is my.
It is chilly here. It's rainy, gloomy, chilly.
Back into it, and we'll go over some of the other names.
Yeah, I got the heat cranked up and still can't get warm.
Down. And if we go over to the HTF, the higher time frame, I was thinking, is today going to be the day where we fill a little bit of this gap? That hasn't been the case so far. But nonetheless, see this hammer candle right here? Right below some key support levels, you have that pre-market base being formed. I see this print. I'm like, all right, wait for the pullback. We get involved, and we are fortunate enough to take this move all the way up to $70. All right, enough is enough. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin continuing to bleed here. It's not looking too good, and I'm not going to try to call a bottom or.
I mean, there's other words they could be saying.
The lowest price is going to be on this thing. I have absolutely no idea. It can go to a level that you would never imagine, and people are like, oh my God, the sky's absolutely falling. No, that's not necessarily the case. So we have the TQQs, SPY, Silver, Robinhood. We did get that rally right out of the gate, but unfortunately, we get back the majority of that move and then some. So not too good of a look there on Robinhood. Now cut in half.
Business pretty much Bitcoin.
Mark high. Not a good look whatsoever.
Yeah, for sure.
Right now,
yeah, if they got a bunch of Bitcoin.
What I'm thinking right now in the overall market.
What do you think?
Could this just be a consolidation phase before we take an additional lower sweep? I don't know, but time will tell, and I'm going to be ready to take advantage of it.
All right, man. Look, guys, I hate to keep repeating kind of the same phrase, but the
then don't.
Slim, man, in the world of small cap gappers, there isn't much. I feel like I'm grasping at straws here. CISS, the one I'm looking at right now, and quite frankly, the fact that this is the best of the bunch is probably more telling us the weakness in the world of small cap gappers, at least, for the ones that I trade. Anyway, where's the IWM at? Yeah, over 1%. In fact, to be honest, the IWM is the best performing major average on the day, only down 1%. Everything else bleeding a bit more. It's got some VWAP support here locally. I'm not very happy with the lower highs, whether you're looking on the 1 minute time frame, the 5, it really doesn't make a difference. The lower highs here are still dominant.
Kelly B back up to 800% though. KELYB if you're into that.
It's right at it right now with that 218.
Bunch of other weird names up.
Having done about 60.5 million shares on the day. So this one is one I'm certainly watching. LIMN, I believe we were looking at this one yesterday as well. Sorry, and I got to apologize ahead of time, guys. You're going to get blackouts a bunch of time here on these charts as they still are acting up. This one also suffering from a very similar affliction, which is, a
Sirius XM's up.
I'd like something
10%.
above $1.85. I think that probably breaks this area of resistance here that we have in the low 180s, 182, 183, yada, 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 something in and around that level. We also have higher lows on this bad boy, so you do have a bit of a compression pattern, but on days like this, when we're very, very weak with follow-throughs, I'm not going to assume that the compression pattern is going to go in the direction of the trend, which is obviously to the upside, being up 25%. You're going to see some names on there that are not small cap gappers. Obviously, ZSL, we've been trading this one successfully for the past little while. This is an inverse levered silver ETF. And then you're going to see other ETFs as well. Levered ETF, MSTZ, QBTZ, and PLTZ. Obviously, MSTZ is an inverse MicroStrategy.
Could be a bouncy bounce coming
ETF.
for this one.
QBTZ, same thing. Quantum, I think it's, which one is this? Because there's so many of them, man. QBTSX, yeah, D-Wave. And then PLTZ obviously is an inverse lever.
Yeah, for sure.
Palantir ETF. But you're going to see Polestar on there. This hot garbage.
China's got
still is up on the day because they got some money. They got about 4.
So there's like
trading a little
kind of like 2 parts to it, right? Or there's probably multiple parts to it, right? But China's got the production part of it down pat. So like whenever you think about AI, like robotics, like they're going to be able to pump out and produce way more robots than Tesla and because that's it. That's the only company that's going to be doing it. You think China's not already making robots? Yeah, they already got the factory and stuff down. And then we are better at like the
Volvo reported earnings
like Chat GPT type stuff, like the data centers. Like I think we're gonna have more data centers, and then they're gonna have like the production part of it. Still, I don't think we're gonna beat them at producing anything.
You've seen the cars, you know what I'm talking about. So that's it. I'm not.
Yeah, exactly, Mike. Yeah, they got way more bigger stockpile than us. That's why critical mineral stocks, like American critical mineral stocks, they're down too, and they really shouldn't be. Like they should be getting bought up right now.
Like I'm in no rush.
You don't have a whole lot of them,
So trading. I know we like seeing us putting on trades, but sometimes we just got to take a step back and digest what the market is telling us, and that's not getting involved with everything all the time.
That's why Trump's moving forward with the stockpile, American stockpiling of critical minerals and stuff, because we got to do something. We're not going to be able to beat them at it, but if we don't start stockpiling, then we're not going to have anything.
bigly in the money, 12%, and calming. Nice work there, brother. We also have a super chat from our boy there, our boy. Please, Dojumier. All right, Joey, I'm up 200. I butchered that probably for sure. I'm up 275% on my MS3. Our put $127 expiring tomorrow. But February 3rd, what would you do? Close them or run them for the earnings?
Bullish on chip stocks, nice.
And we had this.
Yeah, I hear you there.
Talking a little bit. Said, hey man, if you have a
yeah, I think that's a good play. I like chip stocks too.
For running. And who was it? Oh man, it wasn't Bobbin.
Definitely.
It was He's like, Joe, man, what happened? I had these silver.
I think I read an article this morning actually that Raspberry Pi, you know, the Raspberry Pi technology, used to be, or I guess it's still in the you know, like other devices. I forgot what it's called, like Dolphin or whatever it was. Like people were using to hack into like gas pumps and stuff, like cheap devices, you know, like with the Raspberry device, with the Raspberry software in it. Even when it comes to like games, like it comes to like arcade games, like you could get the Raspberry Pi for like $20 and upgrade your systems. Like, so like that's getting more expensive. Now they're like not like cheap anymore. Apparently, from what I'm hearing, like Raspberry Pi is increasing their prices. And all the prices are gonna start, you know, keep increasing. So none of this stuff's gonna get cheaper.
If you go back into the history of Bitcoin, you have these dramatic pullbacks, right? Like the market is dramatic. You go on these obscene runs, and then sure enough, you get that equal and opposite reaction where things get really crazy, and everybody's like, "Oh my god!" So I didn't understand him when he's grabbing 3,000 there, 5,000 there, blah blah. It's like, dude, why don't you be a little bit more patient? And I don't know why I'm talking book or telling him what to do. He obviously has substantially more money than I just didn't understand it.
SanDisk.
Nonetheless, be patient. If you have those riders, let it run. I don't think there's anything really positive he can say. We got one trade that's on SLV from 6.7 all the way up to 70.32. And by all means, risk profile was really tight, guys. I was risking about 40 cents there, and I didn't take any profit until $1.60 in the money.
Yeah, that's an expensive stock.
We were trading this one relatively good. We popped
They're
off
doing good though.
right there, a little bit more, and then eventually we get stopped out. This is Danny Boy, and then we get stopped out 5% of our remaining position. $10 super chat. They're coming in.
And they're coming in fast and furious, Joey.
Sailor will be like.
I grabbed some power bank today, solar stock.
I don't know
exactly. Yeah.
But pretty much just to
you know what, Jeff,
keep an eye on.
Looking at the data today. And when you were gone,
Amazon report after the bell. Google had great quarter.
Routinely retraces.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. We did.
Yeah, I put a video out before I went live about Snapchat. Right here, they beat earnings and down 11%. It's ridiculous. That's what I bought with the extra funds I freed up. I just went and grabbed some Snapchat. I think it's cheap here. And it doesn't matter what good news you have. Like everything's down.
The company had a few stock splits since then, and then had a merger in the 90s. Any advice about old stock certificates? Well, unfortunately, I wasn't born in '67. I wasn't for a while. And then in the 90s, so I still wasn't even born yet at that time. So not much I can really say about that.
Yeah, I wasn't born in the 60s either.
Yeah.
Despite, the fact that I'm old. But yeah, I wasn't around then.
Yeah, we weren't around then.
I wasn't around then, Joey. All right, I've weaseled into ZSL. It's showing good trend over here, higher lows. Didn't quite, breach 80. Breach 80. But there were a couple of bottoming tail candles into that 80 penny area, which showed me some buying. So let's see if this one wants to trend back up. ZSL, the one I'm in at 83, showing me 84 is looking at taking some prints into the high. But that hot garbage, Polestar into the high of the day, 1635. This hot garbage is up 26 1/3. And I can call it hot garbage because I've been holding it in my personal account for many years. Okay, I think going almost 2 years now, or a year and change.
Dang.
But yeah, good bull flag continuation.
Go long much?
A couple bull flags here. The initial one there right at 9:30. The second one breaking out at around 10 o'clock. And there's your flat top break through 15 and 4/5 into 16 and a third. So not a bad look there. Telling me, Sharif, I like CSS at around 210. I was like, well,
last year market tanked on, tears, rip back. Yeah. If you've been watching the market,
with this downtrend, and this downtrend is going to have to break before
This should not be surprising. I just thought we had a little bit more time. I knew we would crash, but man,
so that's what I'm looking at. But hey, you're getting great breakouts.
Like
right
it
now
shouldn't be a
both.
surprise. We've been here before.
MSTZ, QBTZ, PLTZ, they all got into the highs. It's so awkward for me to say Z. Yeah, PLTZ now. I got to say Z. But anyway, 2641 on MSTZ, QBTZ, and PLTZ as well, all into the highs. They just got into the highs right now. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Somebody in the chat nicely was able to point out another small cap gapper. This one is south of a dollar. In fact, south of half a dollar. But it is up 68% on the day, and it's showing good technicals.
Let's go. Big green candle for open door.
Of course, I'm talking.
Let's get it.
XTKG.
Giddy up.
Seems to be finding some support at 44 pennies. However, the downtrend is still unbroken over here, so we'll wait until that downtrend gets broken. Otherwise, guys, the pickings are slim, man. I keep saying it, but I'm not going to jump into this one as well. LIMN, I'm looking for a 185 clearance, and that gets me into the trade. Otherwise,
big green candle
to these inverse ETFs here off the 10 EMA. As you can see, without exception, they all have been quite respectful
it'd be nice.
That 10 EMA on the 5.
Just launch past
$5, except for
$5.
that one candle at 10.50 that breached it.
Let's go. Shit. 498.
I'm going to get into one of these, man. I mean, if there's really nothing to trade, in the world of small cap gappers, we'll get into these bad boys. And I'll be routinely looking at my scanner above, and as I always ask for you guys to kind of
$5.499.
other set of eyes. If there are any small cap gappers that are really doing volume, ideally above $1, breaking out above the volume weighted average price, above the pre-market high, I'd love to know about them. Commodity King is telling me
just need a little bit of good news. A little bit of green would go a long way.
11 2/3% on the day, so that right away makes it untradeable for me. Just everything.
Now AI bubble talk should go away now that we had a mini crash. Yeah, exactly.
But what we can do is
hopefully good news from here. Hopefully this is hopefully market bounces, man. But that's asking a lot on Friday on a Friday. You know, we might go down even more Friday, but hopefully we bounce next week because
there it is.
These past 2 weeks really have been brutal.
South of that $26.
It's been brutal, but you know, if you've been here, if you've been watching the market, this should be no surprise. You know, we've seen this movie before. Just got to hang in there. It's 90% psychological.
So we'll go 75 penny holds. It lose that. It loses the 10. I'll set up again if it's warranted. But for now, we're gonna just kind of steer clear. Of
most stocks recover, most stocks go back up.
We're already taking prints. Let's go ahead and set up
502 now for open door.
And then we're going to go into the teens as well. What's the plan if this reverses?
Jet AI still hanging out down here at that 17 cents. Could be bouncing here.
But it's also having trouble here with 26. Right above 26, it goes into 5s. Looking for continuation now on this bad boy. Where am I set up? I think I'm set up at 7s, by the way. I'm set up in the teens.
Selling off a little bit.
Let's go ahead and with the beak in the mid.
We could just stay at $5 for open.
QBTZ as well, coming into an important area of support. I'm talking about the 10 EMA on the 5. This one's on the NQ, whereas MSTZ is on the MX. Just lost $16. QBTZ into the 10 EMA though. We're going to give this one a try, and we're going to do the same thing. 75 pennies, we're out. Oh, this one is.
But yeah, if you guys want to smash that thumbs up, man, it's free, helps the channel out. Subscribe.
TT Mass saying
join the club, you guys. Doesn't cost anything. Just talk about stocks we like. Share ideas with each other. Got some giveaways planned for y'all.
We're gonna get stopped at a ZSL. We're close. So ZSL looks like it's headed back down to the volume weighted average price. That's fine. I'm in the appropriate amount of
maybe next week.
So I'm going to cancel my stop on this, and we're going to look at getting a little bit more over here. What do we have? 83s. Okay. All right, we're going to take that. Man, I was watching Sebastian Malis. How did you say Maniscalco or Maniscalco? He's like some of the noises he makes when he's like trying to acquiesce his wife's like demands, like
I watched the Mike Epps comedy the other day.
You did, eh?
Yeah, the guy.
You were saying,
Yeah, he's hilarious. I think he's some of his stuff.
We were talking about Friday.
Same sense of humor, right? Like you get that dry humor. I was gonna say that TLP. I love that spell ring.
BBAI now down 7%, $4.19. It's just Snapchat down 10%.
Hey man, congratulations.
Open Doors, the only thing here for me that could go green. Everything else is down 7% or more. LAC down 7%. SUUN down
I'm
7%.
gonna say, but initials MM. Do you play with him? Maybe I would recognize you or something along those lines. Who knows? That super chat. We got here.
CVNA.
There, brother, didn't we? Oh,
Nice, bro. I hope you do well on that one.
On RKLZ.
Jet AI now down to
That's
166.
the inverse there for Rocket Lab. So he's saying going long Rocket or going short Rocket Lab is the play, says Papacito. Good luck there, and good luck there, TLP. Yo, aside from this, guys, we're going to clear up some of our chart here. I do understand that we have some wicks. We're going to try to eliminate those as much as we possibly can and try to get involved a little bit more here in the overall market, as we are starting to form a base. And the leg that I was talking about, the market potentially taking, doesn't seem to be the case. Nice VPA signal.
It's popping. CV Carvana, man.
That base at 47.11 on the T triple Qs. Do you want to be buying the top end of this range? I don't think so.
Dang.
So if it does come back in, you get that chopping price action, then sure enough, what I would look to do is post up at the lower end of the range. That way you can increase your risk to reward, and you don't need such a vast range in order to know when you are going to be wrong. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be looking for on the T triple Qs. Silver's on its way up. I said potential gap filled here, or even entering the gap that would put up around $67 to $80. I think that could totally happen here today. It's still lots of time, but more or less of a slow grind. Gorb and I were talking about, hey, the momentum really needs to cool down, and then we're going to be able to find some quality opportunities, in my opinion. Am I going to be going long Bitcoin? Probably not. Not at this point right here.
Let's go, Open Door.
Quite some time since I've been trading this from an intraday perspective, guys. You've seen that. Love the patience, says Spyro. That's what it's all about right now. And Stock Ed says, look at the rate hike estimate for the U.S. on poly market. The JOLTS reported at 25 basis points cut, surging currently. All right, I haven't looked at poly market in quite some time, but let's pull up. Let's do a little bit more data editing here so we can keep those wicks out of our way and get cleaner reads. But aside from that, guys, it's more or less, hey, how are you doing? How's your trading session going? Let's get everybody involved here in the chat. It's going to be simple. It's going to be red or green. You know how you do it. Put your red or greens in the chat to see what I can get up here to see how this session is going thus far for everyone. A little red, that's great. MF Dangerous says, you've seen us put that green, either or. You can put a symbol or whatever you would like, but everybody, let's get involved. Kind of just continuously go back and forth and see how everybody's feeling about this market right now. Sharif's active. I'm not so active right now, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm getting stopped out of silver. It broke VWAP. Let's see if this one has just wicked below VWAP or what its situation is, because it did it before, but I don't want to have to guess. I'd just rather get out, and then if it reclaims the volume at average price, I'll get in. This is what I'm talking about right there. Right around 10 o'clock, there was a whole bunch of bottoming tail candles that breached VWAP, whatever, found support, what looks to be the 50 exponential. If it retraces above VWAP and shows me that green candle to make a new high, I'll get right back into ZSL. But I don't want to keep DCAing in case, it turns. And then I'm just caught holding back. So 0 for 1 to start the day. We're keeping an eye here on MSTZ. I'm trying to build a position into the $0.50 on this one. Got 81s. It's showing me 74. So I'm a little out of the money, but I'm building my position slowly on this. So let's see what MSTZ has to offer. It's got 26.41. It's kind of a double top. I don't want to say double top.
Oracle is
lows,
sad
so
story.
exactly,
I remember
a
stock went up.
Neckline that we can break through at the moment. So let's see if we
Really?
can
Yeah. I haven't looked at Oracle lately.
Some orders now that I didn't mean to add there, but that's fine.
Open Door now my only green stock.
And take some out at 85, and then we'll throw some in as well into the high 80s. There it goes, right back into 80. Bottoming tail candle forming on the 5 now on MSTZ. Let's see if this one's got the juice to get back into 26-ish. There it goes. 82s, 83s, showing up 84s. Not bad, not bad. Looking for continuation. We're in the money now.
Yeah, this is rough.
We're not printing or anything like that, so we'll keep apps on that. LIMN as well. Oops.
Yeah, Oracle shouldn't be this far down. Like they just bought TikTok, right? Don't they own TikTok now?
This is that 182, 183 range, that flat top area.
$140 is a joke.
Since 10:35 this morning.
Like a lot of this market is a joke. It's just following Bitcoin.
A little above VWAP.
Didn't they just have earnings too? Like who cares?
VWAP here on LIMN is the line of best fit as opposed to any area of support or resistance. And quite frankly,
But they lose money. Who cares?
Basically saying, I want to say
Price target lowered to $285 from $342. So yeah,
then we break structure on LIMN.
That's
it's already feeling like it could be a flat top break.
Not that
Higher lows. All the while we're keeping that same area top.
It's ridiculous, man. This market makes no sense.
On that one. Now, one way you could
everything should not be following Bitcoin, but it does.
Your beak wetter, right? 184, 185, whatever.
Yeah, they borrow tons of money, like everybody. So, welcome to the party.
There's a decided clearance of that level. Going back now to MSTZ.
Oracle just bought TikTok. They got nothing to worry about.
Into that $0.50. This is the area where I want to build a position, Joey. So I'm going to send it to you so I can throw some stuff.
Absolutely. What's this guy's name here? Something drop the dump, whatever, the pump. Yeah, man. Hey, I told you I already have my one trade here today. So until I see something with a higher quality setup, this is my trade earlier in the morning. Let's get these crosshairs up here. Let's pull it. There we are. So we were in at around 9:34, and we get our last little bit out around 9:23. But we get that move all the way from 67 all the way to 70. And I'm going to wait for some higher quality opportunities. I think if this market's going to go long, I don't want to force anything and get in.
You're going to wait for higher quality opportunities.
It's extremely important, right? So I'm not.
There's a lot of opportunities out there.
Okay with that. Sometimes you don't need to put on multiple trades. Have you ever heard of the situation one and done? I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be my case today. One good trade, right? So that's all you
quit trying to short everything, bro.
Really need at the end of the day. Down 13.5% is SLV. Robinhood right at the volume weighted average.
Yeah, Robinhood's a sad story, Mike. Have you seen Robinhood lately? Wow.
Starting to creep a little bit higher.
Robinhood's like
51, so we'll keep an eye out on that.
Almost back to IPO price. Like it's wild.
Even though there probably isn't many that are performing relatively well.
And yeah, who cares? It's Robinhood. They got nothing to worry about.
Shreve, you know what time it is, brother.
Yeah, sector-wise.
Oh, it is. Yeah, there you go. The top performer is the staples, and we're only down 0.1%. Let's hit this. There we go. Yeah, at least there's the flight to safety. Still a little bit red, but you're not going to cry home or write home about that whatsoever. Consumer staples down 0.1%. Healthcare down a third. Their utilities 0.38%. And then the bottom.
Yeah, SoFi looks good too. I was looking at it earlier.
Down 2%. Energy.
I really like SoFi as a company.
2.4%. Where's the tech sector? A little bit in the middle of the pack. A little south of that, down 1%.
Exposure to crypto.
But let's head over to the week and see how the major averages have been performing. Dow been the best in class so far.
You know what's worse than that? You know what's probably the worst is Circle.
SPY down 2.5%, and then the IWM
or Orbs.
We're gonna head over to the calendar and later on.
ORBS. This thing.
Look at some of the expected
it has like exposure to I think crypto, doesn't it?
IREN reporting strategy.
Orbs is wild.
Roblox, Reddit, Bloom Energy, BE Street.
Oh baby,
there's a lot
down bad.
To the bell, and I'm going to be looking forward to trading that. Oh, this is what so people wanted to ask me. I said, hey, what I usually typically do during earnings season is I just head home a little bit early and I trade the reports. But it's not that complicated of a system. So for everyone who's familiar with the 5-minute orb strategy, whether it be at the open or on earnings report, so essentially what I do is, and what I will do is tomorrow I'll bring
it's pretty rough. $1.22. This was like a.
But you wait for that 5-minute print. If it closes bearish, then you wait for that 5-minute print, and then you
$40 up here is like $30.
You wait for that volatility to
September.
5 minutes. And then
last year when it spiked, like this big spike, oh, you guys can't see it right here. Big spike here, it was like $20, $30.
But it's literally that
all the way up here to 70. Like this big wick all the way up here is like 70 on Orbs, and it's $1.25 right now. It's $1.22.
too early. But
So, like, there's a lot of stocks that have just gotten completely destroyed.
And MSTR are moving up.
That really, I mean, they don't deserve this.
5-minute chart at 1050, the low of which is 25.28. We're at 25.39. I think if we breach that and breach that decidedly, we could be headed to about 24.
Silver was gonna crash. It was moving up like me. Yeah.
Breakout level.
Yeah.
From the pre-market, which was $24. Let's wait to see.
All-time highs, baby.
Stop me up. This is the candle
Gold too.
right here, guys. On the 5-minute chart, that 1050 candle, again, the low of which is 25.28. We're showing 46 now. Let's see if we retrace back above that $0.50. What else we got over here? Didn't Saylor say he's going to buy a zillion BTC at 66? We'll have to hear what he says on the call today, man.
Who gives a shit?
Interesting.
Like, who cares?
Because, you know, the call is at such a critical time when everything is breaking down. Let's find out what the situation is with that.
Let's not, because of speculation.
The options. Let's go. Earnings.
Market's bouncing here. How about that? How about a little positivity? How about like actual factual?
Bloom Energy. What time is their call?
Market could be going green.
Record that. Amazon's calls also at 5 o'clock.
VIX is dropping.
Are they reporting earnings after the bell today? Hey,
Yeah, after the bell, yeah.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
Okay, their earnings calls at 5 o'clock as well. So all those bad boys are at 5 o'clock. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting take. Now, expected move. Plus or minus 10.2%. Something tells me it's going to be minus 10.2. Last time it was up 6%. So that's something to look out there for. So we got Amazon, Fortinet as well with their earnings call at 4:30. Roblox, their call is going to be at 4:30.
Yeah, what's Roblox looking like? They got beat up.
4:30. What else? Affirm 5 o'clock. Wow, we have a lot of interesting earning reports today. After the anything else over here?
It's a good report. Man.
Yeah, exactly. Not one person. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, who cares about one person, brother? Like,
crypto.
MST earnings should certainly be interesting. As Sean and Neil were saying earlier today, this doesn't usually move too much on its report, though again, that expected move does imply there's going to be some type of move, very likely, possibly a drop, as we do have weakness in Bitcoin. Let's talk about BTC here. Bitcoin low here today of 66,500 right now. Bouncing up to 68,000.
It's Roblox.
Daily chart. It's interesting too the extent to which Bitcoin has dropped. We even had Cynthia Lummis, who is of course a pro-crypto senator. She was speaking to Scott Bassett hearing, which I'm going to get more into with regards to crypto in a second. But she said, "Oh, Bitcoin at 75,000 today." She was roughly 9,000 off. I think that shows the extent of the drop that we've had here in BTC. In terms of technical support, we might be coming into some of it here on that 66,000 level, already pushing past that previous high that we made back in March of 2024, that 73,000. That's long gone. So some technical levels to watch out for. Now, back to that hearing here with Scott Bassett, just happening yesterday. He was in front of the House Committee, now he's in front of the Senate Committee, and he's being asked about crypto. Cynthia Lummis, the aforementioned pro-crypto senator, asking about
April 2025.
There is some kind of crypto move happening out in China. They're trying to, I guess, compete with the U.S. in crypto, or trying to get a leg up in crypto within China. Scott Bassett said that he didn't have any proof of that, but he does think that it could potentially be.
Market's bouncing though.
He's also talking about how important it is to get the clarity.
VIX is down 13%.
And it's interesting too. There were some comments made. I forget who exactly was like Scott Bassett or one of the senators, but the idea that people who don't want any kind of crypto legislation in the industry are kind of acting or speaking out of line. Now, we know one person who's been kind of clear about making sure the right legislation gets passed is Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong. So interesting stuff here. If I get anything else here on crypto, I'll keep you posted. But interesting note as we send you back over to Joe and Sharif.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, short the pump, long the dump. Trust me, don't sweat it, brother, whatsoever. Yeah, guys, let's take a look at some other things. I was telling Gaurav in the chat a little bit of I mean, we're not going to correlate anything with the volume right now, just some inverted hammer candles right above the volume weighted average price. If you look to get involved, then you have your risk profile defined. Even though this name is down 50%, I still find it so hard to short it because I do hold somewhat of a bias, even though I should try to eliminate that. But there it goes. You're starting to head a little bit lower there. Back in Robinhood, this thing was as low as $74 earlier today. So,
yeah, Robinhood, man.
Silver looking like
open door popping.
Well. Let's see if we can get that going. Come on,
It's
bro.
up 1%.
Let's see if we can get something.
Let's go open door.
right into the top end of it. So keep
Come
an eye on
on.
SLV. But the Nasdaq starting to recover here, guys. Right back towards the opening price, a little bit north of that. And maybe it's going to continue to climb higher. The street was like, you know what? Pre-market selling. We dumped a little bit here. And this, saying to Hamster One, I said I wouldn't be surprised if we see somewhat of a recovery here today, just because this selling was really
505.
market, and we've already seen consecutive days with aggressive selling in different.
Take us to Boomtown.
47 bottom, and then now we might head towards this previous pivot high around 40, 49, 48. So I'm going to wait for a pullback. Don't forget the downtrend is still fully intact, but once that starts to break, then sure enough, you might be able to find opportunities. And also with the VIX going up as well, too, guys, there's going to be a lot of...
The VIX is going down, bro. What do you mean?
There's going to be a lot of opportunities. The ebbs and flows are going to be there.
All right, man. We're in MSTZ, taking prints to the high side, a little in the money, a little out of the money. Keep getting pushed out because I have really tight stops on this one because, well... It's put in a bottoming tail candle, but it's still an EMA. So that is my concern at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely going down.
As well, as this one is starting to form a base below the volume weighted average price, I'm looking for a curl back into the 280, 285. Then maybe we'll look for that 290 area. I'm going to give these ones a little bit more room.
I mean, it's up 12%, but
or low on this one
right now,
it's a little bit too south for me. Okay, let's go there. All right, perfect. And how many shares? Okay, perfect. There we go. Now
somebody could take that the wrong way. You know what I mean?
LIMN as well move back into the
it's already up. Going up.
This one popped up.
I don't know about that.
All the way back down to 65. Now it's right all the way back up. There's a whole bunch of bamboozlement today. So that's kind of the situation there. I'm seeing Polestar as well continue to trend up, but the volume on this one is really bad. Where's my Polestar? There it is. Volume on this is bad. Like it's not even 500,000 shares so far, about 490,000. So super slow for Polestar today, but it is breaking out. It's just got to the day high, 1669. It's just I can't trade it based upon the spread. So keeping an eye on that. Looking for continuation on both, Joey.
He just likes saying spread.
Stuff, man, where's my boy Mike Peter Ryder? APLD getting some nice volume. Yeah, let's pull that up. I want to ask Mike Peter Ryder, do you like Alice in Chains? The Rooster is my track right now. For those who listen to Alice in Chains.
508 for open door. Let's go. Big green candles.
Right? If we are going to have somewhat of a rebound day, we want to wait.
That's what I'm talking about.
We want to wait for those pullbacks because with the volatility stepping in, you're going to get them. You just have to be patient enough and wait for them. So there's silver running into that downtrend. Robinhood, we were talking about using above this as our stop, and sure enough, you're starting to flush a little bit lower here in Robinhood, HOOD. But as
Open Door Technologies jumps on reported Trump homes plan from developers. Been trying to tell y'all, real estate's gonna have the biggest boom ever. It's not over. It's not a crash for real estate. Just because Bitcoin's crashing, just because everything else is crashing, does not mean real estate's crashing.
And this is what I'm talking about, man.
Everybody's about to find that out.
Right until someone gets hurt, like I was mentioning.
Real estate always goes up. They don't make more land. Houses only get more expensive to
The
build.
market is going to be like, hey, well, guess how this 50% pullback feel not so good now, does it?
But yeah, a lot of people about to find that out.
Without kind of having any form of repercussions, and that's just the nature of this beast. I know Neil was
if Trump drops the interest rates, gets it easier for people to buy houses.
Congratulations to you. That's absolutely
man. Yeah, I've been going down that rabbit hole lately. Wild stuff just got released about all that.
I think that's what makes kind of separates
unreal.
Who can last. It's just like, yeah, I get it.
Who knows, man? He probably is watching Bitcoin crash. He probably is buying it.
Myself. Anyways, I know Katina, man, but there's a lot of people feeling that pain. But what we can recognize,
Epstein could be watching this live right now.
Bad, but look what happens after an
what up, Jeff?
time. Eventually, if you have quality companies in your portfolio, they're going to climb back to even those previous pivot highs, and then even establish new all-time highs. That's just how the system is made. And speaking from personal experience, I hit the panic button too just during the tariff tantrum. I made some mistakes, right? Like I got out of Google, I got out of Tesla, I rotated into some names that now aren't performing so well. But this time I'm like, hey, I've got to learn from my previous lesson to see, I believe I'm in quality names, I believe in what I've bought. Let's see if they get back to those.
Right, for sure.
Yes, sir. And those
100%.
time to add. I mean,
Yeah, he had all kinds of trap doors and shit.
So this is how I feel about it because, like, unless you have cash,
He had like tunnels and all kinds of stuff.
But for some people, it's like how
He had tunnels that were like came from the ocean,
tied up, and you're just sitting in
like secret agent.
So that's where I
Can like swim. I guess
smart, you get out a little bit earlier, or you have that consistent amount of
secret seal type shit
into your account. It's like, hey, we withdraw, we go through this pain because if everybody could just buy more at the low,
nobody
would panic.
Exactly.
Secret seal, secret squirrel.
You would really need to be forced selling.
You wouldn't see 50% pullbacks or anything.
Yeah,
Let's go open door.
Going into margin, and then there would be margin calling and forced selling. So your point very well taken. I think that's absolutely accurate. But I also think that that's why the strategy is you got to leave some cash there for a rainy day. And I don't really mean a rainy day. I actually mean, what could be the best trade that you put on.
20%.
508.
Pullback 25%.
Sure. I completely agree. It was
Get
super
it.
rainy in the moment.
Oh,
you
gonna
hate
sell
everything.
off.
Your accounts red.
Of course.
When you look at it after the fact, I mean, is it that rainy?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some names are pretty tough, like 50%
Sure.
stocks and Robin.
They can't let it get above $5.
Oh, again, 100%.
Never, ever.
Yeah.
Like the Zooms and
They can't let it get above $5, y'all.
Black swan event,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I was
If it's not obvious.
somebody in the chat, and I'm like, hey man, at least I'm sitting on 2% cash.
Yeah.
What a joke.
2%,
bro.
It's nothing.
It doesn't matter. It's better than nothing, man.
Shorts are shorting.
Completely agree. All right. We're doing it live on MSTZ. It's breaking structure. It's putting higher lows and higher highs. And here we go, baby. Let's go. I quadrupled the position into this. Just full disclosure, okay? We took way more share size than we typically take. And here it comes. Into 86 we go. We got 61s on. We're printing up on this one. Good look, good look. Finally, you kind of like, you just felt that this was going to do it. It's like, when is this going to go up again? Because Bitcoin's crap in the bed. So we're going to start taking a little bit less out now. Into 91 it goes. Looking for the prints here. Good luck back into the 80s. Let me set up some in the mid 90s as well so that I don't have to keep hitting the keys. I can just print for me. Here we go. We're going to set up some north of 26. Let's go into the high single digits. Let's go low teens as well. We're never going to wait at 14s, Joey. Or 13s, excuse me. Back into the 90s it goes, looking for continuation into the whole dollar. Good look here for MSTZ. There's 98. Here comes 99. There's 02. There's 04. Into the high we go. Well, not the high. The high is 41, but the high for me anyway, because now we're doing well on this one and we're well in the money. Let's see if we can kind of take out some of those mid-single digit order 7, 8. Nope, didn't quite make it up there. So price spike down a little bit here on MSTZ. Looking for continuation and a move above 26, but knowing full well, of course, the whole dollar does act as a level of local resistance and support, psychological that is, unless there was some technical reason for 26 to be rejecting. Looking for continuation decidedly north. You're not getting it. You're getting mid to low single digits in that 26, and then down into the 90s we go, and it seems to be zigging and zagging. So that is a bit of a problem there. I'm also in ZSL, but I needn't concern myself with that position at the moment. Let's deal with this one, as this one is much larger. So sorry guys for the symphony of triangles there. It's kind of convoluting the entire chart, but I was layering the orders almost at every other penny. So that does kind of create that blotted look on the chart, and I do apologize. Back into the single digits, 5, 6. Can we get a little bit higher, bro? Give me 11s or something. Show me that you're clearing 6 by a little bit more here. It's not. It's still dilly-dallying a little above 6, a little bit below 6, 26 that is I'm talking about. So sorry for if I didn't make that clear. So that's my situation right now, Joey. I'm looking for that. I'm disappointed as well that I got shaken out of LIMN because that one has broken trend and it looks like it's at that 188, going on 190. But we're gonna keep that one on watch. We're not gonna jump into that quite yet. So we're trading MSTZ here, guys. Nice move back off that, I want to say 25.5, even though it did breach 25.5 on a wick basis. It didn't close below it. And here we are trying to take out 26, having trouble with the whole dollar.
All right, man. Silver continuing to climb a little bit higher, guys. Robinhood did breach the volume weighted average price. $10 super chat. My own team. Empathy that is easy, just like okay, whoa. I'm not gonna read, yeah, good thing I didn't finish that.
Yeah, I read that one quick.
Patience, yeah.
Hey.
Depends on how things ended.
Well, it depends on who your ex was.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't think that's ubiquitous.
Yeah, exactly. Some people don't even want to make that phone call around the neck of the wood, Sharif.
I was telling Brendo yesterday, my ex messed. This was a lot because PayPal was in focus yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So this was back in I think early 22.
Yeah.
She's in at 321 on PayPal.
Oh, that's good.
$321.
Whoa, okay, all right.
Yeah, she was asking me at the time, like, do you think, I should get in? It's such a big company. And I was honest. I was like, no, sell half your position.
Hey,
If it
morning.
breaks this level, sell the other half.
Yeah.
BFS
What was
coin.
the price roughly trading at when?
No, I'm not sure what that is.
I can find out because we got the date of the message, right? I can file. Look, go back and look.
Yeah.
But I was as honest and as forthcoming,
If you wanted to
you're gonna give somebody bad advice,
Yeah.
that's bad juju, and that's gonna come back around,
Gonna come
right?
back around. I mean, you could have been like, hey, buy a lot more if things went sour and everything wasn't good, obviously. But obviously, you don't want to do that, man. Bad juju.
No, that's just bad juju. You're asking for it there, bro.
Yeah, bad karma.
Yeah.
Imagine you said yes. Just buy.
Yeah,
Just buy.
pile in.
Buy
No, I would never do that. That's not my character.
You don't want to do that. That's not your MO, is it? All right, guys. Yeah, let's move forward and take a look at some more names here. We went over the earnings. Let's head into some of the expected moves. AI and see what we got going on because I'm just looking at
Mr. Beast coin? Oh, that's wild.
And then if we hold the 47.86 mark on the T triple Q,
I wouldn't trust that.
So we're gonna have to be patient. You're gonna have to sit here and be patient with me, and then we're gonna get involved if that level comes in and it holds. But we're gonna start things off with some strategy.
Snapchat bouncing back. Snapchat snapping back. Thank you for the like, bro.
It's like 10.2%.
Is it like 10.2%? Yeah. Let's see what the options chain is saying to us as well too. I'm sure.
Try to grind it out till 12, 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock.
He said it's rocketing here, Joey.
See if we can get some new subs.
Yeah, like Robinhood selling, you have Bitcoin selling. This thing is getting absolutely lit up. $120 mark to 7,222 contracts right there on MSTR. It hasn't even reported yet.
But I am in and selling Saturday, Sunday. Oh, I got you.
10% or so, yeah.
That's what Market Chameleon was saying.
8.4%.
Yeah, just be cautious.
Let's head over to the Dawn.
I don't trust anything that guy does.
Just call this name here. It's looking at a little bit wide. 7.3% expected.
Beat or miss, Joey.
On cloud on
Zone.
AWS.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they double beat. Obviously EPS.
Double beat?
Yeah. But I think just Google Cloud's dominance. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's crazy.
It's insane. Yeah, I read that whole report. It's insane. I think that considering Azure came in a little
Man,
bit
it's
lower,
chilly here.
I wouldn't be surprised if we miss on.
It's cold outside.
I agree.
Right, so that's where I stand on that one.
Outside.
7.3% expected move there on Amazon.
All right, man. We're doing it freaking live. Here we go.
Doing
We're
it,
taking out a third of a
wow.
dollar, just like the beat.
Doing it,
At
doing
33s,
it,
I've got
wow.
61s
Thank you
on.
for the likes,
Next
y'all.
Is the 40s. That is the day high.
Yeah, man, I think I'm gonna do some giveaways next week, next few weeks. So you guys definitely hit me with the subscribe. It's free. The giveaway's gonna be free. I'm not gonna charge you guys anything. Get in, just like, subscribe, comment, that kind of stuff.
Unless by definition we clear that high day. And
That's
here we go again into 37.
Think anybody could use a win right now? Shoot, I could use a gift card right now.
Above that 41 penny area. Alas, though, this could be a triple top, right? Take a gander on the 5, 1030, double top there, rejects. And then you get a reversal candle, 1110. And here we are, right back at that high. Can we clear it? Can we clear it decidedly?
Open door, selling off.
What's going on over there?
Shane W in the chat says, will Sailor turn up to MSTR's earning call tonight?
Bro, Sailor's going to sail off the end of the earth,
He's
bro.
gonna go
That's what he's
missing
going to do.
that one guy who left like a couple hundred million on the silver trade. Remember the guy?
Oh, yeah. That was
And
tough.
his buddy who went missing, but we couldn't find him. Yeah, couldn't find him for some time.
And we got pegged the other day for being anti-Chinese. Absolutely not. Just a feet on Piaodan, bro. Into the high we go again.
Who actually showed who was my new celebrity crush?
You got and PayPal calls down 20%. Yeah, it did get hit again. I still like it though.
A new high of the day on MSTZ. There it goes into 47, baby. Let's see if it can clear the half.
39.
We got
You know, like
16
overall,
on.
it's still
Let's see if the continuation could come in. It's a very aggressive.
still not as bad as other stocks got hit. Like this looks pretty good. That's what I was saying yesterday. Like, yeah, it could keep going down, but
There we go.
I don't know how much further.
And dude,
It's gotta be finding the bottom soon.
There.
And keep going down.
No, I'm looking for that move above the $0.50, guys. Otherwise, I don't
Not
think
that
any
one.
other price.
Not
We don't
PayPal.
want this
I
one to
mean,
eat its own blood. Otherwise, we're gonna
it's
look at
already
it back
cheap.
up. We don't have too many outs left.
It's a cheap, expensive
On
stock.
this bad boy. What's going on? Drax 21 trading. I'm chilling, man. It's
It's a $40 stock all day.
You saw that, huh? Fei Chung Piao Liang. Yes, okay. He caught it. He caught it good there. All right, man. I've been meaning to bust out more Mandarin. I'm gonna be busting out more Mandarin because we got called the R word yesterday, and that displeased me greatly. No, we both got called it. I was talking to that person as well. He's like, he started quantifying our level, which was really funny there.
I hold no form of that whatsoever.
What'd you say, Fabian? Okay, Uncle Sheriff, is that why? All right, guys, topping tail candle into 26.5. The triple top is on now. On MSTZ, it's bleeding aggressively. I'm so happy we unloaded the position there. Look at this, guys. This could be a triple top. Generally, we know the levels aren't going to all be the same, right? Each one's going to be in and around that same
You mean
area,
something
but
selling off right now?
On MSTZ,
What?
aggressive. Let's see if it picks up your watch. Stop laughing.
That's
You're making
crazy.
me distracted. Let's see if it picks up some support here at 25.90. Why? 25.90, 10 EMA on the 5. It's been kind of respectful of the 10 EMA at times. Obviously, the latest retracement where I got in was a 20 EMA bounce and or a 50 penny bounce. Who knows? But we're going to keep an eye out on this one. And if it's warranted, I'm going to add into the
Snapchat will be back to $6 today.
Topping tail candle followed by a red candle.
Not financial advice, not a rocket scientist. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but Snapchat's going back to $6 today.
Aggressive central, man. That's just kind of what we are around here. Anyway, Joey, what do you got?
Nothing. Star Trader Joe, I heard you talk about iron condors. Did you hear about the condor captain followers lost 50 million following him? A trader had to set up a GoFundMe after losing everything. Yeah, man, that's a tough go. That's why you don't copy trade at the end of the day. You got to come up with your own strategies. But yeah, that's unfortunate. With the breakdown, what a rebound here in Robinhood, though, Sharif. Bounce off the yeah.
Wait, how much is it down off the highs, bro? Oh, this is
Bro, Robinhood's down a lot.
It's up on the day though, no?
No,
Okay, that's not
Probably not.
intraday.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit here now, but yeah, I mean, $150 high. We're trading around $75 right now. That's a 50% haircut right there. It's not a zero, is it now? But yeah, there goes the TQs bouncing right off of the volume weighted average price, guys. Bitcoin starting to rebound back into VWAP as well too. Silver still has broken that trend. A pullback down to the volume weighted average price would be ideal, but it might be an all day. It might be
What
just a little
VWAP
bit
he's on?
So we'll keep our eyes out on that. Oh man, I feel a little bit of FOMO. I should have been paying a little bit more attention. I'm laughing at what you guys are saying in the chat because you guys are hilarious. 48.20 would be ideal.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell kind of VWAP he's on.
We didn't even get back to that 47.95
Ain't no
mark
way.
or 85 mark that I was looking for us to hold. So there it goes, all the way to the top. Someone saying Bloom Energy. Yeah, let's take a look at
Is it bleeding?
I don't know. We're about to find out here.
It's down 4.7.
Yeah, it took a hit here, but it's like a nice little stair step pattern being formed right now. Get the consolidation.
My guy must be on like a 2-day VWAP.
When you break through that previous pivot. And then obviously the next target, whether you get it or not, is going to be the HOD. But
No way, brother.
Climbing up to $77. Bitcoin at VWAP. Waiting for that pullback in the TQs if we're fortunate enough to get an additional one, and then maybe we go long this market here, guys.
Sounds good, Joseph Options. I'm looking at weaseling back in to LIMN. Here's my move. I'm going to get in small share size because this one clearly has a propensity to zig and zag. So if it's going to zig
547 on
and zag, I'm gonna pick it up at
Snapchat.
key levels, okay?
Going up,
So we're looking at
baby.
86. That's not my ideal print. Here's the deal, though. We're going to get in.
Here we
Let's
go. Here we
ahead
go.
and put a dip trade for 81. I also happen to like 75, so we're going to set up something a little bit north of 75 because we know it gets to be a crowded trade. So I'm looking at LIMN. So this one, let me bring in the black charts over here and make the case to you guys.
Why they got to be black?
Oh boy, here we go. Hold your breath, Joey.
Oh man.
Oh boy, here we go. All right, here we go. Good. It's
Black's not even a color. It's the absence of color.
So I'm liking this higher low situation. Now, if you were going to get in based upon this higher low situation and you want
I'm just feeling
the price
argumentative.
action to hold to the T,
God,
you're going to be sorely disappointed.
Let me know what you guys are trading, man. I'll pull it up here on
So that's
screen.
why I'm getting in little by little. I'm trying to build a position into this
PayPal headed back at
with this
$40.
higher low trend in mind. All right. In at 86,
Snapchat,
85,
548.
looking for 75, and then we're going to see if this
Let's
one,
go.
number one, can clear 90, right? It's had a lot of resistance at 90. It only spent about, I would say, 15 minutes. These candles here, 945, 950, 95 above 90. Here it goes in 87. Okay, no, not quite yet. I don't have any profit takers on this one. I had a bit of a bias that this was going to drop back down, and that's hence why I threw in some orders. But we're going to put orders to the upside in case this one does catch a bid. So let's go ahead and wait south of 90 as well as north of 90. We're going to put 93s, knowing full well that this will likely retrace a little bit before it looks better. As that one develops, let's go back to MSTZ. I'm out.
Market's bouncing.
I'm all out of that one. Got
VIX
up the rest
is
at
down. That's what I was saying, bro. VIX is going down.
Let's watch, though, for a 50 penny hold. This could be a bit of a range, guys. It's pardon me. It seems to have support. Again, not on a wick basis, but on a closing print basis at that 25.50. So if it's going to continue to find support at 25.50 and then show me another candle subsequent to make a new high, I'm going to trade it as such. I keep looking for, that continuation above 26.5, which is not forthcoming. We're $1 lower than that right now. So again, I'm going to wait. Let's see 25.50 hold up generally. A couple of new prints, maybe a print on the 5, a couple of prints on the 1 that kind of trend above the prior candle and shows you that, it's holding that 50 penny area. I'll get right back into MSTZ. But it does feel consolidative, albeit $1 consolidation area, range, 26.50 to the high side, 25.50-ish to the low side. It's not going to be, exact by the penny, but there you go. You're getting that bottoming tail candle again at the $0.50. And there it goes into 2/3, quick as you freaking like. It did it here. It did it all over here. And by here, I'm talking about 1040 to about 1055. It did it again. I got caught offside here, went negative on it. Now we're positive on this monster over here, 1125, until it made the first 5-minute candle to make a new high at 1140. And it's doing it again into the 70s. It goes 25.50, at least locally, is an area of support. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one seeing that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing so many people punching into it and it punching back into the 80s. Let's go back to LIMN. I built the position here. Now it's bleeding its own blood, of course, right down to the low side. If it loses the 1130 candle low, which is $1.65, I'm gone Zeno. But I'm going to build my position into this with the idea that this is a range, and I want to take it above 190 just.
All right, man, good stuff. I love the chat, man. You guys are out.
They're undefeated. They're typically
it's
undefeated.
So funny. Like, I'm a dry humor guy, like The Office, and people just do nothing. And then that one guy who said "Loser TV Live," I just find that stuff that's so
stupid.
It seems like it's so dumb. Like, it's not even funny.
Yo, does Selena watch a show?
Which one?
This.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
She has obviously no idea what's going on.
But she punches into stuff like.
Well, I mean,
she's in Walmart,
I
on
punch her.
Target. You punch her.
Yeah, she's in XLF Walmart.
She's in XLF.
Yeah, XLF Walmart and something else.
Oh, she's printed on Walmart.
Yeah, she's gonna be really happy.
Walmart. Yeah. So you know what she said to me the other day? She wanted to sell everything in the account to buy like some materialistic thing, and I said, "Don't ever text me that."
There we go.
I'm like, don't ever, ever. You know what I mean? Just save me the pain. Yeah. So anyway, that was insane. So yeah. All right.
Jack just responded all at one time.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my days.
How it goes. So Yeah.
I think you said it from a loving perspective, obviously, in the fact that you want her to hold on to her game.
Yeah,
right?
obviously.
Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly.
That's so
Jesse,
funny.
yeah, so, yeah, there it is.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it is funny. But, yeah, just like Ramin that one
What does
time.
she want to buy?
Dude, I don't even know. Some clothing stuff.
I'm
or
assuming
anything
it's
like
expensive as hell.
Yeah,
She wants to sell the portfolio.
yeah, exactly. To buy it, I'm like, I just it hurt my.
Appreciating that.
All right, you guys, grab a cup of coffee.
Value whatsoever outside of
Smash that thumbs up if you can.
You know,
Appreciate y'all. Let me know what you're trading.
Racks and racks. They'd rather, have
Take a look at it.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just
for
saying,
what,
bro.
For what though?
For the
what?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not making any defense.
Yeah, obviously, but no, she didn't. Well, not that I know of. And she's like, she said I would have done it if I knew how to withdraw the money from the account.
So in other words,
yeah, I never showed her how to do it. So yeah, I'm not going to. This pullback's not deep whatsoever on the TQ, so we're gonna wait for a good opportunity.
Oh God. All right, we have to pause for a second, guys. We're going to Adira at the big desk for happening now, and then Neil has his very coveted lesson of the day.
Interesting pattern here on the NASDAQ. It's sort of a square formation. We have that double bottom stabilization just shy of 595s on the QQQs. Then we bounce all the way higher, currently at 601 halves as we wrap up this most recent 15-minute candle. Now, we do have some commentary coming, of course, from Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, on a second day of testimony. I believe I heard they're going to try to wrap this up by 12:05, which means probably going to get our last senator asking questions. If that changes, I'll let you guys know in the chat. But regardless here, Bessent did, as I mentioned, make some comments about crypto regulation and the possibility that there could be groups in China trying to outdo the U.S. in crypto or work on crypto in that way. So interesting look here. I do want to also mention comments from Fed's Bostic, though. As I mentioned a couple times, Fed's Bostic is not going to be at the next Fed meeting. He's stepping down before that Fed meeting. Either way, though, he's saying that he thinks the moderately restrictive rates that they have right now should probably stay in place. I want to talk here about Google. GeoOGL here with earnings. This fun little infographic featuring, of course, CEO Sundar Pichai shows the distribution of its revenue. Still over 50% here with Google search and other. Then you've got YouTube ads making up about 10%. Google Network just shy of 7%. Google subs, platforms, and devices just shy of about 12%. So here's kind of how the Google revenue is distributed. But the market didn't care about revenue today, guys. The market cared about the fact that Google's CapEx guide was a little bit higher than maybe people were expecting. To be clear, much higher than people were expecting. So that's, I think, of note here with GeoOGL. Other earnings on watch included Qualcomm with QCOM CEO Cristiano Amon just making comments the last couple minutes saying that there's not a demand issue, it's a memory supply issue because customer demand is apparently very strong. Last but not least, Amazon earnings on deck tonight after the bell. We're expecting EPS of $1.98 and revenue to open $211.5 billion. Will they beat? Will they miss? You can find out with us right here, 4 p.m. Check it out, guys. And I'm continuing to provide live earnings coverage and fun infographic updates and access to your research during these post-market earnings shows. So stay tuned there and stay tuned for Neil. Because, Neil, you have a lesson. Can you tell the people what it is?
No, I can't. No, of course I'll say you guys a lesson. But before I get into that, there's a running joke, and nobody gets this unless you're like old school and used to like live on a phone. Back in the day, when you make a phone call and you're sitting there chilling, like after school, like chatting someone up, and you're like, oh shoot, I got someone on the other line. Like, do you mind if I go take that? My running gag, because I used to do this all the time, because it's one of those questions people ask, and they just assume that you can be like, yeah, no problems. And so they don't even process that you're going to do. And I just be like, no, it's not cool. And what would inevitably happen every single time is that people would just freak out. They're like, huh? Oh, you're allowed to say no? I'm like, yeah, you're talking to me. And then they'd all freak out. Then I tell them it's fine. I just like to mess with people like that. But you don't want to get messed with in the market. And we talked about this yesterday. I want to have a different context. Yesterday, I sort of talked about how in a more volatile market you should maybe look at measuring yourself and how we can define our performance by looking at a month and comparing big days to losing days, that kind of a thing. Today, when we look at this volatility, everyone's like the sky is falling, correction territory, all of this stuff where tons of stocks are in bear territory or correction territory, and volatility is whipping people around and some traders are having issues with it, or maybe you're having trouble trading. We say get specific, but I believe in like the whole practice what you preach. And I don't know how easily this has come through because the morning gets crazy and there's a lot of executions and all that stuff. But in the midst of this, I'll tell you right now, when I say in this type of volatility, okay, well then maybe just take a few less trades, be more particular about your setups, or patient. I hope it's easy to see that happen in the morning show. Because there's plenty of times I'll trade 7, 8 different symbols. Usually I'm looking for a specific setup, so I might just trade it once or twice. But the last few weeks, I'm talking, the last couple of weeks, half the number of actual trades for myself. Like I'm looking, today is the best example of it. I bid today. Doesn't come to my A+ level. That was my setup, was 1 or 2. So it doesn't go to the A+, I take the B setup, which ended up being, it turns out that it was an A, but to me it was the B setup, which was not pressing in here. So 1 short, 1 shot, 1 trade. I do reload it at my same price, not averaging in or anything like that. It bounced one time and then I just reloaded it off the same trade. Price area. And it's on the higher
all you get is 1 shot.
And then I go to the second stock that I traded.
Give it everything you got.
And it was Intel. And
one
granted,
moment.
I liked Intel underneath the 48
Mom's spaghetti.
Zone, right? So if I'm like
arms are heavy
here, I take my shot early, have a small hit because it started working, sit it all out. I missed a try. I did try the mean revert.
I hope you guys are staying warm.
It gets back underneath 48.5. So I start shorting the lower highs again. And by the way, I twice keystroked out of this stupid thing in reverse long on a short position, which thankfully each time I kept getting out flat, but it's like, that's silly that I did it twice. But again, only trading it when specific condition is met and only trading it down. And that's 2 for 2. And then we go over to, and then I'll show you just one more. And this is different because ZSL, I've been saying this all week. I want one thing, downtrend, trend reverse, and then play the long. And ZSL, exactly the same thing. Now, this one's even crazier, because every single day for the last 6 sessions, I have taken a mean reversion trade on ZSL. I have taken 1 trade on it, 3 days on ZSL and before that on SLV. Regardless, 1 entry, 1 reversion trade. I haven't lost yet. So I make sure that.
So yesterday the market really didn't bounce until like 4 o'clock. Until
once it was at 11:45, I didn't trade the stock.
And closing the session, end of the day. So don't get frustrated out there, you guys. If you're looking for that bounce,
we talk a lot.
Might not get it till 4 o'clock.
I have 1 more trade that I've made today. BMNR. So when I left you guys, I'm like, oh, ETH at 20,000. If that coincides with BMNR at the volume weighted average price, I'll take the shot short. ETH testing 20,000, BMNR at VWAP, so I take that short. And so when we talk about being specific, it means not trying to find too many things that are crazy and out of the wild that don't sit within your purview. If it's not something that was A, part of your plan, B, part of your paying setups, then you don't have to do it. But today, I was probably more patient than I've ever been because of the increased volatility. And you know what? What it's going to mean sometimes is you might not have all of the biggest trades. Like look, obviously this would have been fantastic if a trend break. Obviously Intel at the top would have been great. All that stuff would be well and good. But in increased volatility, I'm just simply trying to have the highest percentage plays and stay green every single day. Because I don't want to be sitting there swinging, hoping to just run into one. And then hopefully that's going to make my day. Not with this increased volatility. You pay a steeper price for that when you have this type of volatility. When you're in a more relaxed, range-bound market, you can get away with that kind of thing because you're probably not going to you might take paper cuts when you're doing your swings and then eventually one's big. But when you're risking that you're going to get smoked just to try to run into one, it doesn't work out when there's increased volatility. So there's nothing wrong with being more specific. But it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to mean it. Because it will mean that sometimes it looks like an A+, but that wasn't part of my plan. Where I sit there and, on ZSL, for an example, it's like, okay, but then why am I not short this? Well, because I favor the one direction. I'm favoring silver shorts with ZSL long, so I'm just simply waiting for the breakup. Because I could have this, I could be short here, I could be short there, maybe I could trade it in the pre-market, all of that. But I'm a one-shot deal after the bell and a trend break, and I picked the direction that I prefer, and it's worked. So instead of trying to find 5 more entries on ZSL, I just take 50% more than I did the day before. Just slightly take a few more shares every single day that it continues to work. And that's the way that I want to play it. So we talk about being specific a lot. I just want to show you that it's something real, because ultimately you've got to find your own journey. I saw the good conversation about copy trading. The thing about copy trading and why it doesn't work is, well, most traders are not going to tell you the specifics and have a binary, this is why and where I'm going to get in and I'm going to follow all my rules and all that kind of stuff. Most traders just aren't built like that. That's actually more rare than anything else. And then on top of that, your risk tolerance might be different than the trader. Your ability to execute on time is going to be vastly different. Prices aren't going to be the same. Some traders like to average into trades, and you cannot copy trade someone that's averaging into a position, because it's impossible to accomplish in any real sense. So you can work with key levels and you can work with direction and that kind of thing, but you have to find your own execution strategy and then be specific to that. And if you haven't found it, that's okay too. It just means that you're in the process.
If I say I'm buying this stock at $5, pretty obvious.
So I tell you how lunch is doing, but I haven't cracked it. It looks like and you can see the pasta. It's like spaghetti, I guess.
Like, they love to make shit complicated, bro. That's all Wall Street is. Like, they want to make it as complicated as possible so that you get frustrated and you don't think that you can figure it out. Like, big ass words for very simple things.
One stock that's bouncing off of its low days, UiPath, PATH, and Watch Paradigm issuing an all-in alert saying, I guess the headline for this is, quote, NVIDIA's secret $10 billion partner powering AI. So again, PATH reportedly, according to Paradigm, has some kind of NVIDIA connection, so they are calling this a long. Interesting look here for UiPath as to send you back over to the midday.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, we got a bunch of super chats, so we got to go through them. Let's start with the most hilarious one. Shut it, Danny boy. Yeah. We all chuckled aggressively when you sent this one. My ex-wife withdrew a bunch of money from her 401k to buy a car. She then proceeded to hit everything but the lottery in that car. The $25K she spent was a rolling debt box worth $8,000 less than a year. Tell me how you really feel, Danny boy. Thank you for the $10 super chat. You guys got a lot of love there. Axel F107, Neil, you stay rocking the quarter zips. You trade with style. $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Axel F107, sending love Neil's way. Then we have Adam James. Oh, the spicy one over here. Shout out to my man Adam James. $5 super chat. SoFi RSI hit lowest levels in recent history in the low 20s. If the market doesn't completely tank, SoFi is Rip City from here. My opinion, gift under $20. Say less, my man. We're going to take a look at SoFi.
You don't have to look at it.
And do we have the RSI? Yes, I do have the RSI up here. What are you laughing at, Joey?
I love this guy, man.
Oh, this is ATR, my bad.
SoFi's a steal.
Yeah, we're just going to look at the RSI. It's probably funny because you need to cover it, because it's not going to be as funny. If
What, Babas?
Because when he said this, he realized, he's like, Joe, you just lost some money. Well, I didn't, because I hit the wrong key, and I'm like, oh, snap. And I got it right away, so we took a couple pennies on that one. But I meant to go long the TQs, and I ended up taking a couple pennies on the short there on the TQs. But I messed up, and then that's why I thought it was funny, because when he goes, they're quick to jump on you around this neck of the woods.
You're absolutely sure. All right, guys. Here's the deal, guys. Have a look at SoFi. This is the RSI. It's kind of hard to see. Sorry, let me make this a little bit more obvious. There we go. I think that should be better, Assassino, if we can. Yeah, there we go. So RSI, purple line at the bottom, and it is, in fact, at 20. And I don't see it ever that low. This is the daily chart. I was looking at the weekly initially. And it's still at 4, I want to say mid-30s. But it
hey, what's up, Fernando? Welcome in, bro.
That since, well, at least, let's see.
Just watching
just
this
throw
market
in a
drop.
line there. So we're going to put the horizontal line to where so it has been lower on the weekly, and that was in 2022, but we all know what 2022 was.
Go to
It was a
65.
very bad year.
Yeah,
I just have
everything's
to pause
dropping
for a
right
second 'cause
now.
I'm taking a whole bunch of prints here on LIMN. There we go. Let's set up a little bit more at 87s. Let's go back to that. Sorry, that's Fabian. My bad. So I completely see what you say there, but when we go on the daily, let's flip this down now to the daily and zoom out as much as we can. You're absolutely right. On the daily, for whatever reason, even going back into mid to early 2022, we don't have an RSI print that low. Now,
Exactly.
is it driving with the technicals?
It's oversold.
Yes, this $19, $20 area is an important area. I want to say from 17 to 20, 17 to 19, 17 to 20, based upon this area top that we put in early 25, late 24.
San Diego.
Right, that was the run up.
Hey,
after
shout
the
out
election.
San
We sold
Diego.
off a little bit during the tariff tantrum, and then we made all-time highs after that. So I like it. I like what you have to say there, Adam. I think that that's absolutely spot on. My concern is you're below a lot of the technical levels. You're also below the 200. You quite haven't gotten the death cross between the 50 and the 200. Let's go to the weekly again. Let's just see where we
it
are
might not go down there.
to the moving averages on the weekly. Yeah, you're below the 50, but you're well above the 200 on the weekly. I like what you have to say there, Adam. Bang on. Thank you for pointing that out. Definitely going to probably be looking for something like that. All right, guys, here we go again on LIMN into local area highs. 89 showing up. I got an 87 print, a 90 print. We got 70s on here. We're looking for that continuation above 90. And it has been a tough continuation, let me tell you, because we haven't had.
Yeah, bro, it's been rough. Let me know what you guys are trading. Smash that like, subscribe to the channel, you guys. It's free. Got some giveaways planned for you guys next few weeks. Pretty excited about it. Want to get back to the community. You guys have been great.
90 sellers. So it's obviously a
And you know, I think anybody could use a win out there right now. It's pretty rough. So hopefully you guys are up.
NSBS to about 267.
Woo!
So we know that there's
Try to stay positive out there with this
10 penny area. We can just
crypto crash pulling the market
My
down.
concern is though, are there any other bigger orders north of 90 that are going to keep us down if we get into 91? Are the shorts going to stack their orders? We'll have to wait and see, but definitely keeping an eye on this one. LIMN built the position into that area low because it was making higher lows, and now we're trying to for a flat top break.
All right, good stuff there, guys. Yeah, so we're involved a little bit here in some TQs. I was talking to Gorby.
Going back to 67. Okay, hopefully we can keep going higher here. I really hope we can have a green Friday, you guys, but you know, that's asking a lot. You know, 65% of the time markets go red on Friday. You know, 50% of the time I'm buying something I really like because it's dropped on Friday. So could be the case that we go down again tomorrow and bounce next week. So, you know, don't lose hope, you guys. It's, you know, not the end of the world. There's a lot of things that are happening in the market in the world right now. So just be smart, you know, about your investments and don't listen to everybody out there. Trust your gut. A lot of times when in the market, you know, when you go with your gut, guess what? Other people out there are doing the same thing because all of the outside factors and things that are going on, they're thinking the same thing that you're thinking. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's important for us to come together and build this community of investors. You know, we might not win every day, but we're winning together every day when we are together. All right. So jump on the team, you guys. I got some really fun stuff planned for us. Ex-US Navy from Texas would like to learn. Let's go. Marine Corps here. Raised in Paris Island.
That way we can increase our risk to reward.
Stationed in Lejeune. So shout out to all the veterans out there. Fernando, good to have you, brother. Good to have everybody. Subscribe, you guys. It's free. Doesn't cost anything. And get alerted to all the stock picks that I've got. Put out a video this morning about Snapchat. This is something that I'm hopeful that we'll get back to $6 here, if not today, tomorrow. I think Snapchat could have a green Friday no matter what happens to the market. So there are stock picks, there are stocks out there that are doing good today, right? Not everything is down. So just know there's opportunities out there, you guys.
I like us right now at the volume weighted average price. Maybe even I get out a little bit earlier, but we don't want to hit the panic button too early. We want to kind of stick with those, hold these for a little bit longer, smaller size, longer holds. Regardless if it works or not, things aren't looking too optimistic right now, but that's fine, man. We'll get involved in a little bit here and put a little cash on the.
I need Open Door to stay, $5 if it can.
A little silly with that, right? Like
if we can stay above $5, if Bitcoin can stay above 67, get back to 70K, that'd be amazing. It's asking a lot, but yeah, we could keep dropping here, but it's not the end of the world. We've been here before. You know what I'm saying? Like if you've been watching the market, this is not new. There's going to be people out there that make you think that Bitcoin's going to 20,000, and I'm sorry, it's not.
Around $207. All right, it's literally that simple. It's not overly complicated whatsoever.
It's not going to 30K, not in my mind, not in my opinion.
Because we got a lot going on.
I just don't see that happening.
IREN is one of them that I'm unfamiliar with here. IREN. Let's take a look at the
retail favorite.
Yeah, IREN.
Pretty much most things out there in the market are oversold right now.
Yeah.
In a minute for that.
That's why I was laughing when he's like, "Let me go look at the RSI." Like,
so that's a pretty big one there, Sharif. With the high
most stuff's oversold, bro. Like most stuff is low on the RSI. No matter what you're looking at, most of it's low on the RSI. So
let's see what we got cooking up on.
I mean,
is ServiceNow reporting?
Unless it's having a good day.
I don't know. I don't want to speak. Essentially, strategy. We went over Roblox. Yeah, think of Roblox.
Roblox. I like that stock for the long term, but they've got some issues, with the lawsuits and stuff. If they didn't have that going on, Roblox.
Right, so that's a little bit higher as well. 70.94. We're looking for.
It'd be a value right here. It'd be a value play here, but
we're gonna go over
it could keep going down with the lawsuits that they got going on. It could keep going down for sure.
I went to Beak the other day. I had to. It's just it gets to be too big in the portfolio, and that's
I know it's like more than a 50% drop for them.
But I've
so
to aggressive draw down over this. By the way,
I mean, even they have handled this crash well.
Same. I'm in Netflix. I think from around $92 in the long term, so that's slightly out of the money there. So that's all right. RBLX, guys.
Why didn't you average down on Netflix? If you're in Netflix, why didn't you average down on it?
$174 and a low of around 133. One more here. We're going to take a look at Bloom Energy and see what we have going on. And that is going to be an 18.1% expected move. A high of around $164 and a low of around $113 on BE.
Well said, Joey. Well said. All right, we're taking prints here on LIMN, man. It's hanging out at the 90s. It hasn't printed anything above 90. It's wicked into the 90 multiple times.
Let me see.
$1.90 on LIMN. It's up 32%. I'd
Never
like to
mind.
say this is going to be a flat top break, but the seller at 90 has just been quite convicted. In their
XRP's down 15%. Just unreal, man. XRP's back to $1.22.
Guys, by the way, that range that we were talking about on the MSTZ, oh boy, is it?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
look at that.
Everything should not be following Bitcoin.
I don't know why I didn't get into this again.
There's a lot of value plays out there because
and there it goes right back.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, it does, but it don't. Like,
now. This has been
it should affect everything, but not.
It's basically 10 a.m. when we got above 25.50.
Shouldn't be following it, almost exact.
25.50 is support, 26 and change at the high, 26.47.
SUUN. This is one that I'm in right here. I don't have a lot, but playing with this one, it's down 8%, $1.44 now.
75 pennies.
So it don't matter what you're in, almost what you're playing with. You're probably down. You're probably hurting right now.
Look at MSTR if you want. I mean, the price is going to get reflected on MSTR.
I mean, I did make a good couple of trades yesterday. Swung for profit, but
looking at both charts, other people.
Yeah, until this market goes back into bull market
on MSTR, and they want to base their trade on MSTZ.
It's going to be rough to make $1 out here.
Makes sense. I just don't happen to do that. and it worked out quite fine over here. That range is still intact. Now, how you want to play this next range, you want to take short, you want to take it short in the 30s, the 40s, and then maybe back down into 25 and a half. That's an opportunity, but if it breaks the top, you're going to be caught offside, right? And I don't want to say that this is an ascending wedge. It's not. It's
I think we're about to have the biggest housing boom we've ever seen.
Now, it could break the flat top.
And everybody's thinking, everybody
quadruple top, right? Again,
is thinking everything's crashing or everything's going to crash just because Bitcoin's crashing. And it's just not the case.
More about LIMN, but we're going to the big test.
When I hear an LCID Lucid, there was a little bit of a spike on this a couple minutes ago here, the most recent 3-minute candle. That's
not the case.
NVIDIA's official Drive account, which I guess is their mobility and autonomous vehicles related X account. They posted a video saying that
that's why I say let them crash the market, let them short it.
So again,
I mean, it's just
being mentioned here as a leader.
It doesn't matter
by NVIDIA Drive in this video. So again, NVIDIA connection here, sending LCID to the upside at least briefly.
It's earnings season as well. That's what, a lot of things are affecting this market right now.
No.
Once we start getting some good news.
I'm more jealous than upset.
Yeah,
that's what we need.
We're given the 500 minus 500.
Just for the economy, politics, all of it. We just need good news.
Ironic timing. But everybody tries to go away around this.
A lot of wars and shit going on right now. A lot of stuff affecting this market. Don't get caught up on just Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a big part of it, but a lot of things are bringing this market down.
The quantum, the amount of snow, and the temperatures that came with the snow.
That too. The weather, these big snowstorms and shit like that. A lot of things affecting this economy
is on fire
and this market.
In the entire summer, we had forest fires from BC to the Maritimes. Everywhere.
Think about it, 50-degree swings.
And then it's freezing.
Just gotta hang in there, just gotta hang in there, stay positive.
50-degree swings, brother.
We got this, you got this.
Says
stick to your plan.
The fix.
Ooh.
But for the weather.
Oh,
stick to your plan.
I do like that analogy.
Ice cold.
It's ice cold.
Oh, what's it, who says that?
Don't let them shake you out your positions and take big losses, stuff like that.
Ice cold, all right, what we're feeling.
Just be smarter about our trades, try to be better traders every single day.
We're up 40 cents, we're gonna wait for 40. We're gonna wait for $49 here before we take anything off on this.
So let's go. I mean, portfolio could be a lot more down than it is today. So we're down 2%. We were down more yesterday than we are today. So
$332 million market cap.
This could be the start to a turnaround.
4.11 million shares traded on the day. Let's go to the 5. This is the weekly, by the way.
Stay positive,
it looks
you
like
guys.
It's still within that trend, that consolidative.
Smash that thumbs up if you can. Subscribe to the channel. Join the team, you guys. We just talk about stocks that we like, and I'd love to hear about what you like, what you're invested in.
That's the weekly. Let's flip to the
We're
5.
stronger together the more we learn about each other.
Okay, so this wouldn't be tradable for me on the date. I see why you're looking at it. Nice bounce off that 650 area low, trying to work back into 750. It's above VWAP. It's above the 10, the 20, south of the 50 EMA, south of the 200. To go green on the day, it's got to get back to 10 and a fifth. Sorry, 10 and 4/5, excuse me. This isn't for me. Volume-wise, setup-wise, it doesn't meet any of my criteria, right? I need to be trading above the volume-weighted average price and above the pre-market high. We're going to pause for a second. There is breaking news at the big desk.
There is, Sharif, and it's a nice pop here for PYPL. People are circulating here.
Let's go.
On social media, photos of them opening their.
Let's go.
And now
What'd I tell y'all?
That partnerships with Kalshi, it looks like.
I told you, you can't keep PayPal down.
PYPL pushing up on this. So again,
you can't keep it down.
Partnership speculation.
Boom.
People taking screenshots of their apps.
If I had the money, bro,
of course,
I would have had a few shares of that.
Nice look here for PYPL. Nice pop for the stock since their earnings and that CEO announcement.
Boom, boom, boom.
I was telling Brenda.
Told you guys this was nothing.
A free grocery store in New York.
It ain't nothing. We've been here before. That ain't nothing for PayPal.
I don't know how that's going to work. That thing is going to be empty.
Real quick in the
real quick, unless there's going to be rules and stuff.
Boom, boom, boom.
I don't know if
under $40 was ridiculous.
Hate on that.
No,
I mean, it's not government funded.
Under $40 was ridiculous, anyways, for PayPal.
Have you smashed any predictions?
Shorts got hurt on that. They getting burnt on that one. Yeah, good. That's what I'm saying. Let them crash the market. Let them short the market. Let don't think that they can short everything out there just because Bitcoin's falling down, and then
I'm
bam,
not a football guy,
shorts getting
man.
caught up
Straight
in it.
Combat sports.
You have
Good.
no kind of feeling?
Back to $40 for PayPal.
No, I can
You guys got a monster TV this place. I was at Joey Options.
Go short something else.
Boxing, we watched UFC.
Yeah.
He's got a great setup. Beautiful apartment, by the way, guys. This guy's got taste, man.
Designed
Yup.
by me. Yeah.
Yeah, is it, eh?
PayPal back to $40.
Yeah, just combat sports.
Can't keep PayPal down.
Casey 526, $5 super chat.
I don't
Joey
care.
Just got some.
They losing
awesome
money?
news. Can
I don't
get
care.
the Stone Cold Pay?
Doesn't matter.
Anything.
All it takes is good news. All it takes is them to make a deal with somebody, and then boom.
One more time. I love KC 526.
Many times this year.
And our boy Adam. Did Adam James say? I think we got a super
Love
chat
that.
from our boy,
I love that for
Adam
PayPal.
James, the new style. We got to read what you said. Yeah.
Now I need Snapchat to get back to $6. We'll be grooving.
Yeah, I know. Hey, man, sometimes you get tough.
This is an $8 stock all day. This is a $7, $8 stock all day.
For 2030. Right.
But hey, let them crash the market. Let them short it.
A volcano or something like that, brother. Watch some of his YouTube videos. Travel South America.
Let 'em.
Guy went up a volcano and everything on those islands. Yeah.
Tourism is hot.
Yeah, it's really hot, and it looked like a great time. He was eating fresh food all along the way and doing a bunch of fun things. So yeah,
That's a vibe.
I enjoy watching the
Big boy vibe.
Yeah.
All right, we're in here to CISS. Blovin, I punched in to CISS. Watch for the break of 215. I'm looking for the hold of 205, Blovin. So we're in at 12s. Let's go ahead and throw in the stop. We're going for smaller share size here on CISS. This is a rule breach because I'm taking it long. South of the volume weighted average price. Full disclosure.
There we go. Snapchat 550.
No break of 190. So
There we go.
Down into 184. I'm going to watch here for some higher lows.
Can't
and
keep it down, baby.
And then once they come back into that, mid to
Keep
high
shorting it.
70s, I'm going to get in. I'm going to add
Keep shorting it.
MSPZ is continuing to do what we said,
Yeah.
which is range. A little bit into the 26 and change, now down back into 25 and a half, bouncing into 25. And
Oh, yeah.
quarters. So
$6, here we
continues to be
come.
a range trade until it's not. Polestar just got into the high days, 1735. We were talking about a flat top break here through 15 and 3/4, 16,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that, and then plenty more. So Polestar on the back of, I think, some money. I think they got 400 million.
Bro, I wish it would just at least stop raining.
Polestar, the hot garbage.
You know?
Polestar. And
Dang, I need some
400 million
motivation. I need something
from,
positive.
An equity investment from
Snapchat $6 something.
Funding
PayPal
Limited,
45.
special
Let's go.
purpose vehicle. We're gonna run an SPV.
Oh,
Standard
shorts
Chartered,
getting
so
squeezed.
Hong Kong Bank.
They might win tomorrow, though. The
Each
shorts might actually
institution
come out on
institutions
top
investing
tomorrow,
$2
so
million
y'all
each
be
as part of the agreement.
careful.
Both financial institutions have entered into a put option agreement with a wholly owned subsidiary of Geely. We'll be talking
For
about
real.
this as well, allowing an exit path after.
But
3
next
years of
week,
returns, yada yada.
hey.
Look, bro, I want to see. Some
I'm not going to be
sales
surprised that
from
PayPal's
those
up back to
companies.
40, 42, 43.
So I was like, all right, there's an Elon.
Not going to be
anti-Elon
surprised.
push.
Snapchat back to $6, $6.57.
Ends up being one of them, but I've lost about 25%
Yeah.
on my investment on this.
Go
one,
ahead.
so- but I also
Short it all you
at
want.
87 pennies. Now it was a free reverse split.
Oh, hit you with the reverse.
They hit me with the reverse because they had to remain compliant. But it's not a big position, so we're just gonna. It was a lottery ticket to begin with.
You're going to pay me on the shares. You're going to pay me interest on the shares.
This position, and I seen that it was like substantially. But they hit me with the reverse on that one there. So, like reverse that one, Joe. Good luck, brother. You ain't seeing that cash ever again. So we're down 99.99%.
ACB?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Hold on.
Yeah, we never get that
What's
one.
the cost base?
Yeah, my average is like $1,300 or something.
crazy.
Like that. Yeah, but
You're holding that, eh? You're like,
Oh, tax write-off, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're rolling that every year.
Rolling, man.
Capital gains,
Whatever,
offset,
yeah,
capital losses.
Exactly. Yeah, come on, man. I know a couple of people are involved with this. This TQ's heart to heart there. Let's see if we can get that $49 mark. It doesn't seem to want to give it to us just yet, making us work for it for sure. We'll catch 40 cents like that, but into the 90s would be more ideal. 50 cents on that front. If that would give us a 1-to-1, because we were talking about giving ourselves a 50 cents. So
PayPal.
we'll have to wait a little
Big
bit.
green candles. I told you, don't mess with PayPal.
Roughly on on that front. So
Boom.
920 will even take that, but a nice push right here will just definitely be warranted. With that being said, let's take a look at some of the big boys. I haven't looked at the Mega or Google at all.
Oh, no, we got to interrupt you. Sorry, bro. Big Spile Burdette has returned. There he is, man. Where has this guy been, man? Yo, you didn't respond to my messages on Instagram. Sorry, Joey. We're big Spiles in the house.
Absolutely.
Sharif, long time now, no chat, Sharif. Who is this Timu Pitbull trading with you? I will fire up the Instagram so we can chat again.
Crazy.
Google Long was a good trade last year. There's my man. He's back. Big smile, big smile. He is big style, Burdette, man. Shout out to my man. We missed you, brother. Who else is going to chirp, I should say. LJS.
Oh, wow.
LJO.
Yeah.
LJO, I mean. Good. I don't know. Shout out to Big Spout, man. Miss you, brother. Miss you. Good to see you again, Big Spout, Burdette. Yeah, fire up the Instagram so you can show me all your positions shorting the SPY. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe.
You think that's funny, eh, King Clutch?
Short the SPY.
No, I'm obviously joking around. Yeah, Team Pitbull is a good one. I don't even want to start with you, Big Spot, because I could just go on all day with your little situation. You guys,
yeah, what did I say?
Good to see you in the chat, brother.
Look at that.
Going well. I know you like to see the market bleed a little bit here. So,
Look at that.
yeah, definitely looking. Yeah, it's all.
Look
crazy.
at that.
But, yeah,
Kelly B.
right there,
down.
pennies away.
That's what I was saying. People are going to get burned on this one. People are going to get hurt.
30-cent pullback here
Up
in the
800% today.
that mark up into 49. It's going to make us
Back down to $30.
As it looks like the selling is starting to step back in. I was just looking at some of the.
I hope you guys didn't get caught up in that one.
So shout out to
Seen that one coming.
Joey gets distracted in the chat because I do. I'm not
Seen that one coming.
ADHD brain.
It was up 900%. It was almost up 1,000% today.
Whatsoever. META. We got that going on. Yes, we're heading right back in towards my entry price. Meta, let's get a little bounce there. That'd be really, really warranted and would help quite a bit. Now, Amazon, what are you up to? I don't really care about the Mag 7 when I'm trading this as Amazon not looking too good, looking like it wants to curl over here, guys. So the big boys not helping our case just yet. Oh, I haven't looked at Apple or NVDA. We'll pull that up.
Video's up 0.5%.
Yeah, we'll take it. All right. Any pops in Apple here, but you can see that we're starting to form this downtrend. It's a channel, essentially, with that flat top, so that descending wedge. Not too good of a look there in AAPL or in Google either, right?
Google's off the bottom.
Okay, yeah, Google's off the bottom.
Yeah.
Any break of the resistance zones, then I think we'll be okay. But the big boys,
Like these guys have like
You notice
16
that
different
SSCI
screens.
SSR today?
So, like they shouldn't have to constantly look up Google and Apple because
Yeah.
they talk about it every 5 minutes.
Take a look at this thing. Because I was looking at my microchips. I'm like, okay, microchips
It's hilarious
are,
to me.
relatively strong.
PayPal back at $40.37.
The standout. So,
Yeah, boy.
Dude, we lost everything.
Yeah, buddy. I warned you guys.
So the breakout level.
I tried to told you.
I want to say 30 to 31. That's the aftermarket move when they came out.
I can't wait till the other guys get back in here.
Time they come out with it.
Dude,
450.
rightfully so. When I seen that it was up yesterday, and I'm like, how is this even the case? Obviously, you don't try to rationalize.
They're gonna be like, look at
The
PayPal.
market's sitting at
Oh, I
like
know.
6-point-something% margin
I tried to tell you.
Sorry?
in SMCI.
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah?
It's like 6.
Can't keep PayPal down. There it goes. $41 coming up.
Blamed it on RAM.
Yeah, well,
41.
Everybody's blaming it. ARM, Qualcomm, everybody's
I
blaming
love to see it, bro. I love to see it. Shorts getting
Katina Man
squeezed.
is long the TQs at 47. So shout out to him. He's printing storms up on that side of the desk. We're gonna shout out to Katina Man. He's back. How's it, Jim? Not too bad. Pretty good, he says. Good Katina Man. Kill it, brother.
BBAI
What
popping.
else we got here? We're still holding CISS, looking for that hold above 205. It's kind of dead weight at this moment. LIMN doing exactly what we thought it was
SUUN
doing.
looking
Checking at 190,
tasty.
coming down into the 180s. I'm going to be a buyer on
This is the one that I'm
LIMN.
waiting on a swing trade on this one
180s
today.
right now.
Don't have a ton, but
Come back into that
146.
175
I'm right there at that for SUUN. Might have to wait till tomorrow to swing trade this one.
Breakout trades happening, if at all. Even Polestar is off the high by almost $1. 17.35 high now, dipping down into 16.54. So there isn't much right now in terms of a breakout trade. So we'll take these scalps everywhere we can get them. Look, if LIMN breaks trend above volume weighted average price, starts putting in higher lows, and I won't wait for 175, I'll add on the higher lows, but right now it's not showing me that. So I'll have to have patience there. Let's get to some of these inverse ETFs that we've been talking about. PLTZ at the volume weighted average price, that means PLTR is up. And this one is, it's putting in a bunch of lower highs. This could be a flat bottom break candidate through 40. I'm going to say generally
that should be no surprise.
49.80. Whole dollar obviously is 40 psychological.
Should not be a surprise,
support.
bro.
So this could mean Palantir is on the way up. QBTZ, which
Shocker.
is ETF for QBTS, also looking like it wants to lose that area low. That area low is at 15.40 with the volume weighted average price at 15.25.
I bet these guys have degrees in finance too.
Let's see if it puts in lower lows. That could mean QBTS is recovering as well. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, guys. The pickings are slim.
Guarantee it.
There are any other ones that I don't have my eye on. I know a lot of you guys like the sub $1 names. Ideally, I stay away from those, but on days like this, maybe we'll trade them with some smaller share size or whatever. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now, guys. That's it. What's up?
All right, yeah. What is
Sorry, Frank freaking Rizzo. I don't trade the large caps, brother. I know some people don't like it. I get it. Some people they don't like the small caps. And I completely sympathize with that. But it's this is what I trade. So
it is what it is, broski. Trade what you like, man. That's what I say.
Anyways, so we're acting some solid defense here. I know as soon as I take a little bit out here on the T-Triple Qs, it's going to run into
when you're busy hating on what somebody else is trading.
And just allow that to come into I'm starting to tank here, man. It can't break that level.
Like, what are you doing with your time?
No, nothing.
Not trading?
Because that's I trade. Even though we're in the money on it, it's just like, why? There's so many other better things here. Okay, nice little popsy. I tempted on, a little tomfoolery by Joey there in the teacher. See me posting those orders and then removing them real quick.
We're going to get dinged for that, bro.
Say that there. Hey, I didn't even really mean to do that, to be honest with you, Shreve.
Yeah, we're going to get dinged, Nikita, man.
Sorry, Bridget, we're not going to get dinged. As I mentioned that there, especially with my share size on this one there, Shreve, we're not even going to worry about it. Small potatoes. That's what I said. As soon as I take a little bit off, it's going to climb higher. So there it is. We got a nice little move.
Here we go.
To that $49 mark on the T-Triple-Q.
Snapchat.
We'll take that one off and we'll take a little bit more off right there.
Bouncing, baby. Let's go, Snapchat.
Right into that target that we were looking for. So, this is what I was getting at right here, guys. Essentially is obviously, you guys want to know what's going on with the trade tracker. Right now, we have Joe, Sharif and I neck and neck, essentially only a couple basis points away from each other. And then sure enough, we have Neil in that 9th place, Chad in 10th, Brando down 17.7%, but Sean starting to come off of the lows there. He was in last place for a couple of days there. Now it's in that 8th spot. Yeah, that's tough, man. And Obi's up 25. So it's a pretty good look.
Yeah, because he took everything short, didn't he?
Two things short.
Crapping right now.
Two things short. Yeah. Circle and Sidhu. Right. Circle and Sidhu.
Where is Sidhu at? Where's Sidhu at?
He's got that short there.
Obi has very, very strong feelings about Sidhu. Have you talked to him about Sidhu before?
No, I don't even know anything.
It's well off the highs. Great call, Ob. From the highs, Joey, it's down 64% from that high that put him back on January 5th.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So that's some money right there. Show it to the Ob.
Oh yeah, I know. Apparently, even though they do it to probably people all the time, my
SMCI is moving up, guys. It just took VWAP and it's into 31. Shout out to who called that in the chat. Let me call them out here. Where is it? Who called it out? Oh, there we go. Monty Lemons. Shout out to Monty Lemons. Good call. Here's SMCI clearing the WAP over here. Nice move up. Higher lows. Now taking out the volume weighted average price, whole dollar might be a bit of a resistance level here. We'll have to see if 31 can clear. If 31 clears, guys, we're looking at 31.75 to 32. Next area of resistance. Take a look at that consolidation area that we put there, 935 to about 950. So that could be a local area, but I'd be looking for a decided clearing of that 31. And also, if we broke trend vis-a-vis a lower high, I'd be concerned about that as well. So keep your eye on that, but SMCI recovering off the bottom. So the market's recovering, man. The NQ is only down a little bit more than 0.5% now. The SPY and the IWM both 2/3, but the the Russell is, well, the IWM 2/3, SPY 2/3, Q's almost 2/3, and then DIA, the Dow, they're all at 2/3. Holy cow. All around that level. So
Ole
off the
macarone.
bottoms, Joey. What else we got? Yannick says Boss IPO. Let's take a look at the Boss. Do we have any more? Yeah, let's take a look. There, BOSS. I think we have a.
Let's take a look. It's in our
IPOs
book.
this week in a while.
Reading Rainbow. I
Nope.
can do
MX.
anything.
BOBS. Excuse me. Sorry. BOBS. I saw BOSS. I apologize. BOBS, not on the NQ. And why? Yes. Okay. Open.
Man, I love that show.
5.2 million shares. Looks good. Looks good. BOBS. All right. High looks to be around south of 17.5, 1744, showing 1733. Where's the opening print? The opening print was right at 17. Area low looks to be 16 2/3. It is at 17 1/3. Let's see if it can hold up. Looks like there is a consolidation area of no 17 to 1710. Yeah, there you go, guys. BOBS on the NY, done about 5 1/3 million shares. It's trading a lot closer to the highs and to the lows. This could be a good continuation. It's only up 2% though. Trade it carefully, very little in the way of data. Here it goes, 1740, looking to take out the highs. As I mentioned, I think it's a 44 penny high. Where does it say the high? No, it's top. Yeah, 1744. There's a seller at 40. 44 is there is a new high, new all-time high. It's been trading for like 10 minutes. 1745 now. Let's see if that can clear the whole dollar. Bob's on the New York, up 2.5.
All right, man. Hydration Nation right there, Casino Man. If you could hit that one for us, that'd be
There you go.
There you go. Make sure you guys get that water in here. But yeah, so far been a pretty good one, guys. I mean, this was a little bit of a mistake. Short side, we get out immediately, and then we get right back in there on the T-triple-Qs. Take that up into that $49 mark, in which we're looking for. I'm still holding on to 50% of my position, and we're going to hold that up until let's see if we can get into 49.10s, 49.20s if we're fortunate enough, and the market seems to find somewhat of a bounce. As for that, the SLV long this morning was definitely our better trade here. I mean, from 6.767 all the way up to 70.40 there, and we waited $1.60 before we even take anything off. So not too bad of a look. We're still negative 12 1/4 there on SLV. Heading back to our trade, the T-triple-Qs. Let's see if this thing. There we go, bang, just like that. So there we go, back up to 48.97. So it seems that we're going to continuously grind a little bit higher. A nice recovery in the overall market, guys. 49.20 is going to be the next target for us in the T-triple-Qs. Robinhood putting a nice indecision print right off of these lows, or maybe that's a small play. Maybe we have to, there it goes right now. A nice print. And what I like about this specific trade is that 76, you play the break of the high of this candle or the hold of about 50% of the wick low. Let's make this a little bigger so we can get more detailed. So if you get involved around 76.01, your stop is only like 30 cents or so, right? That's not bad. This is where you're proven wrong. Get out, and you may be fortunate enough to get a better price. So just always having an out. I know Neil, Sean, everyone has their planned outs. And not do we always stick with them? Not always, but 99.9% of the time you do. It's the 1% of the time that can really hurt you. So I like this here. Hood. Nice move and solid recovery. Strong opening drive up into 79.49. I thought we were going to head into that $80 mark in Robinhood. Wasn't necessarily the case, but you can see these steady lower highs, and I think that's really important for this name to continue its hold up. And there goes T-triple-Qs 49.05. We're going to take some off at 49.10, brother.
All right. Sorry, I'm just messaging. All right. Guys, same positions we're in. I think I may be on the verge here of canceling this trade on CISS. I'm waiting for a 205 break or not. It's back into 209. We're long at 212s. It still has a higher low trend, but I don't know how I feel about this. Let's check out Bob's. Bob's is absolutely going buck. Here we go. Bob's is breaking out into 18 and a fifth. All right, so good breakout here on Bob's. This is a IPO. Should see what some of the chat's saying about this one. Just take a guess, right? Into 17, back into, of course. Into 18 we go. Let's see, can we hold? Is there a buyer at 18? At least locally there is. Let's give this one the old college try at 18. Let's see that 18 doesn't hold, we get out. We'll lose 10 pennies quick as you like. Let's see if that 18 comes right back. Yeah, that buyer at 18, stepping right back and zigging and zagging. Joey, 1790s, 1799, excuse me, back into 18 we go. Here's the deal. We're going to give this one, we're going to get a small share size. Let's go 1774 for now. So we're going to risk about 20 pennies on this bad boy. So we got 1808s. Let's set up some here into area high. We're going to risk about 20 pennies. So if that's the case, then we got to take out a little bit more, a little bit higher, so that we can have the proper R to R. Holding here at 18 on Bob's, up 6.15%. This is an IPO, guys, about 6.5 million shares traded so far. Not that it's going to halt or anything, but I'll give you the halt parameters. 19.44. There's the first profit taker on Bob's into 1920. Looking for a 1820. Looking for 1840 now. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher, possibly into the 50s. There's a good 18 buyer here. For how long, though? We'll have to wait and see. Trying to give this one a little bit of room. Down into 18 we go, Joseph. So we're going to pack the patience over here. What are you looking at, my man?
Good stuff. Yeah, Frank freaking Rizzo. Oh, that's his actual name, yeah. It's coming soon, trust me. All right, guys, so we took some off there around $49. We didn't get into that $49.10 mark that we were looking for. Just a penny away, a penny shy, and then the market decides to have a little bit of a pullback here. Didn't hold up on that specific print in which we were referring to not too long ago and heading towards some key support zones. IBIT looks like it wants to crack that 37.80 mark, and that's going to be a neckline for IBIT. So watch out for an additional leg lower here on the 5-minute time frame on IBIT. If this breaks and you see the volume really start to kick in, then sure enough, we might see some more downside southeast price action. Let's head over to spot itself, BTC.
Go Bobs. Go Bobs.
Go Bobs. All right, we're down to 66,669. Yeah, that was great. That was crazy. That was crazy. Looking at that one, so a tough look in the cryptocurrency space, and I think it's going to continue on this trajectory. We're now south of, we're right in the neck of the woods of the IPO of IBIT. So yeah, I mean, a couple years of gains gone in the span of a couple of months, but I mean, at least it wasn't silver where it just tanked on you in the span of 2 days. It gave you 124 days to get out of that one. So IBIT, BTC continuing its downward trajectory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive red days.
Not 8.
Yeah, man, it is 8, man. It is what it is, though, Sharif. It's a I don't even know what I'm trying to say there. Yeah, it's absolute destruction. It's not a game for the weak, that's for sure. Plug Power says Zen Zombie.
Bleeding its own blood, down 6%.
Are you in it?
No, I'm in Bob's. We're printing on Bob's, baby. 18.5 seller. There's a big seller at 18.5, but it's accumulating pretty aggressively. There's a huge buyer at 18. Let's see if we can get a print above 18.5. Nary a print above that level. There's a whole bunch. Okay, here we go. We cleared them. For the moment, I saw 54 print, but look at all the selling come in there. As soon as it crossed 50, what does that tell you? Aggressive profit taking and or shorts looking at that level. But right now we're holding above, and there it goes, Joseph, into the area high. Now we're printing on this into $0.75. Go Bobs. We're going to take it out here at 75. Like this trade. All right, not bad. There was a clear buyer here at $18. Let's see if we can set up again on Bob's. Don't go long. I just took $1 on Bob's, man. What are you talking about? So Bob's is doing well over here, up 11%. New IPO, guys. 7 million shares traded on the day. Good look. Should have taken more shares on that, but hey, can't be choosers. Let's flip one of these side charts over here into Bob's. We're going to take off ZSL.
All right, how we doing, yo?
And we're going to put on Bob's. Now, I thought there was definitely a seller at 1820. I don't want to base too much on the 1 minute chart, but there was definitely consolidation at 1820. If this comes back down to 1820, could be a nice buy area there, up 10%. Sorry to cut you, Joe.
I don't think
All right, PayPal looking good. $40 support
it's not really having any form of an effect on the T-triple-Qs right now. Maybe a little bit laggard, but I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I find there's other vehicles outside of the T-trips where like you get these move up and then you have these aggressive pullbacks and
What's
everything along
GME
those
doing?
lines. So it's just something that's more steady.
Wow, GameStop's up 2%.
We're in the middle of
25.
so
Dude.
have somewhat of an influence, but there goes Google straight to the top side there, guys. They're continuing to climb. I think at this point in this pace, we're going to break that 325.78 mark. on Alphabet Inc. There now, what can really be dragging the market down? Okay, yeah, Microsoft heading right back to
What could be bringing the market down? I don't know.
Amazon, are you heading lower? Not really. Is it Meta starting to participate with that downward trajectory, dragging the market down? Yeah, a little bit. So once again, when you're trading this name, there's so many things that you have to take into consideration, in my opinion, on which the potential direction can go. So sometimes single equities, I think from an investing standpoint, it's the complete opposite. Like, you want to own obviously the indices, but then when it comes to intraday trading, you have to take these things into consideration to see what they're all up to. Because if you're trying to go long and then you have half of them are selling off, the other half are going slowly grinding higher, you're just going to see that ebb and flow and that choppiness within this vehicle. So keep an eye out on that. And that's what I have right now. So we're only 30 cents ITM, 49.20. We're going to try to diamond hands Deontay Wilder. This one, he's got a fight coming up soon as well, too. Sure, he signed a deal with who I don't even know. That's the issue about boxing, is like half the fighters you don't even really know. But aside from that, SLV is starting to break through that 70-20-20, that 70-22 mark. We'll keep an eye on silver as it continues to grind a little higher. Yep. There.
Keep an eye here in service now. NOW, TechCrunch reporting that Anthropic is releasing its Opus 4.6. It features new agent teams. Again, another case here of these software names reacting negatively to fears of competition, so to speak, from AI. Back to you.
I'm in Bob's again. I'm looking for a 20 penny hold. There it goes back up to 50. Seller at 50. I'm in at 35. That was the area I was talking about. I wanted 20. There it goes into 67. Looking now for continuation in 19. Go Bob's. Again, we talked about trying to chart on the one. Obviously, it's risky to chart on the one. Back into 18, 20 we go. The spread is opening up. 43 on the ask, 21 on the bid. Let's see if it stops me out or if it continues to go. It's just in the 60s. Back up into the 60s it goes. I have a pretty lofty expectation over here for a 19 print. But I'm front running the level at 19. I got it in the mid 90s. Let's see if this one can decidedly hold above 18 and a half. It's up 8% and change. Looking for that move. You're not readily seeing the buyers step in, and now you're getting resistance at the $0.50. Yeah, let's just continue to watch over here. Nothing for me to do. The tape is slowing down. All right, so market participation in this one is starting to dwindle a little bit. Is there going to be a buyer?
Hey, what up?
To take this one north of the half? I don't think so. I'm flattening out. Break even on the remaining amount, and there it goes, bleeding its own blood.
How we doing? How we doing, man?
$0.25. Let's see if it sets up again at 18. So good out there. Let's just watch here. Let's see if it gets any support at around 18. It's
I
not
hear you,
quite
boy.
losing that 20 penny area, at least not yet. Showing 23s. Prior bar low, by the way, on the 5 is 18.22. So there's a buyer here because this is prior bar low. Can it breach prior bar low? If it does, it's going to be ugly because the prior candle is topping tail. So then you get a topping tail candle and a breach of prior bar low. There's a buyer at 22. So clearly other people are looking at prior bar low as well. We're losing the bid, Joey. Down it goes. Okay, so let's let this one set up. It's breaking structure. It's not for me at the moment. Into 18. Does it lose 18? Watching. 1801 buyer, huge buyer at 18.
To turn this buyer market around.
1801 and 18.
I know, man. Like, that's what I was trying to say. Like, I was saying that earlier. Like,
let's see.
The government could easily step in here and, you know, like, try to ease the fears of, like, the sell-off.
11 pennies.
It would help because everything's crashing,
10 pennies, and the level
following Bitcoin and a lot of other stuff going on. But
here at 18.
if they don't, like, you know,
buyer 1, 2 on the whole
I don't
dollar.
know.
There's a buyer
I don't get it.
around that level. Could get in here, man, but I just don't like the candle setup. Topping tail candle, and you drop down, breach prior bar low quite aggressively. I don't think that's a move for me, even if there is an 18.
like, all they have to do is be like, the government's gonna buy Bitcoin, and this, like, the market would go up immediately.
Monster slippage.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it could be,
or they don't even have to do that. They just be like,
those levels are going to get decimated, and there it is. I said 25 pennies.
we're investigating the big drop. We're investigating the market crash. You know, like, if they did something like that, even
too many times,
the market would bounce.
The prior bar, or so current bar low 1773. Kind of exactly the point that I want to make there. Be careful with this one. Let's set up a different way. I am not going to chase this one. MSTZ back into the day high, guys. So the range could be on here. We saw this last time. It rejected into
Pretty
the
gnarly.
high, I want to say into the high.
Pretty gnarly.
2646, I think. Now it just made a new high, 2649. This is looking much more like an ascending wedge, though, much more than it did prior, because it looked like more of a range prior. Now you can kind of see that these higher lows are a little bit, they're operative at the moment, even though the wicks do breach them. There it goes into another high, 51, 52, 57. The breakout is on right now on MSTZ. That means MSTR is bleeding its own blood. So be on the lookout there. It typically means that crypto's dropping as well. They could be, disassociated, but I really don't.
Yeah, it's dropping, dude.
2660 high. So this is a
Come
great
on.
break here on MSTZ into the area high. Watch out for 27s. Those could be incoming shortly. How are the other trades doing? Let's go ahead and take a quick look here at LIMN. Where's LIMN? Okay, so we're back down into the volume weighted average price, but we have 75. Show me 80s. That's fine. I'll pack the patience there. And how about CISS? I have no more patience with this one. We're out. It's not breaking above that higher low area, nor is it making its way back into view up. That is not for me. We're out of that one. That's it, Joey.
Yeah.
That's all I got. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, I got all out of this break even here. Let's see if we can find something else. But I mean, it worked out for us regardless of us making a hockey arrow right there. And then we get that move to the top. We get stopped out 50%. But yeah, the market is bleeding. And I've seen people.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
New day low, bro.
66K.
Yeah.
Worse, man. Expect this thing to be in the 50s.
What are you guys, new?
Go to. I said to Shreve, if the thing goes to like 10K or $1,000, I just throw everything that I 1,000.
It's not going to 10K, dude.
10K, Katina, man.
Yo, Katina, man. I don't want to see that, bro.
Hey, good.
I don't want to see that,
you never
man.
know. You never know, right? What's the bottom? Nobody knows.
No, it's not going to 10K.
What? You never know, man. If anything can happen, right?
Yeah.
You got to take it into consideration. What is the probability of it happening? Who knows?
Zero.
What are you looking for over there on the stream deck? Just take a look at Ethereum. Hit it, man. Who do you think you are, Ryan?
No,
$1,950 there on. I know. Katina Man and Tom Lee are they have really
They're
good.
very good friends.
Yeah, they have great rapport.
That's the friend.
Yeah, exactly. So there it is, Tom Lee. 60% there.
You think it could go to 38?
ETHA. Or sorry, ETH 60%.
Yeah.
In,
I mean, I hear you loud and clear. I don't see it.
From April all the way up there, 220.
I don't see it happening. I don't see it breaking 50K.
It's significantly low, and it doesn't look like it wants to stop.
I added a little bit to my IBIT today.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to add all at once, Katina, man. You know it's going to be 5 shares here, 7 shares here, 10 shares there. Maybe 11 shares here, says the Katina, man. No, I'm going to add, bro. I'm going to add. I'm not aggressive. I'm not, taking on debt to get into Bitcoin. It's the cash that we got.
Yeah,
deploy it.
Throw it at it, man. By all means, like. We have nothing to worry about. The only individual who should be really scared is Michael Saylor at the end of the day. Even though he'll never get liquidated. I agree with what Katina Man said. It is true. That's why you say he'll never get liquidated, because he's not leveraged. He's bought all of it with cash. So
with other people's cash.
Yeah, with other people's cash. That's even better. You know what I mean? That's even better. Like,
That's even worse.
So he's not sweating at all. If you're buying this with other people's cash, you're having a pretty good time right now.
That's exactly how you get caught in fraud.
Companies, but look at the momentum to this. Where does this scream? This is literally waterfall type price action. It doesn't even give you time to breathe in these past couple of days. You just drop significantly. It's just like boom, 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 boom. And I think this is going to continue. Look at the volume increase as well, too, guys. Insane volume.
Problem, Bitcoin don't have a catalyst to go up. The crypto bill been shattered.
To the downside. Watch out for this name.
Yeah, this is. It's a
I mean, maybe. I don't think it needs a reason.
But LIMN just bounced beautifully off 75 pennies. I came to put in my order for that add into 75. Rockets right back up into 82. Now showing me 83. So let's see if this one breaks trend. If it does, it gets into 83, 84, 85. That I'm going to add for that break of 90. Because then this one will be an ascending wedge.
You got to think, like, Trump is in...
Okay.
Crypto, like he's
and that 190's been money.
He's more into crypto than any other president has ever been.
They're all higher than their
This
predecessors.
market will have you
So
believe that
LIMN could be
Trump is
190,
against
really.
Bitcoin, and he's
We'll have
not.
the patience and wait on that. But right now, it's not immediately apparent whether that's going to be a good trade or not. Bob's is coming into the volume weighted average price at 17 and a quarter. Now, we have very little in the way of data. This is an ugly topping tail candle, followed by an even uglier red candle. And that's why I got the hell out of there as soon as I saw that, right? I mean, that's what you don't want to see, which is when you get a topping tail candle followed by a subsequent candle to breach the prior candle low. That means get the hell out of there. All right, let's just throw in the ticker. So BOBS, a Christmas tree retracement, as my friend Randy likes to call it. Green on one side, red on the other, Randy. That's not good. Not good at all. And we expanded a little bit. It looked more like a Christmas tree there. But BOBS, I want to say 17 and a quarter, volume weighted average price, 17.35 coming in now.
You think so?
Print, 4 Bobs, 17 on the dot. Low of day, 16.66. So those are the levels there, in case you're interested in trading that. MSTZ continues to hang around highs, and we have a new poll. Thank you, Fabian, throwing that on there. Let's show them. Where's BTC bottoming? 4 choices, guys. 62 to 67, 50 to 60, 30 to 40 collapse, and then 0 to 0, baby. I'm going to go ahead and just put in 50 to 60. Let's see what everybody else has in the chat. At least that one is the one that's leading right now.
Whoa, 60 is your prediction?
She's got breaking news.
You might actually like this one, Sherry. This is a small cap. GDRX. This is good RX holdings pushing up massively here as we get stat reporting that looks like GDRX could be a key Trump RX integration partner for pharmaceutical companies offering discounted prices on Trump RX. So again, stat reporting GDRX could be benefiting here and involved in this Trump RX launch, which
that's been a value play for a minute. Good RX. It's been dropping for a while.
That announcement President Trump is expected to be about Trump RX. So
yep.
GDRX going to be on watch reportedly.
So it takes a little bit of good news. That's what I'm saying. Like, all they got to do have little bit of good news for crypto, and crypto's going back up.
The pickings are slim, guys. We got to trade something. So into 65 it goes, zigging and zagging with that 2/3 of a dollar.
This ain't nothing.
To the $0.50. If it loses the $0.50, we'll look to set up a little bit differently, if at all. Right? It's got to set up in the right way. So let's go ahead and throw in the stops there. For this, back into 60 it goes. Let me put this on the side chart over here so I can get a better look.
Definitely could get worse.
This is GDRX on the NQ, by the way, guys. Showing 59s. There it is, back into 60. Let's see if this is going to hold up here. 268 high. Volume weighted average price 240, 10 EMA on the 5, 230. Let's see if the $0.50 ends up being any good area of support. I'm going to set up a little dip trade there at 55 for a possible DCA into this bad boy. But I'm seeing Bob's is starting to hold up at the volume weighted average price, so be on the lookout for that. That could be a move. I would say, look, for Bob's, look for prior bar high to break that 17 3/4. Keeping an eye here on GDRX. Looking for that either dip trade into the $0.50 or that continuation into 3/4. Back into the $0.50 we go into 57s. Not quite getting filled here at 55. 16 3/4% breakout there. There it is. Now we're dipping into the $0.50. They're going to be buyers. Are there going to be buyers? At least locally there are. Now we have a 63 penny average. Let's go ahead and wait at that level. Continuing to watch here, guys. Sorry. I have to adjust my stop because
Virgin Galactic, yeah, I love that. I love that company.
Of shares that
definitely, yeah. Virgin Galactic is super cheap right now.
That
I agree.
That one on, and then we're just gonna go for that many shares there. All right, good. Back into 60 we go. Let's see if there's continuation. So I do have a good at least dip trade for now, but they're selling aggressive selling into that 2/3 of a dollar area.
Yeah, Virgin Galactic's great long-term hold.
So
easy, no-brainer
on GDRX. I also want to keep an eye on my other trade. What's it called? LIMN is showing me a bottoming tail candle through VWAP. What I'm going to do there, it is taking out into 83. This is my invitation to add. We're going to add here, and then we're going to wait for a little bit higher. We're going to go 88 for the beacon.
Yeah, Virgin Galactic has gotten destroyed.
GRX still zigging and zagging in the mid to high.
They will be profitable in like a few years. Actually, like
61.
I don't know what year it is,
no
but
continuation though, guys. So they're
like within the next 5 years, Virgin Galactic will be
We'll have
profitable.
to see if the 50 penny area can hold. It doesn't look like it will though hold, so we'll probably get stopped out. through the $0.50. Packing the patience though, gonna let it stop me out, won't flatten out the position.
Because they got like another ship that's almost
As
ready.
always, guys, if there are any small cap gappers making a move, let me know. Yeah, GDRX is dropping. So we did get stopped out through that $0.50 there. Volume weighted average price though, guys, 243. So watch out for a possible hold at that 243 area on that bad boy. Let's see how LIMN is doing. Still holding at the 183 level, not exactly rocketing up, but keeping my eye on this one. All right, my man Joey Options is back. All right, we'll keep an eye on this. Let's see if GDRX wants to pop back up into that 250 area. We got wigged out of that, but there seems to be some buying here into that mid 240s. Let's keep an eye. Yeah, no, still dropping, guys. There's a buyer at 47s, but I see VWAP at 43s, quite frankly, so I'm not going to be buying here. It'll have to dip into 43.
All right, man.
All right, brother, what do you got?
Yeah. We're just relaxing here right now. We'll go 3 for 3 if we're gonna include.
Relaxing, chillaxing, acting up, shooting some b-ball outside of.
Incoming 30 to 40 coming to 0, baby.
Win a couple of guys.
On that one, I think 50 to 60 is more ideal there. 12% say to 0. All right, just got off the phone with Michael Saylor. Says you
Started making trouble in the neighborhood.
it's not his money. Do we go short on the T-Triple-Qs at the break of this?
Kelly B finding a bottom here could be
the volume-weighted average price.
nice little day trade for somebody out there. Looking pretty tasty there. Kelly B was up 900% today. $32 is nothing compared to where it was at.
So we'll go with the individual stock.
$30.
Oh, poor old Robin Hood down.
It was $100 this morning.
All-time high. Silver starting to come back into VWAP as well.
Check it out.
You're hovering around the volume-weighted average price a little bit above that. And then sure enough, you started to form this shelf without that steady ebb and flow in the market. You consolidate, form that support level, and then once you don't have enough demand above these supply zones, that's when you start to come back in a little bit here, guys. So keep your eyes out on that. A lot of earnings reports this evening as well too. So I'm liking that and looking forward to what we got going on there. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. It's Milo's birthday today. If anyone was curious about that, probably not. But hey, it is what it is. Like let's see if you guys can see this one here. Like you see his hat. You see his hat there? Yeah. He likes Sharif too. He's always like to
barked at me, but then he was chilling. He started sleeping.
Once you get a couple treats, then you guys are friends, right?
Exactly.
It's a win-win situation on that front. He gets treats, you get a friend, and then sure enough, he'll continue to do that. But T-Triple-Qs. Yeah, he barks at everybody that comes in, but T-Triple-Qs, guys, heading a little bit lower. Let's head through our scans and see what we got going on. How's the overall market doing? I was looking at the scoreboard. I know Walmart's starting to come in a little bit as well, too, guys. So here's the options chain. MSTR reporting after the bell at the money IV on tomorrow's expiration is through the roof on MSTR. Not too good of a look, but we know we have Bloom Energy, typically not the most active in the options world, and that's what we're experiencing.
Man, FJ.
Atlanta, 436% at the money IV there on Bloom Energy. I don't think I've ever seen anything that high. That's madness. Yeah, let's see what Reddit's up to, 299. Oh, plus with the VIX really starting to move a little bit higher here, guys. You're going to see the increase in the options market as well, too. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So there it is. Let's head over to our stock scanner and see what we got cooking up. ETHA on the top of the list, but IBIT, leading the way, BlackRock,
CIBC down 14%, 82 cents.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case anymore. iShares right there out of the iShares world down to 37.55. Oh my God.
Yeah, brother, it's the inverse. That's what iShares do.
Well, it's only a matter of time, I think, until this neckline cracks. Who knows what we get on the earnings report? But look what happened with Google, right? Like, let's go over to Google.
Look at the VIX.
You get those initial bounces, and then sure enough, you give up the majority of that move. We have now officially broken trend on Google, right? So even though you're starting to fill in that gap, this is the biggest, I think this is one of the biggest mistakes I've made in my investing career. This is the alpha dog right now.
Short the VIX if you're a real man.
Market capitalization position. Google is him, and I think it's going to continue to be him for quite some time, and it's going to take that first place market cap spot. I think in the next maybe year and a half or something along those lines. That's my opinion.
You're copying my thing, bro.
I'm not copying your thing.
I was saying that like 4 months ago.
Did you say it was the alpha dog?
I didn't call it the alpha.
All right, then you're copying my thing there, brother. So there it is, guys.
Man, come on, man. You know I said to you that it would overtake Apple. I didn't say it.
You did. I agreed with you, though. I agreed with you. And look at this
so much momentum.
Look at this dumpster fire over here on Microsoft. I mean, you can't even stop this one. No matter how many fire extinguishers you get, you're down 27%. And this was all fun and games. And I said this before, right? How's that one song go that you're 4 monkeys jumping on the bed until one fell off and bumped their head, and it's not so fun anymore because that's what's happening in Microsoft. All of this after that earnings report.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the story that goes with that.
And then after that, it's like
because the market's crashing, dude.
Never mind what happened there because we are now south of that $556 mark. And it's funny, my buddy who works for Azure, we were just texting. Our group chat was texting the other day, and he's like, "Oh man, I can't watch the fights. I'm working." He's like, "Somebody's got to get this stock back up." So, he obviously has no influence on that whatsoever.
Does he have like options and stuff like that with work?
Yeah,
so it makes a difference then, definitely.
That. So, but down 30% off of those highs, so bear territory in these tech names, man. Not too good of a look whatsoever. And there goes my pen. I got to go to Dollarama. And I'll get some more of these fountain pens. But yeah, let's
just some options, man. Ahead, man. 1:15. I thought CEO was coming in. She's not. So let's get to the news. Yes, all right. Alphabet earnings. Joseph just talking about them right now. Well recovered off the lows, Assassino, into 2 1/3, and they're doing not bad here. So let's talk about their earnings. EPS came in at $2.82, well ahead of $2.63. Revenue a little bit shy of 114. We're talking about 113.83. The street was looking for 111.43, so an easy beat there, more than $2 billion. And their net income rose sharply. Their profitability is up 30% year over year, up to almost $35 billion in profit. And they're saying it's supported by operating leverage despite heavier investment. They've been spending huge on CapEx, yet they're able to be so profitable and increase that profitability 30% year over year. That's definitely an achievement there. And probably helping that is the insane percentage growth that they had on Google Cloud, 48% year over year growth there. That I think that's substantially higher than about 10% higher, I would say, than Azure. I think Azure came in at 38 or 39 and missed the 40. So a big beat there, bringing that top line number still smaller than what revenue, than the revenue Azure and AWS are bringing in, 17 2/3 billion. That beats expectations. And their cloud backlog, which is essentially like their RPOs, or remaining performance obligations, surged 55% sequentially. So that's how much demand they can't meet because they need more compute. And that more than doubled year over year. And if you want to quantify that 55% sequential increase, it's about $240 billion in our remaining performance obligations. I think Oracle was saying something like 300 billion around that time. They're saying 240. Management wanted to emphasize that cloud growth is being driven by AI workloads and enterprise adoption. And this is kind of what we were talking about, Joseph. We were talking about the fact that they're able to monetize their cloud spend, their AI spend, in a lot quicker than the likes of Meta, because Meta's got to realize more ad revenue, whereas they can just start, renting out their servers vis-a-vis Neo clouds and make money that way. And that seems to be what is happening here, and that's why the numbers are up so much. Let's talk about their advertising revenue. 13.5% surge year over year, up to 82.28. So of the top line, 113.38, 82.28 is ad sales. Their YouTube revenue grew as well, 9% year over year, up to more than 11 1/3. But that actually missed expectations. The street was looking for more YouTube ad revenue, and they're saying their traffic acquisition costs, which is the amount of money that they have to expend to bring in more traffic, what came in above estimates, a point investors are monitoring for margin implications. And then here's the big one, Joey. Let's just get right to it. Their 2026 CapEx projection is between 175 billion to 185 billion. That's more than double what they spent in 2025.
Wow.
And it's a lot above whatever range you're looking at. I had 110 billion. Brendo had 113 or 115. That's what
should
the street
cost
was
more
expecting.
now.
It's well above that.
So.
Most of that's going to be on AI compute. And Gemini, 750 million monthly active users, up from 650 million.
Yeah.
So 100 million users added in one quarter.
Yeah.
It's the biggest platform.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on with this name.
I've been
That's what I'm
telling
talking
people
about.
that.
This is the alpha dog right now in this AI race. If you ask me, they're spending the cash. They have the best LLM. Their margins are starting to thicken as well too. Out of all
It's the
things,
big dog.
You're seeing that increase, double digits.
People just don't know it yet. They'll find out.
Big things, and then also Google Cloud continuously growing. And Sundar's like, hey, we need to spend this money to keep up with the demand. Backlog is up as well too, a substantial amount. And I'm going to remain. This was the biggest mistake, and I don't know why. Obviously, everything is hindsight. But this was the biggest investing mistake of my life, and I'm waiting for this pullback because I'm going to get involved in this name because it is going to be the alpha dog of the market, and I think it's going to be able to rule for quite some time. We joke, Sharif, you and I say this is the ultimate tech ETF. It's the case.
So many noises again here.
Think about in the instance of the ad revenue being really the carrier of this.
See if OPAD can hold $5 here.
As it's growing at a substantial clip, and I think it's going to continue to do so.
Well, let's go. Let's have a green day.
That amount of money in order to keep up with the demand. So monthly active users up substantially once again, and I think it's going to be. We talked about this for quite some time. Is that Google had the most amount of data out of all of these hyperscalers and the AI startups in the LLM game. But it took them some time in order for them to take that first place spot. But what they have done now, they're taking it with vigor, and I think they're going to continue to do so. Watch out, OpenAI and Anthropic.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much to Shap 100 $5 super chat. Thank you very much, brother. It's rare to find people with as good as energy as you guys. Everyone at Trader TV Live has infectious, positive vibes. Keep it doing it live, boys. Thank you very much. Appreciate Shop for the $5 super chat and the very kind words. We really appreciate that, my man. Let's go on to the next topic. We're expecting Amazon after the bell today, and AWS is certainly going to be in focus. And here's what UBS is expecting for Amazon. They reiterated their buy rating, and they nudged the price target up a little bit, up to 311. They're characterizing the stock as a coiled spring. And they're arguing investors' expectations have not fully caught up to the scale of Amazon's next phase of cloud and AI-driven growth. The modest price target increase kind of reflects that rolled forward valuation assumptions, along with obviously that higher AWS
how much was what
forecast. They went on to say when it comes to AWS, they're looking for Q4 of 25, which is the quarter they're reporting, to mark the second consecutive quarter of AWS acceleration. After it had stopped accelerating, they were decelerating in increase in percentage year over year. The UBS now AWS's capacity roughly doubling by 27, driven by aggressive.
That's what I bought. It was $6.20.
And they're saying, listen to this capex, bro.
635 at 530. So it fell from
they're estimating
more than $6 to $5.40, even further down there at 530.
Estimate of $300 billion. And
I like it here.
AWS capex,
I'm in it,
excluding all the other Amazon divisions.
I'm in it under $6.
For that 2-year period, mind you, to be between 225 to 260 billion. Again,
they beat earnings.
That 2-year capex guide from Amazon will probably get
good news, just mixed news because they got less people using the app. But
they're also arguing that the market is not yet
everything's down right now.
AWS revenue doubles by 2028. And
Snapchat's a $6 stock in my mind. In my opinion, it's a $6 stock all day.
Amazon's ecosystem
should be less than $6,
including faster gross merchandise.
Even if they missed earnings, I think it's still a $6 stock.
Advertising revenues,
definitely a $5 stock, and they beat earnings. So
and it's one of the fastest growing as well. A lot of advertising on their platforms now. And investments across
this is IPO price,
satellite connectivity.
This is getting to like IPO price, so it's ridiculous and way oversold.
so they could be.
It was down 11% today.
Yeah, all right. I just want to touch on one thing. The only disappointment, which is kind of comical,
So a lot of opportunities in the market,
It's down slightly. Didn't hit projection.
That's Google.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. From Google for our YouTube. So, yeah, as for AWS, guys, a lot going on with this one. I think we don't even really talk about the e-commerce section of it anymore. It's AWS. How much are they going to spend on cloud growth, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it's going to continue to grow. These guys are spending an insane amount of money. They're just throwing it around like it's essentially nothing. Capital expenditures of around $344 billion. Like, these guys are just tossing cash around like it's like throwing caution to the wind, essentially. So yeah, watch out for these hyperscalers. And someone said this interesting: 2026 is the year of capital expenditure. Well, we thought that of 2025, but it just continues to grow, and it's not slowing down anytime soon. We'll see what 2027 brings.
Yeah, they might keep Snapchat down today. Okay, cool.
These guys are spending on right now.
Congratulations. You might be able to keep it down tomorrow. Good job, but Snapchat will be back $6 next week.
You just continue,
in my opinion,
hyperscalers at great prices, and I think that's going to be the narrative. Google breaking that downtrend, Amazon not really doing too much either. Watch out for the earnings report after the bell. But these good names are becoming at really good prices.
Good point. And speaking of good prices at good names at good prices, Mopar. Shout out to Mopar for life. $5 super chat. Thank you, Mopar. I'm assuming you worked for Chrysler at one point there. Bought 500 shares of Goog, not Google, Goog, at $144 on leverage. Is that why the market won't go up? They are trying to get me, aren't they? I don't think so, brother. I think you're well in the money. You're over $200 in the money. And you've probably held that position for a long time. I remember when it couldn't clear that 190, 200 top, and it dipped down into that area. Good on you for picking it up. Let's take a look at the chart on Google here for a quick sec before we go on to the next story. This is Google, by the way. All right, let's flip to the daily. 144. So, oh my days. You have it from here. You have literally the low in the tariff tantrum. You have the tariff tantrum lows. That's fantastic. And you're up 150% on your money. Well, not right now, but at the highs you were. That's fantastic look, man. I don't think you should be complaining about that. You're up 135% of your money based upon current price action. I don't even think this is a bad look for Google, quite frankly. Look at these bottoming tail candles. Look at those, dude.
Listen,
They're
I think
aggressive buying off that.
listen, the uptrend has been broken. This is a nice rebound.
Yeah.
A test of the lower end of that. I think we get a little bit of a pullback because again, this is a hyperscaler name that was at from the trough to the peak was up 135% or something along those lines. Like, you can be the big dog of the house, you're still going to see a little bit of a pullback in that for sure.
Of course. Let's go on to NVIDIA. Chip licensing back in focus. The Trump administration is willing to allow China's ByteDance, which owns TikTok, to purchase NVIDIA's H200 AI chips. The approval does hinge, though, on license conditions that are tied to national security. The U.S. government signaled it would approve the license roughly 2 weeks ago, though negotiations do remain unresolved. So even though that we kind of got the word that it was going to go ahead, there seems to be more back-end discussions. The primary friction point is this Know Your Customer KYC framework that was proposed by the regulator, which NVIDIA has not agreed to in its current form. U.S. officials want strict oversight to ensure that end-use transparency. It's not being used for anything untoward. NVIDIA argues that, this KYC is important in principle. The conditions, though, must be commercially workable, or customers will turn to non-U.S. alternatives. We've been talking a lot about that. Take a look at MetaX and Huawei. There's others in China that are trying to do it live as well. The company warned that overly restrictive rules could accelerate the shift towards foreign chip suppliers. President Trump has reportedly greenlit the sales in principle, underscoring a more pragmatic stance, toward controlled exports. But we've seen pushback, whether it's from the Senate, the House. There's a lot of people within President Trump's own party that don't want these to make their way to China, Joey, NVIDIA.
I mean, a lot of this is just becoming noise. What's this here? Oh, look, it's Sean and Tom Lee, baby.
That's great, Ram. You gotta show this to Kati. He's not here right now.
Yeah, man, he just
Gotta play
left
that
too.
guy.
Him and Tom Lee watching the Super Bowl together. Who knows? Maybe Sean is involved with a little bit of BM&R at some solid prices.
Yeah, right, bro. Ram.
There you go.
Was that grok? What'd you use to make that? Gemini.
Gemini,
Okay, all right.
Hey, I don't know what's up with Nano Banana these days, man. This thing's been hallucinating like something off of that toad venom.
Whoa, that's
You know,
a description right there.
Never heard of that toad venom?
No.
I look back into I don't know. Apparently it's a thing. Anyways, aside from that, guys, like this NVDA thing, I think it's just a lot of noise. If you and I said this before, until they physically receive them, there's going to be that back and forth, and I think we'll really start talking about it when they start shipping these chips and these corporations physically have them. So.
I know, what would we hear, man? 2 million orders for the H200, and then we heard NVIDIA's had 700,000 in storage that they can sell right now.
Yeah.
And then we heard there was like a reduction in that to 400,000. Like, anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll get them when we get them.
We're literally playing ping pong with this at this point. It's just
anyway, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say until they physically have them, then it's just like, hey, we'll go back and forth.
Weren't you surprised at all by the AMD numbers for China yesterday? They sold $390 million of their chips to China in the past quarter, and they're only guiding 100 million in this quarter. I mean, is that foreshadowing something here?
Maybe a little bit, but it also sets up for surprise as well.
That's a good point. All right, Adara, give us your take on NVIDIA.
I mean, again, I think it's so funny here that I've said this a couple times. The reason I decided to or jump in on this particular story is because it's like every time we get these NVIDIA headlines, it's something good with China, partnered by something bad with China. And then it's like, oh, the U.S. is on it. Oh, never mind. China's not. Oh, China's working. Oh, but the U.S. is having some problems. Senator whomever paired up with House Representative whomever are teaming up to do things and nonsense. And it's just like, here's the thing. The market does not care about these stories anymore. And it's unfortunate to see. Now, I do think we might, I guess there's two exceptions to that. So for one, if we get any type of story intraday on the information, then usually there'll be some kind of move on that. And then the second case would be if we actually get like, hey, I am a customer, I bought my NVIDIA chip, which we're very unlikely to get from China. So in the meantime, I do think the story, as Joe said, is a distraction. But I think not just for the market and for people, I also think it's a distraction for traders. Because we get these headlines, and I do it. I put it on the watch list because it's still a note, but it's like these headlines are not things the market really seems to be reacting to as of late. So long story short, if you heard a headline about NVIDIA in China, read it a couple times over, make sure, kind of see what's what there, because I do think it's very interesting to me here, the way that the market at this point has even just gotten tired of these back and forth. So food for thought, for what it's worth.
Thank you very much, Adara. Let's go on to Apple. EU kind of giving it a bit of a break. I can't believe the European regulator didn't take an opportunity. What are you guys doing? You guys are losing your edge over there. You're not finding these American companies? Come on. Okay. EC ruled that Apple ads and Apple Maps, because they suck, won't be designated as regulated services under the Digital Markets Act, which is the DMA. The regulators concluded that neither service meets a threshold required for additional DMA obligations. Apple Maps in specific was deemed to have relatively low overall usage in the EU, as well as Apple Ads, which was found to have very limited scale in European advertising market. As a result, not really qualifying for further regulations under the DMA. The ruling doesn't alter, though, Apple's existing gatekeeper designation under that much-loved DMA legislation for other core services that was made back in 23 and 24. This is a service-specific decision, not a company-specific decision, and it's not a broader rollback of Apple's regulatory status in Europe. So they do face still regulatory headwinds in that continent. But show me one of these Mag 7 that doesn't face regulatory headwinds. In fact, Netflix as well, not even a Mag 7 name, they're facing regulatory headwinds. Apple, not the best performing Mag 7 name, that's Meta, up 1.45, followed by NVIDIA up a quarter, and then Apple down 0.7.
Yeah. Mohammed, I don't know if I'm the one who needs to, you can see we're nice, calm, cool, and relaxed.
This is the idiot who was talking smack yesterday. He's out.
Just like that. I told him, man.
I told him yesterday to behave himself. He doesn't understand. He's gone. Go ahead.
There we go. All right, man. Yeah, I mean, after Apple, the Sharif, like you said, you hit that one on the head there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that these guys didn't catch a fine or something along those lines. They could take a little bit more. Ad found to have very limited scale in Europe online, which is totally fine. Apple's going to be okay. I mean, these guys are dominant in the iPhones or in the handheld device space. There's nothing to worry about there with AAPL. We'll take a look at some of the technicals on Apple because it's actually one name that I haven't looked at really from a daily perspective. So yeah, sorry about that, Mark. I'm not really sorry about that. So I'm not going to try to do anything. But this is what's holding up the overall market, right? 4.8%. That's not bad whatsoever. And I think Meta is along those lines, and Amazon, and there's a Google obviously not too far off of that previous pivot high. But if we head over to the NASDAQ, we haven't really broke down, but we are headed towards some key necklines. If you get any form of aggressive selling in Google and or Apple, watch out for these levels and these support systems to be broken in the overall market there.
All right, Joey, let's go on to the next story. Qualcomm. Oh, baby. Well, at least it's recovered a little bit. This one was a lot worse than the pre. It's still SSR. It's down 7.5 now. Look, it wasn't that bad of a report, but really it was the memory shortage that really concerned the market. EPS topping expectations, coming in at $3.50. The street was looking for $3.41. Revenue reached $12.25 billion, modestly ahead of expectations, but a beat nonetheless. Despite that, the shares fell, as I mentioned, as much as 10%. Investors really looked at two things: the week forward guidance, and we'll explain why there was week forward guidance rather than the current results for the quarter. Now, this is what the guide was: adjusted EPS of $2.45 to $2.65 on revenue of $10.2 to $11 billion. The street was looking for more. They wanted $2.89 EPS. That's way higher than the range given, and $11.11 billion in revenue. Management did really want to emphasize here, though, the guidance shortfall is supply driven, not demand driven, and that memory is the glut, or not the glut, but this is the bottleneck, excuse me, in the supply chain. Executives pointed to a global memory shortage driven by, of course, data center demand for memory, which is crowding out supply for smartphones, for consumer devices, all things Qualcomm focuses on. Limited memory availability, Joseph Options, is constraining device production. And we heard this from Apple, did we not? Remember when Apple reported?
Yeah.
They said that, smartphone demand was through the roof, but they were having trouble making more because, margin compression with memory. Memory availability is now defining the size of the mobile market, according to the Qualcomm report. They said smartphone market remains in an upgrade cycle, but management does expect customers to prioritize premium tier devices. Think that probably would work for your Samsungs and your Apples as well. Handset revenue, Joseph, rose 3% year over year, bringing about $7.82 billion. And when they're licensing, as well as another important headline for them, income revenue generating sector, $1.59 billion in licensing revenue. That's the highest margin business that they have. And net income profitability about $3 billion. That's slightly below last year.
Yeah.
That's still profit. Bringing in billions.
Yeah. I mean, Qualcomm, it's kind of horrible. Like, if you look at it, there's quite some consolidation. It was choppy for quite some time. If you pull up the data here, I mean, you thought that you're going to get a sustained breakout just due to the length of the consolidation, but that wasn't necessarily the case. And this is the area in which I was talking about. You get that strong pop up into 207. But then sure enough, you just give up the majority of that move and head a little bit lower to $137. And it's the same narrative, right, across the board. And they just look at this. You go back to August of 24 to this whipsaw breakout. So that's over a year of just kind of moving sideways and trading within that $30 range. And then eventually you can't break out any higher and you head towards some key support levels. I think 123 might be in the works. You do experience a little bit of a gap down, but if this is filled, once that happens, then you get that slow curl over 121.63 and a break of that zone. You can see a little bit more trouble there in Qualcomm.
All right, Joey, I'm out of all LIMN, but Bovin pointing it out. Thank you very much, Bovin. LIMN is breaking out. It wasn't able to clear that 190 basically all day. I want to say from 10:10 a.m. It's above it right now and looks like it might be on the way to 192. So LIMN, at least for the moment, breaking structure with higher lows. It does have higher lows, so this could be, a nice flat top break, maybe into 2. 197 is the high of the day currently, by the way.
Back down to pound town we go.
Very similar to Qualcomm. They don't do the same thing, but there's a lot of overlap. They missed their licensing revenue expectations despite solid year-over-year growth. Q3 licensing revenue jumped 25% now, more than $500 million in revenue, $505 million, but that fell short of the 520 expected by analysts. Investors also kind of reacted negatively to only modestly better than expected guidance, which failed to offset the concerns around the near-term demand. Stock with their revenue mix, they reported record quarterly revenue of $1.24 billion, driven largely by AI, especially from data centers. Where have we heard that? Oh yeah, everywhere. Despite the AI momentum, though, the licensing licensing miss is dominating sentiment, I should say. And speaking of that licensing, about 50% of ARM's largest end market accounts for about 50% of their total revenue, their smartphone market, that is. Analysts warned that global memory shortages, again, would probably put a bit of a headwind against that smartphone market that they have, and as well any slowdown in Chinese handset production, to whom they supply a lot of their chips. If you know ARM, you know really that's what they specialize in, low energy using chips made for mobile devices. As well, their ARM continues to push into data centers, Joey, and server chip designs, but still by no means above their smartphone business. That seems to be the biggest one.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. I mean, with ARM, non-GAAP operating expenses rose 37% year over year to $716 million on research and development. I mean, Sharif, you're talking about the licensing and other, still growing at around a 25% clip, which isn't horrible. Full year 2026 revenue guided around $505 million, the royalty around $737 million with a 27% clip right there. I mean, there's still some going on. The smartphone and app processors dominant 99%.
Sheesh, rough week in the markets, you guys. Hope you guys are up. Hope y'all are doing well. It's not easy in this market at all.
It's such a monster run, and I very rarely trade ARM, and I don't look at it too often.
Yeah.
But straight out of the IPO, which I don't think it wasn't too long ago now, was it? A couple of years ago, I think, at that tree or something along
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I mean, back
Right
in
there.
3 years ago, it was sustained, but now you're just kind of moving in this sideways.
Definitely not easy in this market, you guys. So don't
find that a little alarming.
don't lose hope, don't lose faith. Just Bitcoin's crashing and bringing a lot of stuff
So for
down.
me, why would you even want to partake in it? Because then they can just manipulate the price.
We could be up next week. We could be green next
But
week.
even if you get involved, you're still at risk if only 10% of the float is out there for the public. I like that you brought that up.
Is what it is.
I want to shout out Save Man Woman. Great point. We were talking about demand for obviously chips in data centers. I'm going to build on your point, Save Man Woman. Says it's not just chips. My brother is working on data centers and they can't get enough transformers for grid. Fantastic point. I was listening to the president, not the CEO, the president of OpenAI, and he was like making this case. He was talking about how so many of these kind of people who deal in real estate, who own these huge swaths of land and actually some old factories that could be converted to data centers are approaching him. And they're like, hey, you know, I can get you online and no problem, whatever. Let's just get it done. You can use my property for your data centers. And so the president would ask, he'd be like, okay, you know, what's your grid? Or do you have the generators? Do you have the energy? He's like, yeah, don't worry, I can order those. He's like, do you realize it's like a 2 to 3 year backlog to get those? You can't get those. You put in orders now, you're going to get them like towards the end of the decade. So all these people that never really worked in tech or let alone AI are approaching all these AI companies thinking it's super simple to build these data centers. And he asked them, he's like, you know, like, what's your uptime for electricity purposes? And he's like, whatever the local utility company is. He's like, well, that's not going to work out for me, bro, because, you know, we have to have almost a 100% uptime. Can you get the generators? And then that kind of goes to the story I was just saying there about the generators being on a 2 year backlog. So your point very well taken there. It's not just chips. It's not just RAM. There's so much in the way of the AI bottleneck that's kind of getting in the way of things. So great point there, and thank you for pointing that out. Danny Boy is dropping 5 in the chat. Amazon just sent out emails saying that Amazon Music on Alexa is going up $1 per month. That's $12 per year for 56 million plus subscribers. A nice tailwind for them at least from a revenue perspective.
Yeah, everything's
Before we go on
getting
to
more
the next story,
expensive, like I
Derek,
said.
please give us your take
Of course.
on Qualcomm.
It's pretty brief, guys. I just wanna
Netflix is
mention
gonna
here,
get
we're
more
talking about
expensive
the
too.
year-over-year growth per subcategory. One of the things I've been doing this earnings seasons, A, because I think it's fun to visualize, and B, because I find it pretty interesting, is looking at how are these subcategories of these different companies' revenue reporting structures, how are they growing? So handsets last quarter, this is for the prior quarter here, again, in that QCT, or what their semiconductor more or less revenue breakdown. So handsets up 14% year over year, automotive up 17% year over year, Internet of Things up 7% year over year. That was last quarter.
It's more than
I'll
that.
just switch over here. You do see growth slowing down for handsets specifically. 3% year over year growth. So I mean, you're still seeing that growth, but at least like again on a sequential basis, bit of a slowdown. So one kind of interesting thing I flagged here that was of note. Other than that, Qualcomm, with the guidance being as weak as it was, not super surprising that we have the stock responding in kind.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to Snapchat.
Yup, talk about it.
Your favorite
Tell me about it.
media
Tell me about
platform.
Snapchat.
My boy.
Reels.
All right.
It's an incredible
Not
deal.
up for Snap, where are they at? Let me just double check super quick. Are they down? They up? Anywhere in between?
Yeah, take a look at it.
Can't find them. SNAP. Allow me a sec, guys.
SNAP.
They're SSR. Okay, sorry. They announced $500 million stock repurchase, trying to put money
Yep.
back in the shareholders' hand. Let's talk about their actual earnings report. They beat on the top line, $1.72 billion.
That's a fact.
1.7 expected, and increasing that top line number 10% year over year. Net
Yo.
income. This is what caught me off guard. $45.2 million in profit. But Joey,
Yep.
that quadrupled year over year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Improved operating leverage is the description being given here. I'm going to need a little bit more. How do you quadruple profit year over year? The operating leverage? No, I'm going to need a little bit more information than that. Adjusted EBITDA well ahead of estimates, 385 million, 58, excuse me. The street was looking for 300. Global daily active users, a little bit less than half a billion, 474 million. That was slightly below the 478 expected, and worryingly, it is down 3 million users quarter over quarter. So there was less users this quarter than the last.
Yes.
What the hell? Management attributed the daily active users dip to reduce marketing spend. That's what they're trying to say. They're also saying that platform level age verification in Australia, which removed about 400,000 accounts, also contributed to that headwind. If you believe that, then that should be a one-off incident, right? Unless there's going to be other jurisdictions, Europe, Canada, that could be doing that as well. Now,
I'm not worried about it.
Canada's going down that road quite yet, but it's a possibility. Global ARPU average revenue per user, 362 versus the 356 expected. So better monetization per user, despite
Making
the
money.
softer user
That's what that
accounts.
means.
And their guide here, Joey, they're guiding Q1 revenue 1.5 to 1.53.
So they can
That is
beat it.
Low estimates.
That's so they can beat it, bro.
9 2/3, the street wanted 1.55. And their Q1 adjusted EBITDA.
So that we don't run into this
190
like
million.
a problem.
The midpoint is kind of above the street's estimate of 178. And as I mentioned, they have that $500 million share buyback.
Yeah. So, I mean, we talk about the ads on a lot of these social media. I mean, North American ads up 6% year over year with about 1.03 billion there in revenue. European ads are up as well, 19% Sharif. So 20% of total within North American ads are equaling up to 60%. And then the rest of the world is that additional 20% too, but still up 16% with 350 million, and then other revenue sitting around 232%. So, I mean, it's not absolutely horrible. Sharif was talking about the monthly active users, daily active users as well too. So, I mean, we talk about Instagram being the king of social media. Then you have TikTok sitting in that next place. I don't know what's in that third. Is it Snapchat? I can't think of any other. X or is it Reddit? Right. So in order for Instagram to not hold that monopoly, essentially, Sharif, you need these smaller participants, the Reddits, the X users, the TikTok users, and Snapchat.
Snapchat's not going anywhere.
I personally don't mind Snap, especially because you're starting to see more ads. It sucks as a user, but that means the company is making more money in
Exactly.
the platform. So yeah, that's one thing positive going for Snapchat.
And I just wanted to mention one thing. Their Snapchat Plus grew 71% year over year. They have now 24 million Snapchat Plus subscribers.
You know why that is, Sharif?
Why, Joey? No, I have no idea. I don't use Snap. It's on the phone. you giving me that look?
Well, I feel like you always give me.
I actually don't know.
Yeah, well, it's probably because of that one other platform. Starts with an O, ends with a F. Yeah.
Okay. They also formed Specs Incorporated, and that's going to be their AR glasses kind of push.
I think that's a smart
It's going to be a
move.
wholly owned subsidiary. It's slated for opening this year, 2026.
Yeah,
Plans
they
to
were
build
super
standalone
early.
brand identity for those Snapchat specs. Look, I don't know. Hey, Zuck needs somebody to compete with. Apple needs somebody to compete with. Let's see if Evan Spiegel can get it done. Let's move. Yo, man. Have you seen some of these jurisdictions that are thinking about banning OF? Yeah.
But dude, I mean, the amount of money that some of these individuals are making is absurd. Like as much as like LeBron James.
Oh God.
Are you okay? What do you mean? No. Look it up.
All right, Katina Mandy, say yeah.
You know, man, not overall. Look, okay, I'm not going to argue about it whatsoever. Look it up and then just say no after. At the
Why
point,
is
if
it Streamlabs
only, literally an individual on there is making that much money.
Wild, bro. I'm just trying to make like a few dollars.
Okay, Katina, man, look at the screen.
I don't make anything from my content.
That's you and Tom Lee, my boy. You guys are best friends watching the Super Bowl together, Katina, man. All right, we played that one when you weren't here. 43 million.
So how much does LeBron make a year? How much does LeBron make a year?
I have no idea, brother. I have no idea.
A year. His current contract is 80 something a year. You sure? Yeah, LeBron's.
Yeah,
No,
probably.
What is his
LIMN.
He's probably making 50
Katina Man
to
says
100
Shay's
million
is
a
70,
year, man.
but he doesn't know what LeBron's is. All right, Joey, let's go on to the next story because we only have about 10 minutes left.
Probably
Let's go on to
making 50,
Bitcoin because everybody
$80
wants to
million.
know what the hell. Bitcoin just touched 65,000. $65,003, the low of the day. It's trying to bounce back now, 65.5. The blood is in the street everywhere. So let's talk about this because obviously these levels are no longer accurate.
GNS down 10%.
But this was the first time that Bitcoin hit below 70,000 since November of 24. That is basically right when the election took place.
52.6. So $10 million short. Okay, but you're acting like it wasn't even close whatsoever. You're saying like 900 million. It's $10 million off.
They can't hear Sean. They can't hear Sean.
Yeah, career earnings is not even relatively close, but I'm saying, and from a per year perspective.
I said 50.
All right, let's talk about this. Market participants were flagging $70,000 as a psychological level of support and technical pivot. That didn't hold. We're like right at the low of the day right now. The move followed, of course, that broad sell-off in tech stocks. Yesterday's software stocks specifically, or SaaS, I should say. Precious metals also getting clipped. Where's silver at right now? Silver down 12.5, gold down 1.
Hey, if you guys could smash that thumbs up, it'd be awesome, man. I appreciate it.
Forced liquidations, Joey.
Smash that thumbs up. Get the stream a like. You guys are helps me out. It's free. It doesn't cost anything.
Wiped out this week. Liquidation-driven selling has
thank you.
amplified the intraday moves, increasing, of course, the volatility.
Let me know what you guys are trading. I'll pull it up on the stream.
And while institutions were previously seen, as that stabilizing force for crypto, institutional demand has reversed materially. And this is vis-a-vis crypto quant. This is that information they're giving. US Bitcoin ETFs are now net sellers in 26, even though we're just about a month deep, after purchasing about 46,000 Bitcoin this time last year. Bitcoin now roughly, probably more, obviously, in fact, not probably, it is more than 40% below October all-time high of 126,000. Not a good look here, Joey. Crypto, Bitcoin getting shellacked.
Yeah. I mean, it's really tough to call a bottom on this thing right now as well.
If you guys can smash that thumbs up, I appreciate it. It's free. Subscribe to the channel, you guys. If y'all enjoy trading stocks, like talking about stocks, let me know what y'all are trading too.
We know Katina Man's buddy there, Tom Lee, saying this thing was going to hit $250,000 by the end of the year, which by the end of 2025, and it wasn't even close. Unfortunately, on that one, he was saying 15,000 on Ethereum as well too. So those projections were vastly off. I'm curious to what Michael Saylor's report's going to say.
Nobody cares what Michael Saylor has to say.
150K. We didn't get there. We were 25,000.
No, why y'all get hung up on him?
Yeah, Bitcoin is definitely getting a little ugly.
All right,
Yeah,
let's go
it's
on to
dropping.
the next story.
It's
What we got here?
crashing.
Silver. Yeah, let's talk about silver. Also getting clipped 12.4%. Snapping, a very brief 2-day rebound after losing more than 30% on Friday. Tough. Silver has been
From all-time
on a
highs, you mean?
record-breaking run. It was up 146% last year, but analysts say the rally became
Maybe
detached
mention that, you
from
know,
the
that's
physical
kind of
demand that was
important.
driven instead by speculative
Just
flows
saying.
as well as leverage and
It's not like it's
options-related
dropping
activity. That's
from
what's
the
being said in this
lows.
article. Margin hikes as well, Joey. We've seen the CME and other global exchanges, for that matter, forcing leverage players to reduce their exposure, which is accelerating that downside move as prices fell. Dealer hedging
Because it's going to keep spiking. They don't want it to keep going up.
And that had an effect of triggering stops, cascading losses across the system.
Exactly.
The correction in silver, though, has been more severe than in gold, partly due to the tighter liquidity in the London market, which is
Triggered sell-offs, you mean?
We've talked about this London issue before.
Yeah.
We've talked about China as well, and the difference in the spot price, global spot price in the Chinese market.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of things that are trading and acting a little bit more detached from reality. Thoughts?
Yeah,
That's because they manipulate everything, bro. Come on, you don't know that?
As up to $10 or something more an ounce. I mean, this is
guys
really
gotta be
tough
kidding
look,
me.
right? Like this is literally 5 trading days, and you have a 40%.
They manipulate
When
everything.
you're over leveraged and you
That's
go
why
on these
they're-
monster
that's-
runs, I thought the last place you would expect this is in commodity land, and it's unfortunate that we're going in this case. That's why there is an increase in margin requirements with SLV and all those things, so these things don't happen. It happened with the GameStop and
Exactly.
AMC things. So yeah,
Bitcoin.
it's in
Remember, we've seen that. We've been seeing it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, but we haven't seen us. They're still allowing those extreme leverage products.
But I remember we were like,
Let
we
them.
saw them was like 3,000.
Let them
Yeah,
short
it's
it.
like 2,500.
Yeah,
dropping it, right?
like 300 and so on.
Exactly.
So they're gonna have to do that, right? Because you don't want these people over leverage. You get that 1% pullback,
Let them short
and
it.
the next thing you know, your account's blown up and you're on margin call and it's really along those lines. But this was the last space I was expecting this to happen, and it's in silver. Even though it's been on a substantial run, you didn't expect that from commodity land, in my opinion.
Fabian was asking an interesting question. He's like, did they increase the margin interest as well? Like how much you're charging? I think, Fabian, I'm not 100% certain, but I
Yes.
know for my brokerage, interest
Yes,
that's
they did.
charged on money that you pull out on margin is like based on, it's like a fixed rate. IB, I think, has one of the lower ones. If you're with Questrade or
Yes.
Ameritrade or whatever, it's like double digits.
Yeah.
So I think it's fixed, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Great question, though.
Yeah,
Let's
it
go
is.
on to Netflix. President Trump said he will not be involved in the dispute between Netflix and Paramount Skydance
Mhm.
over the acquisition of all or part of course, Warner Brothers
Mhm.
Discovery. He
Until it
said
doesn't happen,
both
watch.
sides contacted him, but he decided the matter should be handled solely by the U.S. Justice Department, marking a clear reversal from the stance that he took in December. This
Yeah.
removes a layer of political headline risk that had been hanging
To me,
over
that means
the
Netflix is going to win. That's what that
Just go back
means.
to his comments in December.
Because
He
he's
said
not worried
Netflix's
about it. If
proposed
Trump's not worried about it,
acquisition of
I'm not worried about it.
Could be a problem due to market concentration concerns. He had also indicated he might personally be involved.
You know how many other streaming apps there are? There's like plenty of competition. So that's not
Representing
true.
Notable about face, whatever the hell that means. I've never heard that expression before.
There's
Shifting
Fubo,
the
there's
spotlight back
Crunchyroll.
to traditional
Crunchyroll just
antitrust review
they
channels.
just increased their
In case you're
prices.
wondering about this,
So
Netflix
all of
has
these
a
prices,
$72
all of these
billion
subscriptions
offer for
going
the
up.
acquisition of WBD
Prices
that does include,
going up.
exclude their linear cable televisions or legacy cable televisions as well, but it does include the film studio, HBO, and HBO Max, Paramount Skydance. They countered with a hostile
So
takeover.
whether you consolidate the market or not,
all of WBD, so you wouldn't
it's
have
going to
go
happen.
through
Like
the
some of these
selling
companies,
process and
some of these companies are going to go
moving
bankrupt.
assets. The battle highlights
You know, that's what happens in all of the industries.
We've been seeing, Joey, And if you're talking about the
They either
antitrust,
consolidate
let's talk a little bit about
or they
that.
get phased out.
Sandora,
You know, that's
oh my
just
God,
the
you
that's
should've
just
seen
the
this
truth.
guy
Look at
testify in front of
Hollywood.
Congress. It
You
was
know,
hilarious.
I
He was in
mean,
front of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
eventually
and he
Netflix
emphasized
is going to take
confidence in
over. There's not
America's Department
anything
of Justice review.
really,
But I was telling Breno this morning, you should have heard
unless they pass a law or
introduction
something.
and his
You
little
know,
speech
unless
there before he started making questions.
Trump's already said he's not doing nothing.
He
So
was the best.
to me, in my mind, that means that gives Netflix the go
in the
ahead.
history.
That's what
He's
that
sitting
means,
there
because he doesn't want to be
outlining why
biased
YouTube is
on
so
it.
great to serve, a bigger purpose, which is, hey, there is no antitrust issue. YouTube is so much bigger than us. They have so many more viewers. Their budgets rival some movie budgets like Mr. Beast, etc., and all the people kind of spending big money.
Yeah.
It was amazing. It was just like, are you the CEO of YouTube, bro? Like, what's going on over there?
Yeah.
It was hilarious to watch. Anybody want a good chuckle?
Invested in Alphabet.
Watch that. Netflix, Joey, it is down. Up 1.4.
Yeah, no,
And it should be.
It's good that Donald Trump's not getting in the middle of this thing. He's got enough to deal with already. I think
he does.
Let the DOJ obviously deal
He's not
with
worried
this
about
one. And it's the same thing with Google, right? Like the stock is getting beaten up. This is one of the largest streaming platforms on the planet.
Exactly.
In hundreds of millions of households. It's just a weight on its shoulder right now. And as soon as this deal gets done, it may take a year or two, but eventually when it is done, I think it's going to lift that weight off
It's going up.
shoulders. WBD obviously in favor of that over Paramount Skydance, and I believe that's the right move.
They're not going with them, bro. They're not going to sell it to them
Paramount's got going on.
unless they increase their bid or unless they, change the contract, make it more favorable. Netflix is going to get the bid. They're going to win.
Second place right now. I don't know if it's going to top YouTube's dominance, but it's going to be 1A and 1B in my opinion, just from a content standpoint, because we know that content is king at this point, and Netflix is going to have the rights to such a massive
Netflix is never taken down YouTube. That's not going to happen because Netflix can barely handle a live event.
What a breakout.
Live stream, being live, uploading content. That's YouTube. It's not Netflix. Netflix is
215. Watch out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's plenty of competition.
The small cap cappers really haven't had great continuation today, but almost up 50%. All right, Adair.
There's plenty of competition in the market.
Yeah, let's talk about Netflix. I agree with Joe. I think it's a good look that he's not getting involved. And I have to say, kind of random because he was posting or reposting older.
If he did, it'd be weird. It'd look bad.
January 9th or 10th.
And he knows that.
Saying that, Netflix cannot have Warner Brothers. So he has already kind of expressed opinions.
Exactly.
At least now he's not going to get formally involved. He's going to leave that to the Justice Department. I do like that decision. But B, what have been interesting here is if I was Paramount Skydance, I'd probably be pretty nervous because this whole idea of a potential FCC, save there was kind of the biggest thing keeping PSK afloat in terms of do they have a chance at this deal?
Now it's over.
I mean, to be clear, there was still. I mean, I also watched that, of course, the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, subcommittee hearing rather, with Ted Sarandos, CEO of Netflix, and Bruce Campbell, CSO of Warner Brothers. So what's interesting too is certain senators, including Cory Booker, made it very clear that their issue might not just be with Netflix acquiring Warner Brothers. They might have an issue with anybody, including Paramount acquiring Warner Brothers. So that's going to be, I think, the line to watch. Though it is interesting. I say the word line because there was very clearly a party line in terms of people.
Nobody tripping over Paramount, bro.
And people who were very uncomfortable specifically with
one day away from going bankrupt.
Warner Brothers, and that tended to be Republicans. So yeah, I mean, I could.
They're one bill away from going bankrupt. They're not.
Kind of now that we know Trump's stepping aside, I'm really curious to see how all of this plays out because I do think there's an argument for either side. Though I do think if I was Paramount, I might be a little scared that I would lose here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
She's right. Because they will. They're gonna lose the bid, bro. Netflix gonna win, in my opinion. Yeah. Nobody cares what he's got to say either. Who's that? Michael Burries?
Like clock is off. That's it.
Usually he'll say something like, "Oh, we'll go back to the big boys" or whatever.
That dude's so detached from reality.
Run down there. We want to thank him for doing that. And
we're just messing around.
Yeah.
It was kind of abrupt though.
It's funny. That's what when I said it to him, I was like, "Okay, now you owe us a minute." But back and forth. This is not network television. We're not on any direct, timelines over here. So yeah, good show. That was fun to talk about it. It was Joe and I had a moment there where he didn't want to say OF, and then I said we can say OnlyFans.
Of course you can say. Why can't you?
Oh, does it block it? Is that why? Because I was going to say because they're going to IPO. They might IPO.
Yeah, they are gonna IPO.
It'll block you if you. Well, first of all, there's a poll here.
Maybe it will block.
What is this? Chasing IPOs instead? No. Cash gang watching. Shorting 250.
Yeah. Joe knows all about OnlyFans over there, apparently.
You can probably say only whatever. I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, whatever. And oh, by the way, see this IPO FPS? I'm gonna do this once, twice, and just a bunch of them because we talk about the IPOs all the time. We need to just have a rule. If you take all the big ones, and this was over $1 billion, then just take all of them because you knew what was. Because like after you don't the last one, I don't remember the name. It was YSS.
York Space.
It was the space one. Yeah, YSS. After that didn't work out for us, we don't take this. Opens exactly at the even dollar, and just only shoots up. Like you, at no point when you just take the opening print in this. Did you have any issues? You couldn't have lost money unless you.
You guys, I've got a Discord set up. I've got a lot of stuff set up for this channel already, and a lot of stuff planned.
Anyways, it is what it is.
So smash that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. I've got some giveaways planned in the next few weeks, and that's going to be going down in Discord. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about the Discord part right now. Just like, subscribe. It's going to be free to get in, all of it. I'm not charging for nothing. I don't have any courses. I'm not here to sell you guys anything. I'm just here to party and watch the stock market, do some day trading, and invest in stocks that I like. All right. So if you're down with that, then come join us, man. We're growing. I am over there on TikTok as well. If you want to follow me, Bull Market Investor on TikTok, you guys, let's go.
I'll be quick, guys. I just want to mention DNA here. DNA pushing higher after this piece of research, which is published by OpenAI about how GPT-5 lowers the cost.
It would help me out, though, because we've been at 8 likes for
with Ginkgo Bioworks,
a while.
A company that trades under the ticker DNA. So again, DNA with an OpenAI partnership is pushing higher. Also, talking about furniture name companies with people's names. What about Ashley Home Store? This is a weird pattern. Back to you.
What about William Sonoma? Ooh, thank you.
There's
everybody. Thank you, everybody.
And you know what? If you want to look for any of these random names that are getting thrown out there, like maybe William Sonoma or DNA, here you want to chart them and see how their history is. Maybe do a little bit of tick replay to see how they've been trading today because you haven't looked at it. Maybe trade them through 50 plus brokers. Then eSignal is for you, everybody. You have access to pretty much every indicator that you can imagine out there, and back test and forward test all of your strategies. Look at the imbalance locator like we do here pretty much every single day, multiple times a day, actually. Look at 5-second charts so I can analyze that quick action on an IPO at the open, or even just the first 5 minutes, which can go pretty quick. It's a great feature. It's a kind of platform where you can add and subtract what you do and don't need. You don't need level 2, then fine, don't pay for level 2. You don't want Amex, then fine, don't pay for Amex. It's just whatever is there. Shout out to eSignal for sponsoring this hour of the show. And I did have that, I threw up that DNA stock. Like, yeah, why not? Yeah, it's not doing very well. Well, I feel like nowadays when random symbols come up, it's just never a good chart. So what I want to do is put up like here. So just so randomly, the next time I come across my eSignal chart, I'm just going to put up something that looks good, which would be like a weekly chart of the Qs. And then when I come back next time, it won't be resting on something that makes you feel bad. So the second IPO, Bob's, it's coming back in. I would call that somewhat successful, well, because it opened up at 17. Like it went up, but it opened up at 17 and kind of rinsed you before it went to the upside. But that FPS was pretty darn clean. The big story today has been the fall of Bitcoin. Down. I mean, IBIT's down 10%, but that's not really, like it's a 24-hour market, so that doesn't really matter. It's the fact that we're at 66,000 and we've lost this 70,000 support. There's not a heck of a lot down here. I still haven't drawn that. Haven't brought myself to draw the line at 50,000. I'll do it at some point. It's the next line of support. You can see it, but I haven't put that fifth line in there just yet, unfortunately. So it's been a rough day in the world of crypto for sure. But you know what? The good news is you and Tom Lee can enjoy the Super Bowl together.
Yeah, is that what we were watching there? Was the Super Bowl? Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, because it's even.
We're like, haha, you got everyone in at 5K Ethereum.
Hey, they got a pop.
Yeah, they got it. That's cool. There it is. I like that. Me and Tom Lee. That's great. We are good friends.
What's with the double pump high five?
It's just something we do.
It's like, and then you do. That's interesting.
It's just
interesting.
Yeah. It's just something. It's something between he and I.
Yeah, that's fair. You know.
We started that a while ago, and it's just a fun thing. You know, you have little things you do with your friends and stuff. So, that's what he and I. It's something fun. So I'm glad that we're able to. Thanks, Marissa, for sending that video in. I mean, that was a great moment in time. So. All right, let's go back. So first of all, I am just shorting right now. Just have VWAP here for the NASDAQ. So we're going to stop out if it does break. Higher than that little wick right there. Ooh, nice little move down. Ooh, okay, let's see if we can get some bids now if we're able to. Near these lows here. We'll take out some profit as it's coming back in just a little bit off of VWAP. So we're short here at 26s. Let's take some 17s and 18s out and see. Oh, how about 15s? Ooh. 15s out, and we'll see if we can get a little lower on this one. But there it is, man. We just put some.
Let's go.
And now we'll see if that comes back into the other side of things right there.
Like I said, we might not even get a pop till 4 o'clock.
So we'll discuss all of these positions when we get back. Well, we're going to go to Sharif once he's set up, and we'll go over the topics we guys want to talk about, given to us in the stock visualizer. So all you got to do is get into the chat. It does not reset. Maybe I can
Snapchat back down 11%.
Here, but these are the top names. So
yeah.
The Palantir is going to load up here. Apple. So a lot of big time names.
It's a joke.
BTC right there down today. Well, I don't know why it was 29.25. That's not the price of IBIT. Anyways, we'll either way. I don't think Bitcoin's down 10%, but it's on here.
It's down 9.5.
Oh, is it? Okay, so maybe. But we'll get that off. Yeah. Oh, it is. Okay, so there it is. So yeah, so
I guess it's pulling the grayscale because we don't actually trade.
Is IBIT actually? Oh, BTC.am. Okay.
Well, BTC does less volume than IBIT.
But it will work for the thing because then we'll say BTC.
IBIT has done 185 million, and then BTC has done like 11.
All right, so that's the rub. So if you guys want Bitcoin, just type in BTC.
Yeah, which is fair. Makes it nice and simple.
Yeah, it makes it nice and simple. Okay. All right, Sharif, what you got over there? Are you ready?
We'll let.
Oh no. Okay.
We'll let Sharif get ready. I got my eyes. Speaking of crypto, I got my eyes on BNNR, which, well, hasn't been a good day. ETH is down at 19.3, so it lost to 20,000.
Hasn't been a good day?
We're at 20,000.
You're kidding me.
19.3. These are numbers we haven't seen in a while. 66, 19. My goodness, it's been bad.
$82 for Solana.
Okay, here's support.
Ridiculous.
All day long at about 18.4. Now short.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Let me get a bit of a reload here in BMNR. D Doggo. Any thoughts on? Oh, before we go to the rundown,
it's down 40% this month.
About ServiceNow and Adobe, and any thoughts on these charts? I'm not going to call these. I'm not going to call these names the epicenter.
Yeah, Bitcoin.
Of the problem. Ooh, that's not fully adjusted. Okay, no, I don't have to. I can't look at the Qs anymore because that's what
it's down more than Bitcoin.
You can't call these guys software as the epicenter of it, but they are squarely in the crosshairs.
That's what don't make sense.
Falling like an absolute rock at this point.
Solana should not be down more than Bitcoin, but it is.
One of these charts that doesn't have a support.
I mean, that's a deal.
Cascade to the downside, unless your plan of action, if you want to buy this thing, is to just find 4 or 5 RAM spots to get 20 or 25% in and DCA sort of blindly into it. That's one thing. But if you're actually trying to wait to catch a low while it's doing this, either wait for some kind of ridiculously obvious level or allow it to show you a turn. On a weekly chart, I think it's just better. Like this bounce here on a weekly, not bad. Even if you get in the second week or third week, you're okay. Even here, you're okay if you got that one. So there's other ways to get in that don't require you to catch a falling knife. But if it's nowhere near a support level, which this isn't, then just give it some room to fall. Like when you're in this kind of a pullback, like the larger pullbacks, you don't have to be in early. You really don't. Like the farther it falls, the less you need to be in on the front side of
That's
the
true.
It'll be kind of the same thing. That'll be my thoughts for a lot of these.
That's my viewpoint. That's how I look at it. Like, really don't matter at this point with your averages. Everything's down.
Visualizer a second ago, so I know what number one is. Yeah.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where we decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Sean, the big boys, they are locked and they are loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up on the afternoon rundown is to join us in the chat and vote for your favorite
ticker.
Make sure
my ticker.
to throw in that $sign before
my
the
ticker brings
choice.
out the girls to the yard.
And yes, they are all decidedly negative. The Qs and the SPY kind of looking the same. They're both down high 0.8, 0.88, 0.89. Basically the same look there. The Dow Jones Industrial a little bit better, down 0.82. And then the worst of them all is the Russell 2000 ETF IWM over 1%, down 1.1. AMD continues to be on top of mind here, down another 3 3/4 after the earnings a couple of days ago. Boys, there was really no.
Hey, what's up, James? How we doing?
It is well below now with a 191 low.
Hope you're doing good.
192. What say you?
Anyone ever played darts?
It's a rough market.
Darts, like the perfect. You know what the perfect score is? And it's one of the most subtly entertaining sports to actually watch on TV. Because when someone does it, they get 180. That's when you get 3 triple 20s and you get a perfect round. That's where AMD seems like it's headed, because that's the 200 period moving average, and that is an obvious area. So it's a prior high, it's a breakout level, it's the 200 period moving average.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. AMD looks great there.
As badly as I want the Patriots,
a lot of stuff that looks good.
I'm a hater when it comes to the Patriots and the Cowboys, Sharif. And that's how Bills fans should be. But we have a flat bottom break here on AMD. Doesn't matter that, hey, the quarter actually wasn't that bad. None of that stuff matters at this point. The valuation's kind of expensive, and everyone's flying away from certain risk type names. Mm-hmm. They're in that bucket, unfortunately. So, allow it to get to a level that makes some sense before start thinking about the longs. It doesn't even mean it's going to bounce there. But I'm not even looking for a bounce until either we see that level, or maybe you have a close one day above 200 before it gets there. But it doesn't look that way to me.
Well, it looks short to me, and it looks short to me enough that it was our number one trade idea here today, and it was at 201 to 202 short. The problem is,
guys are crazy, man. They just want to short everything.
Goes up to 203. Yesterday
they just want to short everything.
The first idea for the short, we wrote down 202. Well, 201 to 202. It ticks as high as 204 there, or almost 204. But yeah, so let it set. This is always the trade, man, for me, is let things settle down and then watch them collapse. So, but we didn't have this one, unfortunately.
No, so, it collapses and then it settles, brother. That's how it happens.
And it looks like it's going to continue day 3 right here.
They give the worst advice.
Downside breaking, as Neil said, you're right at this key.
It's like all these financial gurus, like channels, like
I guess it is.
Give the worst advice. Sometimes, like, there's no way these guys actually trade.
I don't really have too much love for AMD right now, but I mean, I think the stock will. It's been like just a crazy roller coaster, right? I mean, we've been back here before.
It's oversold.
I mean, that 180 looks good to me, but yeah, we nailed it this morning. Just don't have the short on, so boo for me on that one. But yeah, right now it's AMD, and it's been a great trade. 200 million shares done today, and you can see it's also bringing down everything else, right? I mean,
no, it's not. It's getting brought down. It's different. Go short it.
So Nvidia's trying to battle back. We don't have their earnings; they're not going to come for a minute, so. We'll have to just wait for this, but Broadcom was a nice trade to the upside. Oops, AVGO. These guys had a nice day early because of their deals and whatnot with Google. And with Google's CapEx, it means more business, more money for Broadcom. So, yeah, they're up another 3% right here and trying to hold. So I think if we do anything in the chip space based on the numbers that we've seen so far this earnings season, you would maybe anoint Broadcom as potentially the biggest winner in that space. So yeah, that's enough for me. Right now, we'll just continue to watch out for AMD and potentially a pullback to the upside, pull up if we get a good day tomorrow. I think it's a little bit right now, AMD. So look for I mean, if tomorrow we come in and there's some positive.
Exactly, like they use like the terminology that they use sometimes too. It's like I don't know.
The automated cockpit
pull up
that you've seen in a few movies, probably like Sully. Pull up.
And then they make a joke out of it, like
Yeah.
to try
That's
to
one of those.
fix
Definitely
it.
One of those. My cousin does.
I don't
like,
think
he's
these
like
guys
a-
trade
he's a pilot,
sometimes.
but he also does like instructions. So you don't
Oh,
know
man.
see you later. And he also has a fun thing he gets to do. Is like he'll throw one of the things they do in simulators when you're a training pilot is they'll put you in situations.
Right, where it's like panic time.
Well, no, we're like, yeah, you're screwed up. It's just like, do you handle it and do you do the right thing as opposed to whether you don't crash, because the whole point is to kind of do.
Right, yeah. The whole point is not to crash.
But speaking of crashes, the next name on the list,
I think
is
he
also
does.
in the midst of a crash.
I think he trades.
Sharif?
65,000
I think he
on the dot,
trades.
Neil. That's what is showing me right now as the low of day on Bitcoin is down 9.5%, but that's 0.5% better than when we started the show. Trying to work its way back into 66,000. All sorts of weakness, guys, breaking through technical levels. 70,000 was earmarked as an important technical level as well as a psychological level. We also have seen the outflows, the forced liquidations as a result of margin. We've also seen institutions not really step up here and buy the dip that aggressively, guys. So Bitcoin, what is your view on this?
Nah, they have. You guys just haven't talked about it
There's
yet.
actually
You
a
guys
poll up
just.
here. By the way, just for anything Phil was mentioning in the chat about Apple, it does look like there's like a technical.
I haven't got the news yet. You guys haven't got the memo yet. They're buying it.
Stuff going on here with Apple. We have a poll here for Bitcoin. So jump in. If you're not in the chat, then jump in the chat. I'm going to go to my higher time frame so I can talk about it. But what's your move on Bitcoin at 65K? Oh, we're just a little bit in front of that. Buying the dip, 41% are buying the dip. Shorting 250K, that's 24%. Cash gang watching, which seems pretty prudent at 31%. And chasing IPOs instead 4%. I want to meet the 4% that are chasing IPOs in this environment. That said, both the two of them today were pretty good. But would you want to buy an IPO and hold it for a while right now?
No.
Anybody? I don't know about that. But the only 4% did say
I'd rather buy
for now,
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, and we'll go just one more time. Bitcoin broke the trend from 2023, respected the trend line for resistance, broke through both lines of support, and next would be
2018.
Right, I've been really lazy about this. I don't want like a horizontal array. It doesn't matter if I use an array or a line. Plop it somewhere in the vicinity of, oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, whatever. There you go. Now there's like a 50,000. That's not even a perfect line, but you get the point. Now there's like a spotlight on where the 50,000 level is. And we're pointing out this morning, when it broke trend last time, lower high here, that retracement 50%. Lower high here, that retracement would be right about to like 48, 49, somewhere in this range. So it even works with what happened last time. So until something different happens, like maybe you get some kind of weekend, I don't know, like flash crash bottom or some buyers just come out of nowhere and defend us to 73, something like that, then I think we're headed down lower on the day trade. That means looking for shorts. It was a weird one. It did the B setup, not the A setup, and then did the A move. So I thought the play was into 41. Even said so on the note. I was like, yeah, 41.
On IBIT?
40 was the secondary play. We
Brother.
40, did the scalp trade into 39, and then it ended up falling for the rest of the day. Even I wasn't that bearish on it. And if you're looking at ETH, that's under 2,000 and arguably worse than Bitcoin.
Yup.
So what are you going to do? All of crypto is out of favor right now until proven otherwise. It's like if something's an uptrend, you look to go long, right? If something's in a downtrend, you kind of approach each day with, is there a reason for you not to be favoring the short? I think that's how things look right now.
I was talking about this earlier about MSTR, and I was just saying, like, you know, if you thought that Bitcoin was a little cooked here to the downside and you're looking for a little bit of a rebound, MicroStrategy's probably got your name written all over it. I mean, this has gotten really obviously hit pretty aggressively to the downside, and you know, now trying to get going. So I actually don't think this is a horrible idea right here if we can break above one.
Good point.
And then really get going back up to the upside and watch crypto try to bounce with it. So I actually like MSTR down in and around here now. Just for a quick little rebound trade, if we hold that 66,000, you're going to see a much bigger sort of push forward here, obviously on MSTR than you are on IBIT or BTC or anything that you're looking at. So
you're going to see a push forward on
MSTR
everything.
To get going just a little bit more off of 112. Remember, they actually do report tonight as well. So we'll have Amazon and MicroStrategy back to the upside. Man, I wrote down, I guess Google's going to be coming up, but we wrote down 316 on our sticky note today. That was the best trade. And we covered, then we held a little bit and got taken out there. But look what's happening now. 330. There goes Google right now. Back to zeros, man. Google was down 8% at its lows, and now it's Rip City for the rest of the NASDAQ as well, led by Google right here. So huge upside move. Let's go over to Shreve and find out if it's on the board.
From the highs that we put in on silver, boys, back on the 29th, SLV that is, to the lows that we put in this morning, a 40% retracement, not 40% right now. It's recovering a little bit. 65.50 low with a 752 high. Really, it has been, a tough look for silver. 2-day recovery after the 30% plus crash we experienced on Friday. That ends today with silver down another 13%. The dollar is set to be putting pressure on silver as the U.S. dollar index continues to trend up, boys.
Yeah, by the way, that FPS IPO is just gorgeous. It just went to $28. So anybody, if you just stayed true to if it's a big IPO take it game, you're absolutely laughing with. I already forget what it's called again. Forgent Power Solutions. Not that anybody knows what they do. Obviously, some kind of energy.
They do power.
Yeah, it's some kind of an energy name, but does it really matter if you're just going to buy and it goes up? As far as silver goes, it was ZSL today, and it wasn't quite the volume weighted average price, but it did. But we did the same thing where silver kind of was trending up for a little bit and then had a turn and crashed. So the ZSL did this again, some kind
Open
of
door
at some point, like break it down.
Trying to get back to $5 here.
But you set something up after the open and then you just wait for the trend break. Had a deeper one today and then broke out at about 270. Could not get past the prior high. I guess got to zoom up. Whatever. If I zoom up further, another day, you would see that there's a top up here. So it got there and then turn around. And for now, I don't like it's very relative
For
to
now,
the gap that we have.
how now, brown
the fact that
cow?
how much it's moved. Right, silver's down a ton. The volatility is really not that big in the afternoon, so I'm not really seeing anything too crazy. But I still think once a day, this is giving you some kind of mean reversion, and it's just kind of worth taking it or waiting for it. Sometimes a half an hour in, sometimes an hour in. One of the days it was like 11:30 that it did the move, and then you take it, hit it, and quit it because volatility is definitely here to stay, which is better. You can see this better in SLV.
Oh yeah, it's about to get bumpy.
It's back to the 50 period moving average and it's threatening to lose it. So we're not done. We might not be done yet. I shouldn't say we're not done. It doesn't look like we're done yet with this pullback. But you thought we were holding the 70 area, and all of a sudden, that's not looking so certain.
True.
Okay. All right, Shreve, let's go. It's 2:25. Let's go on to the next symbol.
Good morning, good afternoon, you guys. Thank y'all for stopping through. I do appreciate it.
Markedly in the pre-market there on this.
Hope y'all are doing well.
Over 20% at the time that they're introducing a cheaper Wegovy copycat. Novo Nordisk and Lila Lilly's did drop on that time, but recovering now. Hims said today was introducing a pill with the same active ingredient used in Novo Nordisk's Wegovy with an introductory plan of $49 for the first month. The Danish drug maker sells standard dose Wegovy pills for $149 a month for self-paying customers, so about $100 cheaper per month. But now Hims negative on the day, down 2/3.
Couldn't even hold the gains. By the way, just that headline in there. That expectation of a rate cut is actually up to 22% for March. And if you go to April, that's up to 35% with a 5% chance that we have 2 cuts by then. And if you go out to June, the chance of 2 cuts by June is 22%. And you're now at almost 50-50 that we have that cut by June. So all of those have bumped up. We did, of course, have jolts this morning. So maybe that's part of it. Well, Hims, there's not much of a worse look than breaking out the way that they did today and then ending up red. That's awful. That's terrible. It looks bad. Technically, it's as bad as it looks. The stock is still falling. It can't even hold gains on positive news. What are you supposed to do? Like your flat bottom break. Oh, we already did 24. Tell we don't really pay attention to the stock very much. Underneath this 24 level, you're kind of flat bottom breaking some support here. And it's a really big tell. Forget about big names on earnings. If a stock isn't that heavy of a downtrend and simply now a couple of times in a row cannot sustain bounces on news and give everything up. Like bounce yesterday at the open, give everything up. Bounce today at 8:30 on news, give everything up. The sellers are still there and they're still aggressive and they're winning. So don't get caught in stocks like this. It always sound like a broken record, but that's what it is. That's what the stock is right now.
That's what it is,
the sellers
man.
are deeply in control, and good news doesn't seem to matter.
I think this space is a tough one right now because like yesterday we had Eli Lilly with their report and it absolutely ripped. It went up basically to all-time highs again, and then now today on some of these reports again, you got Novo and you got Eli Lilly and you got Hims all moving around again. So this is the push back in. So I think you just stay if you're an investor. You want to stay with an Eli Lilly instead of these other ones. But yeah, the volatility is definitely around right now. I mean, up 10%, back down 10%. This is a $1 trillion name. So as Eli Lilly dances around here, you're seeing a big movement in other names. And just to see NVO, it's just so funny. Like they have the oil pill right now. And I think it's just a threat that Eli Lilly is just around the corner because this is just a huge move down. And I guess the difference is Eli Lilly can just produce. This is Danish. Eli Lilly is American, but I just don't know why there's such a disconnect between the two of them. I mean, I guess probably pipeline and things like that as well. But this is looking pretty yuck right here. I wonder if it's a good idea almost to put on a pairs trade, short Novo, long Lilly. But this right now looks like it's breaking pretty aggressively to the downside on Novo Nordisk. So, 45 break right now. I think you can go short and probably just hold this one for a long time.
Well, hopefully we can get a bounce in the market tomorrow, you guys. Hopefully we have a green Friday.
Definitely looks like it's breaking with not much.
Come hang out with me tomorrow. I'm going to be on here live, watching the stock market, maybe selling some stocks, hopefully, if we can get a bounce in this market. But like I said, got some giveaways planned for you guys. Next few weeks coming up, so subscribe to the channel, you guys. Hop on board. If you like stocks, underrated stocks, we just talk about stocks that we like over here. So I hit you guys up with the stock picks that I like that could be the next runner. Not financial advice, not financial advisor. We do this for entertainment. We just talk about stocks that we like over here. So come hang out with me. Talk about the stocks that you like, the crypto you like, whatever it is. Maybe win a gift card or two.
Based on the quarter, I think.
All right.
49%.
Smash the thumbs up on the videos. Help me out, you guys. Let's help each other out.
Azure doesn't have to beat that. The expectation if they're in the high 20s.
It's not over, you guys. Hang in there. We got this. Stay positive.
But it didn't matter.
And if it's not your week, hey, it's not my week either. We'll come back. We'll get them next week, y'all. We'll get some wins next week. It is what it is. We can't control the market. All we can do is try to just be better traders. All right, so
it's now firmly above that.
See you guys later. Good luck out there.
Period on the daily. It showed you that was going to be a key support in the aftermarket yesterday when it was trying to hold initially. So yeah, it looks like we're going to close above support. A key